Hello, everyone. Tonight we're drifting back to ancient Greece, somewhere between myth and mishap, where gods walked the earth, occasionally took jobs they weren't qualified for, and yes, sometimes tried to herd cows. You're about to tag along with Apollo the Golden Boy of Mount Olympus as he embarks on one of his least glamorous divine gigs. No chariots of fire tonight. Just a rocky pasture, a few very uncooperative bovines, and a god with no idea what he's doing. To be honest, you probably wouldn't survive this kind of celestial temp work. I mean, you're being dropped into a world where baby gods steal cattle and make instruments out of tortoise shells. There's no training, no union rep. Just sandals, sunburn, and divine humiliation. Hey, if you're loving this content, I'd really appreciate it if you could give the video a quick like and hit that subscribe button. Tell me where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. So, you open your eyes to blinding sunshine, not the gentle golden sort that warms your nose and glimmers on leaves. No, this is Apollo sunshine, overconfident, dazzling, the kind that gives plants sunstroke. And there he is, Apollo himself, standing at the edge of a scraggly meadow, arms crossed, looking deeply unimpressed with his current assignment. He's got the jawline of someone who's used to compliments and the posture of someone who just lost an argument with Zeus. Punishment, he mutters. Me herd cows. Me. You're standing nearby, awkwardly holding what might be a crook or possibly a large wooden spoon. It's unclear. Zeus has decided the two of you need to spend some time reconnecting with humility, which in Olympian terms means babysitting livestock in a sun-baked corner of Thessaly while everyone else gets to drink nectar and muss with mortals. The cows, if you can call them that, are more like ancient disgruntled lawn ornaments. They're huge, slow, and staring at you with the suspicion of animals who remember things. One of them lets out a soft, phlegmy moo that somehow sounds judgmental. Apollo, ever radiant, doesn't seem to know what to do with his hands. He fiddles with the strings on his lyre, sighs dramatically, then points at a cow like it owes him money. Move, he says. The cow blinks. You decide to give it a try. You clear your throat, walk forward slowly, and wave the maybe spoon in a vaguely encouraging manner. The cow, let's call her Daphne, just to upset Apollo, takes one grudging step, sideways, into a bush. It's going to be a long day. The field is surrounded by olive trees, ancient and gnarled, their shadows stretching like slow fingers across the ground. In the distance, a mountain dozes under the sun. Somewhere nearby, a cicada orchestra tunes up loud, off-key, relentless. You can almost feel the buzz in your teeth. Apollo sighs again, louder this time. He flops down onto a flat rock and squints at the horizon like he's expecting Hermes to show up with a frappe and an apology. Historians still argue whether this myth was ever meant to be funny, he says, pulling a fig from nowhere and inspecting it like it personally offended him. But if this is a comedy, it's definitely the slow kind. He takes a bite, chews thoughtfully, then spits a seed directly at your sandal. Great, you're shepherding cows with a petty god. You glance over the meadow and spot a small stream glinting between some reeds. Perfect, you think. Maybe the cows will at least head toward water. You motion to Apollo, who stares at you like you've just suggested he lick a mortal. But after another 10 minutes of sun and silence, even he concedes. You and Apollo begin herding the animals gently, awkwardly toward the stream. You try clapping your hands softly. Apollo tries singing. It's not a bad idea in theory, but apparently ancient cows hate string solos. At the first strum of the lyre, Daphne lurches forward and trots off into a clump of ferns. Another cow follows, then another. In under a minute, the entire herd has decided this gig is not worth it and begins to scatter across the landscape like divine chess pieces fleeing the board. Apollo just stands there, lyre in hand, jaw slack. Maybe less music next time you offer. The god glares at you. I'm literally the god of music, and yet no cows. The stream babbles indifferently. The sky doesn't even bother clouding up for dramatic effect. The cows gone, wandering the countryside with the vague confidence of animals who know they won't be punished. You and Apollo sit in the dry grass, sweating in silence. Somewhere nearby, a frog lets out a low croak, as if to say, "Told you so." Apollo picks up a pebble and throws it at a tree. It bounces off and hits him in the knee. He sighs again. You begin to wonder if this is what all divine punishments feel like. A lot of sweating, very little glory, and the creeping suspicion that cows might secretly be smarter than gods. You wake up the next morning stiff, sunburnt, and with the faint memory of Apollo mumbling in his sleep about cow betrayal. He's curled up under an olive tree, like some grumpy golden retriever, his lyre still tucked beneath one arm. The cows nowhere in sight. Again. You stretch dust off your chiton and look around. The meadow is quiet except for the faint buzz of morning insects and the suspicious burble of the nearby stream, which you're beginning to suspect is laughing at you. Apollo stirs, grunts, and blinks up at the sky. Still here, he mutters, still mortal adjacent. This is when Zeus's decree echoes faintly in your memory. Divine punishment shall last until the lesson is learned. What lesson? Herding empathy. The perils of livestock ownership. You kick a clod of dirt in frustration. It bounces harmlessly off Apollo's ankle. Ow, he says flatly, not even looking up. You take a deep breath. Okay, new plan. We track the cows. Apollo squints at you. You mean we actually look for them? No, you say with forced cheer. I mean we actually look for them. With our feet and eyes, like farmers. Apollo groans, but he gets up, begrudgingly. And so begins your morning adventure. You and the sun god traipsing across a dusty field, looking for hoofprints and divine humiliation. The grass is brittle beneath your sandals, and each step kicks up a puff of dry earth that settles into your throat. You find one print, maybe, and Apollo claims it's just a weird rock. You find cow droppings, and Apollo claims they were planted to mess with him. You come across a very confused tortoise, and Apollo accuses it of being suspiciously round. The man is unraveling. Eventually, though, your efforts pay off. Near the edge of the field, in a patch of churned up mud, you spot several undeniable hoofprints, and not just in a straight line. Know these tracks curve and twist like the cows were doing interpretive dance. Apollo crouches beside the prince. What is this? He murmurs, poking at them. You lean in too. The prints are definitely odd. Deep, but facing. Backward historians still argue whether this part of the myth was meant to show Hermes' cleverness or just prove that divine toddlers were chaos incarnate. Either way, what you're seeing here is evidence of some serious mischief. These cows didn't wander, they were stolen, and by someone with a sense of humor. You follow the tracks for a while, winding through olive groves and low craggy hills. The morning sun climbs higher, baking the earth and turning every boulder into a potential nap spot. Apollo, uncharacteristically quiet, walks beside you with his lyre slung over his back like an overqualified camp counselor. At one point he stops and points at a lone fig tree. You think this is my legacy now, cow chaser. Fig inspector. You hand him a fig. He eats it. Neither of you say anything. The trail leads downhill toward a narrow valley where wild thyme grows in clumps and bees hover lazily above purple flowers. The air smells warm and sweet. You pause, letting your fingers brush over the thyme just to ground yourself. Apollo does the same, because apparently even divine frustration can't resist aromatherapy. Then movement. Just up ahead, past a boulder shaped suspiciously like a fish, a flash of tail. A cow. 2 cows. 3. They're huddled together, chewing contentedly on wild herbs, like they haven't been missing for a whole day. Apollo steps forward with relief, but then stops short. Something's wrong. The cows are tied together, not in any normal way, mind you. The knots are elaborate, almost decorative, as if someone took pride in their livestock restraint technique. And nearby, half buried under some leaves, lies something shiny. Apollo kneels and pulls it out a sandal, tiny, way too small for a mortal, crafted of gold-threaded leather with little wings stitched into the sides. Oh no, he whispers. Because of course it's Hermes. See, most people think of Hermes as the messenger god, the guy with the winged helmet, right? But in baby form, Hermes is basically a toddler with a theft hobby and the confidence of someone who's never been told no. And apparently, he's stolen Apollo's cows. Not out of malice, just curiosity, or boredom, or the toddler urge to see what happens if you lead cattle backward and tie them to a rock for fun. You and Apollo just stand there in silence for a long moment. A bee buzzes by. Well, Apollo finally says, I suppose I should feel flattered. You squint. Why? He did think my cows were worth stealing. You resist the urge to toss time at him, but there it is, proof that your divine babysitting shift has just become a full-blown sibling drama, and not the yelling across the table kind, the trial before the gods kind. Apollo folds his arms. We're going to Olympus. Now, you ask, staring at the cows. He sighs. Eventually. First we untie them. You step forward. One of the cows moos softly, like it's embarrassed. Apollo crouches to inspect the knots again and shakes his head. Why are these shaped like flowers? You begin to untangle a loop around one cow's horn and find yourself kind of impressed. Hermes may be a nuisance, but his rope work flawless. As you work, you glance up at the sky, half expecting thunder or divine laughter, but the clouds just drift lazily overhead. Somewhere out there, Hermes is probably sitting on a hilltop, eating grapes and waiting for the fallout. Which is, if you think about it, kind of brilliant. You finally get the last cow untied, well, sort of. It's still got a ribbon around its tail, but you suspect that's less for restraint and more Hermes's idea of bovine fashion. The herd stands awkwardly in a patch of time, chewing cud and eyeing Apollo like he might start singing again. You nudge one gently toward the path. It doesn't budge. Apollo huffs. Move. The cow blinks. You're not doing this again. I'm not walking them all the way back. Apollo declares, hands on hips. This is beneath me. You raise an eyebrow. So was getting outsmarted by a toddler. He glares at you, but honestly, you've got a point. So you both walk slowly, coaxing the cows along the valley path. They move grudgingly, swatting flies with their tails, and occasionally stopping to sniff rocks with suspicious intensity. Apollo mutters to himself the entire way, something about dignity and career derailment. As the sun rises higher, the path curves toward a bend in the stream, a lazy, winding ribbon of water that trickles through reeds and over stones as smooth as melted wax. Here, you pause to let the cows drink. One of them tries to lie down in the shallows, presumably in protest of everything. Apollo, meanwhile, plops down on a flat rock, brushing his long hair out of his face. It sparkles annoyingly. He pulls out his lyre again, not to play, just to hold, like a security blanket made of ego and strings. I still don't understand how Hermes pulled this off, he mutters. The footprints were backward, the cows were tied in bows, and he's barely out of diapers. Historians still argue whether Hermes created this particular trick on his own, or if he picked it up from observing mortals. Either way, what he pulled off was absurdly complicated, especially considering he was roughly the divine equivalent of a 2-year-old with a sugar high. You shrug. He is the god of trickery. Apollo groans and lies back on the rock like a tired lifeguard. I'm the god of logic, order, music, prophecy, the sun. I've got range. You toss a pebble into the stream. Do you think they'll give me a worse job if I mess this one up? He asks suddenly. You glance at him. Define worse. I heard Dionysus had to babysit a theater troupe once. They tied olives to their shoes and called it interpretive dance. You both sit in silence for a moment, letting that image settle like dust. Then a faint rustle catches your attention. You look up. Just across the stream on the far bank is a tree, and beneath it, a tiny winged figure eating grapes and humming to himself. It's Hermes. He's not even trying to hide. Apollo bolts upright, nearly losing his lyre. You've got to be kidding me. Hermes waves. Then casually, as if strolling through a marketplace, he ambles across the stream, hopping on rocks like he's done it 1,000 times. Which honestly, he probably has. He's wearing a tunic 2 sizes too big and sandals that still have cow hair stuck to them. In one hand, he holds a small scroll. In the other, a wedge of cheese. Morning, he says brightly. Apollo narrows his eyes. Where are the rest of the cows? Hermes blinks. Oh, were there more? You clench your teeth. Apollo looks like he's trying not to burst into flames. But Hermes just shrugs and hands over the scroll. Anyway, I wrote you a poem about it. Apollo unrolls the parchment squints and reads aloud, to the sun, whose herd is gone, I tied them up, please moo along. Hermes beams. It rhymes. Apollo does not beam. It's terrible. Hermes frowns. You don't like poetry. Apollo takes a long, shaky breath. You decide to intervene. Look, the cows are mostly fine. We found the trail. We figured it out. That's gotta count for something. Hermes shrugs again, clearly unbothered by consequences. He plops down beside the stream and dips his feet into the water. I mean, sure, but if you're gonna punish me, make it quick. I've got a lunch thing later. Apollo glares. This isn't over. Hermes munches on a fig. Oh, it never is. You're about to suggest maybe heading back to the meadow before another divine sibling shows up when a cow lets out a sharp moo. You turn just in time to see two more cows' latecomers clearly ambling around the bend, dragging a few vines with them. All present, all accounted for. By some miracle, Apollo stands, shakes the dust from his robes, and faces Hermes. You're coming with us. Hermes nods, casual as ever. Sure, just don't ask me to walk. You start the return journey now with one extra god in tow. Hermes skips. Apollo sulks. The cows miraculously seem more cooperative, probably sensing the growing divine tension and choosing peace. As you walk, Hermes hums a tune, something suspiciously similar to Apollo's lyre melody. You glance at him. Did you copy his song? Hermes grins. Improved it, actually. Apollo groans. You are the worst. Hermes shrugs. And yet here we are, together, like a very dysfunctional family picnic. You trudge onward, herding cows, refereeing gods, and seriously considering whether Olympus has an HR department. You reach the edge of the original pasture just as the sun begins to lean westward, painting long shadows across the dirt. The cows trudge in behind you, trailing burrs and attitude. Apollo stands beside a slightly crooked fence post and squints at the scene like a foreman assessing storm damage. Well, he sighs. We got them back. Hermes flops down in the grass like someone who's just run a marathon, which to be fair might be how a toddler god perceives walking half a mile. You glance around. The cows are tired, dusty, and slightly sparkly thanks to Hermes's leftover ribbon antics. Apollo's tunic is wrinkled. Your feet hurt. The sun is relentless. And the pasture, still a disaster. There's a reason ancient Greeks weren't known for their cattle infrastructure. This meadow looks like it was designed by someone who saw a farm once in a dream. A single lopsided barn leans perilously on two legs and a pile of rocks. The water trough is cracked. A lonely olive tree grows sideways, like it gave up halfway through adolescence. Apollo looks at the barn and grimaces. That wasn't tilted yesterday. You squint. Wasn't it? He doesn't respond. One cow makes a sound somewhere between a grunt and a sigh and plops down on the dusty ground. The others follow suit, folding their legs like ancient machines and flopping into place. Hermes, still chewing something, holds up a piece of bark. Want to see a drawing I made with my toe? Apollo turns away. You head toward the barn, curious to see if it's still standing inside. Spoiler, it is not. The interior is even worse. 2 stalls, 1 broken yoke, and a very determined spider spinning a web across a slanted beam. There's also a smell, sharp, sour old cheese and regret. You back out quickly. Outside, Apollo's trying to make a rough head count, tapping a stick against the dirt as each cow passes. 21, 22. Where's the spotted one? Hermes perks up. Oh, I named her Salad. She's in the fig grove. You raise a brow. Why is she in the fig grove? Hermes shrugs. She likes shade. Apollo's eye twitches, and yet for all the chaos, you sense something beginning to settle. The cows at least are fed. The gods sort of have stopped arguing. And the meadow, though wild and lopsided, holds a kind of peace in its disarray. It's not Olympus, but there's a charm to it. The kind of place where divine egos go to take a nap. Apollo walks past you grumbling and begins inspecting the fence. 1 rail is cracked, and another has been replaced with what looks like an old lyre string tied between posts. He groans. This entire situation is beneath me. You nod, and yet you're still here. He throws you a half-hearted glare, but you catch a flicker of a smile. Historians still argue whether Apollo actually learned anything from this episode, you muse aloud, or whether it was just a very elaborate timeout. Timeout, Hermes snorts, more like a cowcation. Apollo mutters something about poetic justice and kicks at a stone. You help him realign the post, steadying it with a few rocks and a silent prayer to any god not currently present. Hermes offers to help, but ends up braiding grass instead. When he's done, he tries to place the crown on a cow's head. It doesn't fit. You sigh. Apollo sighs, even the cow sighs. Later, you all sit in the sparse shade of the crooked olive tree. You've shared the last of the figs and managed to refill a water skin from the stream. Apollo leans back, eyes closed, his lyre resting on his chest. Hermes is chewing on a blade of grass like he's pretending to be mortal. For the first time all day, the silence is soft, not strained. A breeze rustles through the olive leaves. 1 cow snorts in its sleep. You're not sure if it's dreaming or just annoyed, but either way, it feels like progress. You know you say, stretching your legs out in the dust, this could be worse. Apollo doesn't open his eyes. How? There could have been goats. He opens 1 eye. Fair. Hermes chuckles. Goats would have staged a coup by now. You all sit there a while longer. Gods and mortal listening to the distant hum of cicadas and the occasional rustle of sleepy cattle. There's no great revelation, no beam of divine wisdom from above, just the slow, simple rhythm of a day that didn't go entirely wrong. And in the grand scheme of things, that's practically a miracle. The next morning begins not with the crow of a rooster, but with the sound of Hermes trying to balance a cowbell on his head. You blink awake under the same crooked olive tree, muscles, sore tunic wrinkled mouth, dry as a sand dune. A soft clank, clank, clank echoes across the field, oddly rhythmic. You sit up. Hermes is dancing, Slowly, like a cow, he glances over, practicing my disguise. Apollo, already awake and brushing non existent dust off his robe, watches with a look of weary disdain. You're not fooling anyone. Hermes smiles. Didn't fool you, maybe. Apollo gestures at the cowbell. You literally rang when you turned your head. Atmosphere, Hermes replies. You drag yourself up, brush off a few olive leaves, and stretch. Another day of divine cattle duty. You're not sure if you should be more alarmed by how normal it's starting to feel. The cows are still here, still lying around, like sleepy statues still chewing as though it's their full-time job. Which technically it is. Right, Apollo says briskly, clearly, attempting leadership. Let's get them moving. Grazing rotation. I read about it in a scroll once. You raise an eyebrow. You read Farming Scrolls Artemis Made Me. That checks out. And so the three of you, Sun God, Mischief God, and you attempt to gently herd the cows from the eastern edge of the pasture to the rocky slope where some scrubby green shoots are pretending to be grass. It's slow work. The cows are unhurried. One stops to lick a rock. Another finds a hole and gets stuck, though she doesn't seem to mind. You and Apollo push, Hermes narrates in rhyme, and eventually all 20-something cows relocate without any major incidents. You collapse onto a rock. Apollo leans against a fence post, arms crossed, eyes scanning the herd like a suspicious substitute teacher. Hermes lies in the grass, plucking seeds off a dandelion. I hate to admit it, Apollo says, after a long moment, but I think I'm improving. You glance over. You've herded 2 whole groups of cows, now you say, pretending to be impressed. Truly a Renaissance god. Apollo ignores you, and no divine lightning needed, no arrows, just effort. You nod. Welcome to the mortal experience. He blinks at you. Exhausting. One cow sneezes. It sounds biblical. As the day warms, the cows wander lazily among the rocks, and you take a moment to rest in the patchy shade of a gnarled fig tree. Hermes joins you holding a stick like it's a scepter. I've decided I'm the cow king now, he announces. You eye him. Is there a throne? He looks around. Yes, he says, hopping up onto a low boulder. This rock, very regal. Apollo glances over from across the field. That's not a throne. That's where one of the cows. Never mind. Hermes sits anyway. Behold, he says, addressing a cow with one horn and a twitchy tail. Your ruler speaks. The cow farts loudly and walks away. You stifle a laugh. Apollo doesn't. Eventually, conversation drifts. Apollo recounts one of his sun chariot routes over the Aegean. You tell a story about that one time you accidentally insulted a temple priest by sneezing at the wrong moment. Hermes describes a dream he had where a tortoise taught him how to bake bread. And amid it all, you learn something rather charming. Hermes once tried to invent a musical instrument out of reeds and snail shells. It didn't work, but he insists the snails were excellent critics. Historians still argue whether that really happened, Apollo mutters. Snail songs are sacred, Hermes insists, clutching a pretend lyre made of sticks and optimism. The day drifts by like a lazy breeze. A few clouds gather, One looks suspiciously like a cow. You point it out. Apollo pretends not to care, but stares at it for 10 minutes. The cows remain calm. Nobody's lost. Nothing is on fire, which compared to yesterday feels like progress. Later, Apollo stands, brushes off his tunic, and surveys the pasture again. He doesn't say anything dramatic this time, just nods. A subtle gesture, maybe even respectful. You're adapting, you say softly. He looks at you. I'm surviving, you smile. Same thing sometimes. A breeze carries the scent of wild thyme and sun-warmed earth. Hermes is asleep on his rock throne, a piece of straw sticking out of his mouth like an old farmer in training. The cows lie down again as the sun begins to dip low. And just like that, another day ends. Not with thunder or divine declarations. Not with epics or omens, just tired feet, soft light, and a very quiet field of cows. You're getting used to the rhythm now, not just the hoofbeats and bellows, but the general tempo of divine punishment disguised as agriculture. The mornings start with cows yawning, Hermes inventing some new form of chaos, and Apollo muttering to himself while pretending he's still important. Today, however, begins differently. You wake up to find a river god in your pasture. Specifically, he's standing ankle deep in the stream arms, crossed hair made of reeds, and wearing a tunic that seems to be woven entirely from fog. His expression could curdle milk. Apollo groans. Oh, great. Now, what? You squint at the newcomer, who is glaring at a spot where one of the cows has decided to relieve itself directly into the stream. Unacceptable, the river god says. Apollo walks up arms wide in mock diplomacy. Charon is at Curran Creekman. His name's Inachos, you murmur, god of this stream. Apollo blinks. Didn't he flood a temple once Inachos clears his throat? That temple was in my floodplain. Poor planning. Unlike you, I understand water management. Hermes snorts, still half asleep, in a patch of grass. He's mad about the cows. Of course I'm mad about the cows, Inachos snaps. They've muddied my banks, crushed the reeds, and he gestures angrily at a floating cow patty, defiled my waters. Apollo folds his arms. They're divine cows. They are filthy cows. You step forward, rubbing your temples. Surely we can find a solution here. Inachos inhales through his nose, which makes a sound like running water down clogged pipes. I demand restitution. Apollo blinks. Like gold. No, says Inachos. A poem. Hermes perks up. Ooh. Apollo stares. What Inachos shrugs. A poem. I like poetry. I want something about the tragedy of my silt. Apollo turns to you. This is your fault. You shrug. Technically, it's Salad's fault. Inachos points dramatically at a cow still standing in the stream. And that one won't stop staring at me. She's curious, Hermes says. Wants to know if reeds are edible. A long pause follows. Apollo sighs, and to everyone's surprise begins to compose, aloud. O stream, he says, tone dry, whose waters bend and sigh, forgive the hoof that stirs your eye. Inachos raises a brow. Are you apologizing to me through rhyme? Apollo continues. We walk, we graze, we trudge, we drink, and sometimes cows forget to think. You clap politely. Hermes bursts into giggles. One cow moos in appreciation. Historians still argue whether this moment marked the beginning of Apollo's poetic decline or the brief rise of stream-themed pastoral verse. Inachos nods, looking only mildly appeased. Acceptable, but only just. He fades back into the stream, leaving a trail of bubbles and a few sulky ripples behind. Do river gods do that often, you ask? Apollo shrugs. The minor ones, all the time. Very dramatic. It's why nobody invites them to weddings. The moment passes, but the event lingers in the air like damp laundry. You begin your usual tasks, coaxing cows toward new patches of edible green, fixing yet another broken fence post with twine and hope, and trying not to trip over cow pies that Hermes is now creatively labeling with little signs. This one's the silent doom, he says, planting a stick beside a particularly alarming specimen. By midday, Apollo has disappeared to a sunny rock with his lyre again. You find him strumming a quiet tune, one foot bouncing in rhythm, eyes fixed on the horizon. It's less moody now, less divine, sulking, more thoughtful quiet. You actually care about these cows, now you observe. He doesn't look at you. They listen better than most mortals, only because they don't speak. Exactly. You sit beside him and share some dried figs. The sun filters through the trees in golden threads, and somewhere in the distance, Hermes is trying to convince a cow to participate in a chariot race. It's not going well. Why do you think Zeus gave you this job, you ask softly. Apollo plucks a string, because I told him I was tired of mortals, that I needed perspective. You raise a brow, and have you gotten it? He glances over. Let's say I've found texture. The breeze shifts. You hear the familiar rustle of Hermes, returning this time with a handful of dandelions and a leaf crown he's probably planning to wear to some mock ceremony. You sigh, but then something happens that no one expects. A cow nudges Apollo, gently, like a dog asking for a scratch behind the ears. Apollo freezes. The cow snorts and nudges again. Very slowly, Apollo reaches out and pats it. Once, twice. His fingers rest lightly on its forehead. The cow blinks and stays. Hermes clutches his chest. Oh my gods, he's bonding. Apollo scowls. Don't make this weird. But it's too late. The cow licks his hand, and something in Apollo's face softens. Just a little, and you smile, because the god of the sun just got a little closer to the ground. You begin the next day with cautious optimism. The cows seem unusually cooperative. No mysterious disappearances, no hoofprints leading backward, no cryptic river gods complaining about their sediment trauma. Even Hermes is behaving, if you can call balancing a pomegranate on his nose behavior. Apollo, meanwhile, has decided to get serious. He marches up to the edge of the pasture, holding a stick he's calling a divine staff. It's definitely just a very straight tree branch, and announces we're implementing structure. You stifle a laugh. Structure rotations, shifts, grazing zones, like a schedule. He nods, very official. We'll split the field into quadrants: south for morning grazing, north for evening chewing. Shade breaks at second sun angle. You blink. What's a sun angle? Apollo gestures vaguely at the sky. Just watch the light. Hermes raises his hand. Will there be snack breaks? Apollo pauses. If you bring your own. Hermes pulls a fig out of his sleeve, already ahead of you, and so the plan begins. Apollo strides around the field, poking the ground with his staff and muttering things like, "This shall be Zone A, and do not trample here sacred time." You trail behind, trying to keep the cows from stepping directly on his newly mapped lines. Hermes follows too, offering very unhelpful commentary. This part feels cursed. Can we call it the Forbidden Zone? Numb. I'm naming it anyway. By late morning, the cows are, well, not organized exactly, but at least vaguely more grouped. The bigger ones have gravitated toward a thistle patch, while the calves have found a dry slope perfect for lying on and staring into nothing. You settle on a nearby rock. Apollo's scribbling in the dirt with a stick, some kind of chart maybe. Hermes has disappeared again, but you've learned not to worry unless you hear a loud pop or smell something sweet and suspicious. It's peaceful, almost too peaceful. Then you notice something shiny glinting near a hoof print. You wander over and crouch down. It's a sandal print with wings. You stand up slowly. Apollo. He looks up. You point. He groans. You follow the trail. A few backward prints, a few sideways ones, and this is new, a set of hoof prints balanced on top of the sandal prints, like someone was trying to disguise where the cows had been by wearing them. Historians still argue whether this technique was Hermes's invention or a bizarre coincidence born of divine boredom. Either way, it's happening again. You find Hermes near the olive grove, reclining against a tree with a smirk so wide it should be illegal. Behind him, 3 cows tied in an intricate braid formation. They look unimpressed. Apollo stomps over. Why? Hermes shrugs. They followed me. They never follow me. Maybe they like my aura. Apollo throws up his hands. This isn't part of the quadrant system. Hermes grins. Exactly. You step in before someone starts launching fireballs or turning olives into projectiles. All right, you say, hands raised. Let's treat this as a learning moment. Apollo crosses his arms. I've learned he has no respect for boundaries. Hermes nods solemnly. It's true. I don't. You glance at the cows still tangled together in what may be an ancient precursor to macrame. Let's just untie these first. As you work on unbraiding them, one of them has Hermes's lyre string woven into its tail. You notice something else. The cows seem calmer around him. Not tamer exactly, but more curious. One is sniffing his hair, another is licking his sandal. Hermes notices too. I think they like me. Apollo scoffs. Cows don't like, they tolerate. Hermes leans back. Sure, and yet here we are, with the cows near me. You finish the last knot and step back. The cows wander away, tails swaying like slow pendulums. The moment is oddly serene. Apollo shakes his head. If I ever get out of this, I'm writing a hymn about not trusting toddlers. Hermes pulls a fig from his sleeve and takes a bite. If you ever get out of this, I'm starting a cow cult. You pause. You say that like it's a joke. Hermes winks. Isn't it? The three of you walk back toward the center of the field. The cows are grazing. The sun is warm. Even the weird smell near the barn has faded, or you've just grown used to it. You're starting to understand something no scroll ever bothered to write down. Divine punishment isn't always fire and brimstone. Sometimes it's repetition. It's slow days and dirty feet. It's arguing with your immortal sibling about hoof patterns and getting sunburned while trying to protect your dignity in front of a herd. And somehow, in the quiet between those moments, the gods get a little more human. The next morning, Apollo wakes up in a mood. Not the regular kind of divine huffiness you've come to expect. This is deeper, quieter, like the kind of sulk reserved for artists who've been forced to do accounting. You find him sitting on a log, scribbling in the dirt with a stick. The cows are still asleep. Hermes is using one as a pillow. What now, you ask gently, taking a seat beside him. Apollo sighs. I had a dream that I was stuck doing this for eternity. Just me, cows, and Hermes forever. You glance around. Are you sure you're awake? He shoots you a look, but it softens quickly. Do you think Zeus is enjoying this? You shrug. Probably. He gets bored easily. Apollo draws a cow in the dirt. It's terrible. He said I needed humility, said I was too caught up in glory and gold and the music of the spheres. You look at the lopsided cow drawing. Well, now you have the music of the cud. There's a long pause. Apollo chuckles. That's actually clever. You smile. Progress. The cows begin to stir, stretching and shifting like a patch of slow-moving fog. Hooves clop softly against the dry grass. Hermes, still lying on one cow's flank, mumbles something about figs and turns over. Today's task is a simple one. Lead the cows to the southern grove for grazing and check on the watering ditch. Seems easy enough, but you've learned that in this job simple is often a trap. Apollo takes the lead, humming something under his breath. Hermes follows, tossing olive pits into the air and catching them in his mouth. You fall in behind the cows, swatting lazily at flies and trying not to step in anything ancient. The trail to the southern grove winds along a small ridge overlooking a shallow gully filled with sun-bleached rocks and patches of fennel. It's quiet, too quiet. That's when you hear it a rustling, low, repetitive, with the sound of something sniffing. Apollo raises a hand. Everyone freezes. From the grove, a head emerges. It's a boar, a big one, bristly tusked and currently very interested in one of the cows. Hermes squints. I think it likes salad. You groan. Not again. Apollo steps forward and lifts his staff. Shoo. The boar does not shoo. It grunts and takes a step forward. You consider your options. There's no sword, no divine lightning, just sticks, sandals, and a god with a mild identity crisis. Apollo looks at you, distracted. You blink. Why me? I'm the god of music and prophecy, not boar herding. I'm a mortal. Hermes raises a hand. I volunteer. You both look at him. He grins, not to fight it, to narrate. With an exasperated sigh, you grab a loose branch and wave it. The boar snorts. You wave harder. It steps back, hesitates, then turns and lumbers away with all the grace of a hairy barrel on legs. You collapse back onto the grass. Apollo helps you up, expression unreadable. You're braver than I expected. You dust off your tunic. You say that like it's a compliment. Hermes claps slowly. I award you one laurel leaf. He places a dandelion behind your ear. You let him. Why fight it? The cows resume their slow march, oblivious as always. Salad is licking a tree. The grove opens up before you, golden light filtering through the leaves like honey poured over stone. You settle in a shady spot and watch as the herd fans out across the grass. It's peaceful again, for now. Apollo sits beside you silent for a while. Historians still argue whether Apollo's time as a herdsman softened him or simply gave him new material for brooding epics. He doesn't look like he's brooding now. He looks content, not glowing, not regal, just a guy in the grass watching cows eat. You know he says quietly, I hated this at first. I noticed, but lately, he trails off. Then, it's not so bad. Hermes strolls over and drops onto the grass. Told you, cow therapy. You close your eyes and let the moment stretch. The breeze carries the bell of time and dust. Bees hum in the distance. One of the calves sneezes, and for the first time, no one complains. By mid-afternoon, you're back in the upper pasture, following the cows as they lazily swish their tails and pretend to care about Apollo's newly drawn grazing boundaries. The air is warm, but not oppressive, and the sky has that soft, lazy blue that makes you want to lie in the dirt and forget your own name. Apollo, however, is not in a relaxed mood. He's pacing the field with a stick like a philosopher who's misplaced his lecture notes, muttering about balance and efficiency and something that sounds suspiciously like annual yield. You point to a cow chewing on a bush. Is that part of the plan? Apollo frowns. That's the buffer zone. She's trespassing. Hermes materializes from behind a tree, casually holding a scroll and munching on what might be an underripe pomegranate. Did someone say trespassing Apollo groans? Please don't turn this into a trial. Hermes unrolls the scroll. Too late. I hereby summon the field court of cow law. You look around. Where's the judge? Hermes points to a large rock. Behold, Justice Boulder, you sigh. This again. Today's case, Hermes declares the cow versus the South Shrub Cluster. Apollo drops his stick and walks away. The trial proceeds with Hermes questioning the cow by mooing at it, and then interpreting the silence as a confession. He bangs a fig branch against the rock for dramatic effect. You sit nearby, chin in hand, watching as Salad the cow accidentally eats the evidence. Verdict mildly guilty, Hermes announces. Sentence 1, nap, and a handful of thistles. Justice is swift and weird. Eventually, Apollo returns. He's found a small scroll of his own, probably something borrowed from a forgotten temple library. He gestures for you to sit, then opens it like it's a treasure chest. This, he says, is a real herding manual from Mycenaean times. You blink. Wait. The Mycenaeans had cattle guides. Apollo nods proudly. Very organized people loved inventory. It says here, you should always greet your herd in the morning to align their spirit with the sun. You glance at the cows. One is eating dirt, another is licking its own ear. You raise an eyebrow. Apollo clears his throat and walks over to the nearest cow. He places a hand gently on its head and says, "Blessings of Helios be upon you, noble creature." The cow sneezes directly into his face. You try so hard not to laugh. You fail. Historians still argue whether early rituals like this were spiritual, superstitious, or just an ancient form of cow flattery. Apollo wipes his face and mutters, "Spiritual, my foot." Later, you all gather under the olive tree for a break. It's become your unofficial headquarters, complete with shade ants and a rock that's just the right height to put your feet up. Hermes lies flat on his back, arms behind his head, squinting at the clouds. Do you think cows dream? You pause. About what? Maybe grass that doesn't move, or rivers with no frogs. You consider this. Maybe they dream of not being herded. Apollo chuckles. Maybe I dream of not hurting them. You all fall quiet for a while. There's something in the air today, something softer, not resignation, but rhythm, a slow acceptance of the pace of things. You realize you've started to recognize each cow, not just by spots or horns, but by personality. Salad is curious and messy. The tall one with the notch in her ear loves standing in shade. The little one with the crooked tail, she's a wanderer, always testing the boundary lines. You're learning the herd, and more surprisingly, Apollo is too. He starts keeping count without being asked, fixes the fence without cursing, tunes his lyre in a key you've come to associate with sunset. And Hermes, well, he's building a miniature throne out of olive pits. But that's probably just his way of processing things. As the sky begins to turn honey-colored, Apollo stands and dusts himself off. He looks taller, somehow. Not glowing, but grounded. "Let's head in," he says. It's nearly starlight. You walk with him, herding the cows gently down the path toward the barn, or what passes for one. The air is cooler now, and the shadows longer. And though you're tired, scratched, and still a little sore from yesterday's boar incident, you can't help but feel calm. Like maybe, just maybe, you were meant to be here, at least for now. The stars blink awake, one by one, sleepy diamonds against the deepening velvet sky. You're stretched out on a patch of dry grass near the barn arms behind your head, watching them multiply like someone spilled a handful of sugar across the heavens. A cow somewhere to your left lets out a long, low sigh. You respond in kind. Apollo sits a few feet away, tuning his lyre with the kind of quiet focus you rarely see from him. No divine flair, no dramatic sighing, just fingers moving, adjusting strumming. The melody he finds is soft, slow, and warm, something that sounds a little like twilight itself. Hermes is balancing on one leg, on top of a barrel, eyes closed, arms out. I'm practicing being a star. You glance up. They don't wobble that much. He shrugs. This one does. Apollo keeps playing unfazed. The music drifts across the pasture, and for a moment, even the cows seem to listen. They're all lying down now, curled up in loose clusters, their sides rising and falling in quiet rhythm. Salad is snoring. You shift slightly and whisper, "Do you ever miss Olympus?" Apollo stops strumming just for a beat. "I miss the view," he says. And the silence. You smile. Silence. With Zeus around, Apollo chuckles. Okay, selective silence. Hermes hops off the barrel and flops down next to you. "I miss the snacks. Didn't you just steal half a fig tree? Doesn't count." Olympus figs are pre-washed. There's another long pause, a peaceful one, the kind that only comes after a day full of small triumphs and small disasters that cancel each other out. You sit up a bit and glance toward the tree line. "What do you think Zeus is doing right now?" Hermes immediately replies, "Trying to win at board games." "Failing." Apollo smirks, trying to look wise in front of Athena. You nod, trying not to get hit by Hera. Everyone laughs softly. Historians still argue whether the gods ever truly missed each other during their exiles or simply missed having an audience. Tonight, though, no one seems eager to return. The stars are clearer here than on Olympus, where the palace lights always glow too bright. Out here, you can see the Milky Way stretching like a soft ribbon overhead, and if you squint, you swear one of the stars winks back. Hermes starts humming just barely, and Apollo joins in plucking the lyre with a tenderness you didn't know he possessed. You don't know the tune, but it feels like it's always existed. Like something buried under dust and olive leaves remembered at last. As the music flows, a light wind rolls in from the east. It carries the scent of fennel and dry grass and something else. Something clean and cold, like mountain snow that hasn't melted yet. The cows shift in their sleep. One moos softly dreamlike. You close your eyes, and in that moment, with gods beside you, stars above you, and cows snoring gently in the dark, you feel something rare, something true. Stillness. Not the absence of movement, but a kind of balance, a pause in the ever-spinning chaos. You didn't expect to find it here, in this dusty pasture full of divine egos and hoof prints. But it's here anyway. When the music finally fades, no one speaks right away. The silence that follows is thick and golden. Apollo finally whispers, "Not bad for a punishment." Hermes nods. "I'd rate it slightly above eternal chains, slightly below ambrosia buffet." You chuckle, eyelids drooping. "I'd rate it sleepy." Apollo lies back beside you. Hermes curls up at your feet, fig pits spilling from his pockets. And slowly, the gods drift off too, not because they need to, not because sleep claims them as it does mortals, but because something in the night says rest. The sky hums softly above you, a lullaby without words. And the cows somehow have never looked more peaceful. Morning returns with a breeze and the faint scent of cows who have absolutely no sense of personal space. You wake up nose to nose with one, her breath warm, her eyes judging. It's salad, of course. She blinks slowly and licks your forehead. "Good morning to you too," you mumble, wiping cow drool off your face with the corner of your tunic. Apollo is already up, hair annoyingly perfect, as usual pacing the fence line with his staff in hand like a solar-powered shepherd. Hermes is still asleep on his back, a fig leaf stuck to his cheek, muttering something about the secret geometry of cheese. You stand, stretch, and scan the pasture. Everything seems surprisingly normal. No hoofprints leading into the sky, no missing cows, no divine complaints about snack allocation. You hear Apollo muttering something about milk duty, and for a moment you consider pretending you didn't hear. But it's too late. He spots you. There you are, he says, clearly having decided this will be a productive day. We're milking them. You blink. We're what milking? The cows, you know, for completeness. Since when do sun gods milk anything Apollo huffs? Since Zeus told me to embrace the mortal experience. Historians still argue whether that quote was literal or simply Zeus being vague again. You glance at the cows. They glance back. One flicks her ear like she knows what's coming and is not impressed. You and Apollo spend the next half hour fumbling with wooden buckets, trying to coax cooperation from animals who clearly did not sign up for this. The first attempt is a disaster. The second, also a disaster, but slightly wetter. The third cow kicks the bucket clean across the pasture, Hermes now awake and eating a piece of bread of mysterious origin watches with great amusement. You're squeezing it like it owes you money. It keeps kicking me, Apollo snaps. Maybe because you haven't named her, Hermes says with a shrug. Apollo looks at the cow, then at you. What's a dignified name for a cow? You pause. Philomena. The cow moos softly. Apollo blinks. Did she approve? She has good taste. He tries again, slower this time, more careful, and to your combined amazement, milk trickles into the bucket. It's working, Apollo whispers. Praise the gods, you mutter, and immediately regret the irony. Eventually, you each manage to milk a few of them. Hermes insists on naming all the buckets. Yours is Melissa. Apollo's is Solar Cream. Hermes names his Dairy Potter. You're too tired to argue. While you rest in the shade, Hermes begins crafting tiny butter molds out of hollowed fig halves. I'm going to start a brand, he declares. Ambrosia Moo for the discerning deity. Apollo ignores him and pulls out his lyre, tuning it, while humming the same soft melody from last night. He's not showy about it today, just calm, almost content. You glance toward the cows, who are now grazing quietly. Philomena gives you a slow blink of respect. Or indigestion. It's hard to tell with cows. Then movement from the grove. You squint. There's someone approaching, not a god this time. A boy, maybe 12 or 13, barefoot, and clutching a crooked walking stick. He steps hesitantly into the clearing, eyes wide. Apollo immediately stiffens. Mortal, Hermes waves. Hi, you walk toward the boy. Slowly, hands raised. It's all right. We're travelers, cattle herders. The boy nods, looking both nervous and awestruck. I heard the music, he says, pointing to Apollo. Thought it was a festival. Apollo raises an eyebrow. Do I look like a festival? Yes. Hermes answers for him. The boy's eyes linger on the cows. You have so many. Are you selling them? You shake your head. Just watching them for now, he looks disappointed. My father's fields are dry. We've got one cow left, but she won't give milk. He says it's cursed. Apollo steps forward, something sharp and thoughtful in his gaze. Where are your fields? The boy gestures eastward. Near the olive press, we live just above the stream. Hermes leans over, the cursed cow. Is she sneezing figs or floating? The boy frowns. No, she just won't eat. Apollo considers this, then nods once. Take some of this milk. Your father can mix it into her feed. Warm it first. She'll eat again. You blink. Since when do you know cow remedies? Apollo shrugs. I read the scroll. Hermes gasps. He read a scroll. The boy thanks you both, shyly. You fill a small clay jar from solar cream and hand it over. He tucks it under one arm, bows deeply, and disappears into the grove. As the leaves rustle behind him, a silence settles again. You look at Apollo. That was kind of you. He shrugs, but his posture says more than his words. The cows moo softly. The sun filters through olive branches. And for the first time, you get the sense that maybe, just maybe, Apollo is beginning to understand what this strange, slow punishment was really about. By the time the boy disappears back into the trees, the light has shifted. It's afternoon now, the kind of golden slant that makes even flies look picturesque. The cows have meandered to the far end of the field, casually ignoring all the boundaries Apollo drew earlier with such care. One of them is lying directly on top of what was once Zone B. Apollo watches expression unreadable. They're doing it on purpose. You nod. Probably. Hermes lounging upside down on a rock, with his legs kicking in the air, hums to himself. Or maybe they've transcended boundaries. Maybe they're enlightened. You squint at a cow, gnawing on a sandal. Hermes definitely left unattended. That one's chewing enlightenment. Apollo sighs and sets his lyre down beside him. We need a new approach. You raise a brow. To what exactly? Grazing cow philosophy to leadership. He stands, brushing off his robes, striking a heroic pose that doesn't quite land due to the fig leaf stuck to his elbow. I've been doing this all wrong. Hermes sits up slightly. Do tell. Apollo gestures to the field like he's addressing an invisible symposium. I've been trying to control them, herd them like mortals herd their livestock. But maybe they're not meant to be controlled. You glance at the herd, which has just knocked over the water trough. Are we talking about cows or gods? Both, he says solemnly. You lie back and close your eyes. Oh no, he's having a pastoral epiphany. Historians still argue whether Apollo's turn toward rustic reflection was genuine growth or just boredom with his usual dramatic flair. To his credit, Apollo doesn't get defensive. He just paces a few steps, picks up his staff, and plants it firmly in the dirt. New plan, he announces. We're going to lead by inspiration. Hermes perks up. Can I wear a wreath? You sigh. Please don't start a cult. Too late. Hermes, within seconds, is weaving olive branches into a crown, reciting a hymn that may or may not be improvised on the spot. Apollo begins composing a speech under his breath. You suspect he's hoping the cows will listen, perhaps moo, in reverent unison. The cows, as always, are unconcerned. Apollo climbs onto a low rock, one that isn't too slippery or too dramatic, and clears his throat. O noble beasts of the meadow, he begins, voice rich and smooth, gentle stewards of digestion, unhurried masters of contemplation. Hermes whispers to you. He's monologuing to cows again. You whisper back, let him have this. Apollo continues, arms moving with slow emphasis. Today we graze not as scattered wanderers, but as a unified herd. One purpose, one path, one pasture. There's a long pause. A cow belches. Hermes applauds. She felt that one. Apollo lowers his arms slowly, shoulders drooping. Right. Inspiration, not a high priority in bovine society. You approach him and pat his back gently. At least they didn't run away this time. Progress, he mutters. And honestly, it is. Instead of forcing the cows into neat lines or dragging them across the field by stubborn rope, you all just walk slowly together, and the cows somehow begin to follow. Not all at once, not in formation, but one by one they rise, stretch, and trudge along behind you, tails swaying, hooves tapping soft rhythms into the earth. Hermes skips ahead, humming a tune that sounds suspiciously like last night's lullaby. Apollo walks beside you, quiet for once. You strangely are the one leading. You don't look back until the field begins to narrow and the trees on either side form a natural gate. When you do, you're surprised to see them all still behind you, all 20-something cows. No rope, no pushing, just following. They trust you, Apollo says softly. You shrug. Maybe they're just tired. Same thing. The grove you enter is older than the field, thick with shadow and speckled light, soft moss underfoot. You let the cows graze freely, watching as they wander among the trees, pausing now and then to swat flies or blink slowly at nothing. Hermes lies back on a mossy rock and announces, "We should build a temple here for the cows." Apollo looks like he might object, but stops himself. We could call it the sanctuary of slow wisdom. You nod, or the utter oracle. Hermes claps his hands. Yes. With a sacred bell that rings once every full moon, you chuckle, shaking your head. Why not? The three of you sit in the shade while the cows meander. No drama, no escape attempts, no divine interference from thunder-wielding relatives. Just the warm hush of afternoon, the occasional snort, and the rustle of olive leaves. It feels like something important is settling in, not a grand conclusion, not some Olympian proclamation, just contentment. And in the middle of that stillness, Apollo leans toward you and murmurs, "I think I understand now." You glance at him. Sometimes he says you lead not with power, but with patience. You smile. Took you long enough. He smirks, still faster than Zeus ever figured out how a door works. You both laugh quietly, and above you the sunlight filters through the leaves, soft and golden. The cows graze, the gods sit still, and you feel the strange, wonderful peace of everything finally being where it needs to be. You return to the main pasture in the late afternoon sun, lower, now stretching shadows across the dust and giving the entire field that drowsy golden glow that makes everything look like a memory. The cows surprisingly walk ahead of you unhurried, but confident, like they've figured out the way home without needing guidance. Salad trots a little, ears flopping. You suspect she's looking for another bush to destroy. Apollo walks beside you in silence, staff tapping the ground rhythmically. Hermes has tied two twigs together and is trying to use them as pretend wings. You glance at Apollo, still feeling philosophical. He nods. I think I'm ready to call this tolerable. That's practically a love letter from you. He chuckles softly. Let's not get carried away. As you step over the threshold of the pasture, such as it is, considering most of the fence is either decorative or vaguely threatening, you notice something's different. For one, there's a visitor waiting at the edge of the barn. He's tall, lanky, wearing robes the color of river mud, and holding a scroll so long it brushes the grass. His eyebrows are spectacular, arched like bridges, and furrowed like someone who's never trusted a joke. Apollo narrows his eyes. Who's this? The man clears his throat. I am Archivist Theron of the Sacred Registry of Divine Assignments. Hermes leans in. Oh no, it's an auditor. Archivist Theron bows deeply, which somehow still manages to feel condescending. I've come to observe and document the terms of your labor as per Zeus's decree. Apollo's jaw tightens. It's been days. Precisely, says Theron, which means we must assess, progress, reflect on lessons, and he glances toward the cows, evaluate the integrity of the herd. You raise your hand. What does that last part mean? Cows, Theron replies flatly, are notoriously difficult to assess. We shall begin with counting. Historians still argue whether this visit was genuinely for record keeping or Zeus's way of twisting the olive branch. Theron pulls out a stylus, raises it, and begins 1, 2, 3. It takes a while. The cows are not particularly cooperative. One of them walks in a circle. Another stands behind a tree and peeks out every time Theron looks away. At one point, Hermes lifts a goat onto his shoulders and tries to pass it off as number 17. Wrong texture, Theron says without looking up. You suppress a grin. Eventually, after much squinting and a brief debate over whether the small brown one had been counted twice, Theron records a final number, 22. Complete, he says, rolling up his scroll. No absences, no mutations, no spontaneous combustions. That's the standard, you ask. You'd be surprised. Apollo folds his arms. So, are we finished? Theron pauses. There is still the matter of demonstrated humility. Apollo's mouth twitches. Define demonstrated. Theron gestures around vaguely. Evidence of patience, growth, suffering, possibly a blister. Hermes lifts his foot. I have 3. No one asked. Theron replies. He turns to you. And you? What do you believe he has learned? You glance at Apollo. His hair is tangled. His robes are dusty. His eyes are no longer glowing with celestial arrogance, but with something softer. Weariness, maybe, or clarity. You nod slowly. He listened. He tried, and he didn't explode even once. Theron scribbles something on his parchment. Acceptable. Apollo exhales, barely audible. Does that mean I'm done? Not quite, Theron says. Hermes gasps. Plot twist. Theron continues unbothered. Zeus requires a final task, a test of grace. You must recite your experience in the form of a poetic report. Apollo's eyes go wide. You're joking. Theron blinks. I have never joked. Hermes claps excitedly. Ode time. You sit down on a rock. You better make this good. Apollo groans. Fine, but I'm not rhyming cow. He stands, adjusts his robes, and lifts his chin. The sky obligingly provides a gentle breeze. The cows shuffle into an audience-like formation. One lies down, which somehow adds gravitas. Apollo begins. In fields not mine, beneath the mortal sky I walked with hooves and humbled stride. The lyre fell silent, the sun stood still, and I obeyed the pasture's will. Hermes swoons, you smile. Apollo continues, voice steady, more honest than grand. I named the beasts and learned their pace. I lost my rank, but found some grace. No throne of gold, no blazing flame, just dirt and sweat and moo by name. Even Theron looks mildly impressed. Apollo finishes. So now I leave not with a roar, but knowing cows and something more. Silence, then a single moo, then Hermes clapping wildly. 10 out of 10 would graze again. Theron nods once. Accepted. You may report to Olympus. Apollo looks at you. We. Theron corrects you. The mortal stays. You blink. Wait what Hermes gasps. Even I didn't see that twist coming. Theron turns to go. Zeus is unpredictable, and with that he vanishes in a puff of bureaucratic efficiency. You stare at Apollo. He stares back, and you realize you're not entirely disappointed because the cows are still here, and part of you kind of likes it that way. Apollo doesn't leave right away. For someone who just received clearance to return to Olympus, the golden halls, the adoration, the endlessly flattering sunshine, he seems curiously stalled. He stands near the olive tree, staring at the horizon, like it's holding a secret he hasn't earned yet. His lyre rests at his side, fingers trailing lazily across the strings, playing notes that don't quite form a tune. You approach carefully. You know you could be halfway to Mount Olympus by now. He doesn't look at you. I know. Hermes still lounging in a pile of straw, like a sentient scarecrow mutters, he's got barn withdrawal. Apollo exhales. I just thought I'd feel more triumphant. You raise an eyebrow. You milked cows for 5 days. This was never going to end with a parade. He turns to face you. His expression is soft but complicated. You're staying, you nod. Apparently, for now, he studies you. You don't seem upset. You glance around. The cows are clustered under the trees, snoozing or chewing, completely unbothered by the cosmic drama unfolding nearby. Salad is trying to wear a bucket on her head. I mean, you say slowly, I've got a herd, a field. No one's turned me into a bird or cursed my descendants. Hermes grins. Yet. You sigh and sit down on the nearest rock. Honestly, I've grown sort of fond of all this. Apollo joins you, lowering himself onto the grass like someone who hasn't done that much in his immortal life. It's strange, isn't it, how simple it is? And yet, it sticks. You both sit in silence for a while. Not awkward, not grand, just quiet, comfortable. Then from somewhere behind the barn, there's a crash. You stand. Hermes doesn't move. Oh, that's just marbles. Marbles, Apollo asks. One of the calves likes knocking over water jars. Apollo raises a brow. You named a calf Marbles. You gesture around. We've got Salad Melissa Dairy Potter. It's tradition now. He snorts. You've gone native. You grin. You say that like it's a bad thing. Apollo watches as you walk toward the barn to investigate the crash, trailing your fingers along the top of the fence. A few cows shuffle past, and one gives your arm a gentle nudge, like a thank you you don't remember earning. Inside the barn, leaning but still standing, you find Marbles licking the handle of a tipped-over bucket. She looks at you as if to say, "You should really fix this," and then goes back to licking. You set the bucket upright, pat her head, and return to the pasture. Apollo's still waiting by the tree. Hermes is now constructing a tiny temple out of fig twigs and declaring himself the patron god of pudding. No one stops him. Apollo rises as you approach. "I suppose I should go," he says, but he doesn't move. You look at him. You'll be missed. He tilts his head. "By you?" You smile. "Well, not by the cows." He chuckles, and for a second, you can almost see the god he was before all this, the charioteer, the poet, the radiant prince of Olympus. But now he carries something else in his gaze. Not just light, depth. "I'll check in," he says finally. You nod. "Bring feed." Hermes stands and brushes off his robe. "If you're going, I'm coming too." Olympus needs more chaos. You mean less order, Apollo corrects. Same thing. You walk with them to the edge of the field where the grass thins and the land slopes toward the river. The stream sparkles in the late light. The olive trees rustle and the scent of thyme trails behind the breeze. Apollo turns to you one last time. "You'll do fine," he says. "Maybe even better than I did." You shrug. "I have better handwriting." He laughs, genuinely. Then he lifts his lyre, and with a flash of light, soft this time, like the blink of a firefly, he and Hermes vanish. Just like that. No thunder, no trumpets, just quiet. You stand there for a moment, staring at the place where they stood, and then behind you a soft moo. You turn. The herd has gathered watching you with the collective curiosity of 22 creatures who never asked for any of this. You raise your arms. "All right," you say. "Let's check the fence. Then maybe figs." Philomena flicks her ear approvingly. You get to work, and as you move among the herd, feeling the sun slip lower, hearing the low, peaceful breathing of your new charges, you understand something that doesn't need to be said. This isn't Olympus, but it is something. And for now, that's more than enough. The next morning arrives quietly, with dew on the grass and the soft thudding of hooves as the cows rise, stretch, and begin their slow shuffle toward breakfast. There's a rhythm now, a cadence to the pasture, gentle and predictable. You wake before the sun crests the trees, not because anything's urgent, but because the day simply asks you to. You sit up, stretch, and glance around. Salad is already attempting to headbutt the empty feed barrel. Philomena is standing very still in the middle of a thistle patch, eyes closed, like she's meditating. Marbles is licking a fence post as usual. You smile to yourself. Somehow, this is your life now. You grab a bucket and begin your morning rounds. There's something soothing about it. The repetition, the little tasks that only make sense once you're doing them. Check the fence, still leaning. Scoop, the grain still lumpy. Inspect the watering trough, slightly invaded by frogs. All simple, all yours. By mid-morning, you're halfway through patching a loose plank near the barn when you hear a familiar voice from behind. Well, says Artemis dryly, I leave him alone for 1 week, and he's building fences. You turn around. She stands with one hand on her hip, bow slung casually over her shoulder, silver robes catching the morning light. There's a slight smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. Artemis, you say, surprised and a little flustered, welcome to the, estate. She surveys the field, taking in the cows, the handmade repairs, and what remains of Hermes' fig temple. Looks like Apollo didn't burn anything down. Not for lack of trying, you say. He just got better at missing. She chuckles. So it's true then. He actually finished the whole assignment. You nod, pointing to a spot in the grass. Right there. Gave a speech. Got a single moo as applause. Artemis raises an eyebrow. High praise from cows. She begins to walk slowly along the fence line, fingers brushing the top rail. You know, she says, most of us didn't think he'd last 2 days. Herding's not exactly in his skill set. You follow her gaze as she stops near Salad, who is currently trying to eat her own shadow. Neither is humility, you reply. Exactly, she says, which makes it even more interesting that he hasn't stopped talking about this place since he got back. You blink, really. Artemis nods. Something about cloven-hoofed philosophers and sunsets that don't try too hard. I think the cows got to him. You smile. They do that. She crouches beside one of the calves, tiny, wobbly-legged, still unnamed, and runs a hand over its back. You've got a knack, she says, after a moment. For cows, for stillness. You consider that. It wasn't easy at first. It never is, she says, standing again. But look at them. They're calm. Which means you're calm. Historians still argue whether Artemis ever openly complimented mortals, or whether she just allowed them to overhear something nice. You glance toward the barn, which is somehow still upright, despite the laws of physics, and the fact that Hermes used it as a dance stage for 3 nights straight. So you ask carefully, are you here to take over? She laughs. Gods, no. I don't do cows, or sun-shaped egos. Then why visit? She shrugs. Curiosity, and to see if you needed anything. You consider it. More rope, maybe fewer frogs. I'll tell the river god to chill. She starts to turn away, but pauses. One more thing. If you ever do want out of this, if Olympus starts calling your name, I can make a very convincing excuse, something involving a prophecy and the wrong cow getting knighted. You chuckle. Thanks. But I think I'm all right. Artemis nods. Then I'll leave you to it. She lifts her hand in farewell, and just like that, she's gone. No flash, no trumpets, just wind in the grass and the faint scent of wild mint where she stood. You return to the field and pick up your bucket again. The cows resume their grazing calm as ever. You get back to work, and for the rest of the day, whenever the breeze brushes your face or the sunlight catches just right on the barn's crooked roof, you feel a quiet little pride settle in your chest. You weren't sent here to be a hero, or a prophet, or a legend. You were sent to herd cows, and by the gods, you're getting pretty good at it. Afternoon drapes over the pasture like a sleepy blanket, and you find yourself with a rare moment of stillness. No escaped cows, no divine drop-ins, no fresh disasters involving fence posts or Hermes' inventions, which last time included a spinning yoke powered by goat irritation. Today, you're fixing a section of the fence that's been on the brink of collapse since day one. 3 posts each with a questionable tilt, held together more by optimism than by wood. It's the kind of repair that takes patience, balance, and a willingness to be headbutted at least twice. Philomena is supervising, of course. She stands a few paces away, staring at you with the steely gaze of someone who's seen things, most of them edible. Every time you adjust the beam, she snorts, judgingly. You know you say aloud, adjusting a knot, it wouldn't kill you to offer some help. She blinks slowly and licks the fence. Hermes would be proud. You manage to tighten the last rope into place and step back, hands on hips, sweat stinging your eyes. It's not elegant. It leans a little, but it holds small victories. You've learned to savor them. From somewhere nearby, you hear hoofbeats, unhurried but distinct. Turning, you see one of the local demigods approaching. A wiry boy, maybe 14, with sunburned shoulders and a bronze dagger hanging loosely from a rope belt. His name is Aeson, and he smells strongly of onions and pine sap. He stops at the edge of the field and squints. You the cow guy? You nod, wiping your hands on your tunic. I guess that's me now. My aunt says you're a minor hero. Said you made Apollo cry. You smirk. Only a little. He glances at the herd. You ever lose one? Almost, you say. One wandered off toward the river, but came back humming. Aeson tilts his head. Humming long story. He scratches his chin. I've got a calf with a limp. Think she stepped on a thorn. Can't get near her without getting kicked. You nod slowly. Want help. Aeson shrugs. If you're not too busy with your cow fan club. You glance at your herd. Salad is asleep on her own foot again. Marbles is standing motionless, with a daisy on her head. The rest are clustered in the shade, looking entirely unbothered. I've got time. You grab your kit, basic tools, a few herbs, and a pouch of fig pieces, and follow Aeson down a narrow path flanked by dry shrubs and sleepy bees. The boy doesn't talk much, which suits you fine. The sun is warm, but not punishing. The wind carries a faint trace of rosemary and clay. You reach a small enclosure near a low stone house where a single calf limps around in slow circles, clearly irritated with everything. She's called Nika, Aeson says. It means victory. You approach slowly, crouching low, voice gentle. Hey there, Nika. Let's take a look at that hoof. Yeah. The calf eyes you, nostrils flaring. You pull a fig piece from your pouch and hold it out. She sniffs, licks it, then miraculously doesn't kick you. You ease forward, check her leg, and find the culprit a tiny thorn lodged just above the hoof, nearly invisible. With careful fingers, you remove it and rub a little crushed basil and olive oil onto the spot. She'll be sore for a day, but she'll walk fine, you say. Aeson watches arms folded. You do this a lot. You smile. More than I expected. He nods once. Thanks. You stand, stretch, and dust off your knees. Any time, as you walk back toward your field, you realize something. You've started carrying yourself differently, not with divine arrogance or mortal clumsiness, but with the quiet steadiness of someone who knows how to do one small thing well. You return to the pasture as the sun tips lower. The cows greet you with their usual blend of indifference and chewing. Salad moos once and returns to licking a log. You sit under the olive tree breath, slowing, and feel a small, honest pride. Historians still argue whether this period of cow care produced any lasting legacy, or whether it simply gave one mortal an unexpected sense of purpose. Either way, you're here, you're ready for tomorrow, and your fence. Still standing, by now your midday routine has a rhythm. Check the cow's patch. What needs patching, offer a polite nod to the sun, and settle under the old fig tree with whatever you've managed to scavenge for lunch. Today's meal is olives, barley cakes, and a chunk of hard cheese you swear came from the underworld. It squeaks when you chew it. But it's food. The cows are fed. The fence is still holding, and no gods have appeared in at least a day, which you're beginning to count as a win. You lean back against the tree trunk, squinting at the clouds. Then footsteps. You look up to find a stranger entering the pasture. Not divine, not mortal exactly, somewhere in between. She's dressed in layered linen arms, tanned from work, and carries the woven basket in one hand. She walks with the calm purpose of someone used to leading goats away from cliffs. "You're the cow watcher?" she asks, stopping just short of your patch of shade. You sit up, among other things. She sets down the basket. "My name's Lysa. I came from the village near the olive press." You nod, recognizing the area. "What brings you to the herd?" She lifts the lid of her basket and reveals a collection of herbs, small jars, and flatbread wrapped in fig leaves. "Trade. I bring herbs for wounds and insects. In return, I was told you have milk." You smile. Apollo's handiwork lives on. Historians still argue whether divine milk had any nutritional advantage, or whether it just tasted faintly of prophecy. You rise, dusting off your tunic, and walk with her toward the shelter where you've been storing your less explosive buckets. The one labeled Solar Cream still has a faint golden shimmer, but you choose Melissa instead, mild, reliable, and only lightly enchanted. You offer the jar. Lysa examines it with the practiced eye of someone who once tasted goat milk stored too close to pickled garlic. She nods, satisfied. In return, she hands you a wrapped square of flatbread. "Try this. It's made with crushed thyme and a little honey." You bite. It's soft, fragrant, and just sweet enough to make your knees go weak. "I'd trade a cow for this," you say, around a mouthful. Lysa raises an eyebrow. "You'd miss them." You sigh. I probably would. You walk together along the edge of the pasture. She watches the herd with practiced curiosity. They're calm, she says. Healthier than most I've seen. You pause. That surprises me too. She points to Marbles, who is gently headbutting a fig tree in what may be either affection or a grudge match. That one's a little off. You nod. That's Marbles. She's special. As you talk, you find something odd happening. Comfort. Not the cautious politeness of visitors or the chaotic banter of gods, but a simple mortal ease. You talk about soil, about fig trees that lean too far, about rain that never comes when it should. She tells you about her grandmother, who once swore by bathing goat hooves in rosemary tea. You share the tale of Hermes trying to name a calf after every Olympian and being banned from 3 by popular cow vote. Eventually, the sun begins to lower, casting long streaks of light across the pasture. The cows wander toward the barn. One stops by Lisa sniffing her basket. She likes you, you say. She smells bread, Lisa replies, offering a crust. You walk her to the edge of the field. Before leaving, she glances back. You ever come to the village? You shake your head. Not yet. Cows keep me busy. Well, she says you should, when you get tired of talking to yourself. She smiles once, brief but real, then turns and walks back down the dusty path. You watch her go, then look out at your herd. Philomena is lying dramatically in a puddle. Salad has a stick in her mouth like it's a ceremonial baton. Marbles is trying to climb the fence again. You take a deep breath, feel the warmth of the flatbread still in your hand, and smile. You don't say it out loud, but something in you knows this life, this strange, quiet, slow life, is starting to feel like your own. You sleep well that night, deeper than usual. No strange dreams about singing cows, no sudden booms of divine footsteps, no Hermes yelling, I invented sleeping upside down from the rafters. Just rest. So naturally, when you wake, something's off. It starts small, an odd humming sound in the distance. You sit up, rub your eyes, and glance toward the pasture, and that's when you see it. One of the cows is back. Not just back from wandering back from Hermes's little heist. It's one of the original escapees, the ones who vanished when the godling first got the idea to tie their tails in decorative braids and led them into the hills backwards. This one wasn't among those recovered in the aftermath. But here she is now walking down the hillside path in the morning light. Humming, you blink, squint, rub your eyes again. Still humming, it's a low, breathy tune. Not words, not a song you recognize. Just soft, rhythmic noise rising from her throat like a lullaby from another dimension. She walks calmly, tail swaying, and joins the herd without fuss. Salad greets her by sniffing her ear. Marbles walks in a circle and falls over. Philomena lifts her head, blinks once, and then goes back to sleep. You step forward slowly, cautiously, like you're approaching a holy site with hooves. The cow turns to you, blinks serenely, and lets out one long, gentle hmm. That's it. Historians still argue whether this moment marked the first known case of cow-based divine resonance, or simply a new form of pastoral haunting. You crouch down beside her, watching. She's calm, unbothered. You check her hooves, no marks. Her ears, no sigils. Her breath smells like wild mint and thyme, which makes you wonder what she's been eating during her divine detour. You glance toward the hills, nothing but quiet grass and distant olive trees. So what does one do with a humming cow? You name her. You sit back on your heels, nod to yourself, and whisper melody. She blinks once in approval. Later that morning, as you go about your chores, Melody continues to hum, softly, not constantly, but enough to make you stop more than once and tilt your head listening. The cows don't seem to mind. In fact, they seem soothed. Even Marbles stops trying to chew her own tail. You find yourself working slower, more mindfully. You mend a broken gate hinge. You repack a feed bin with new straw. You even rehang one of Hermes's abandoned cow cult welcome signs just to keep the place looking presentable. By midday, the humming spreads. Another cow starts doing it, then a third. Soon, there's a kind of sleepy chorus echoing across the pasture, low melodic vibrations rising and falling in harmony. You sit down in the grass, stunned. Are the cows singing Apollo would love this, or hate it? You wish he were here just to see the expression on his face. The sound isn't loud, it's not eerie or sharp. It's warm, gentle, like a lullaby poured into the air itself. The kind of sound that vibrates your chest in a way that doesn't hurt, it just slows you down. You lie back and stare at the sky, blue, cloudless. The leaves in the olive trees rustle like applause, and in the background, cow harmony. Melody walks past you, brushing your shoulder, with her side still humming. For a brief, irrational moment, you wonder if she brought something back with her, something from Hermes, or from wherever she went. You remember what Apollo said before he left. Sometimes you lead not with power, but with patience. Maybe this is your reward. Not gold, not fame, not a laurel crown, just a humming herd, just quiet peace. As evening rolls in, the sound fades, not all at once, but slowly, like mist burning off in sunlight. One by one, the cows settle down. Their breathing deepens. Their bodies stretch across the earth like punctuation marks on an unfinished poem. You sit beneath the fig tree arms, around your knees, watching twilight settle over your field of singers. And you wonder what would the gods think, looking down now, that a mortal stayed, that a cow returned, that harmony was found in the unlikeliest of places. You smile to yourself, and softly under your breath you hum along. The next morning begins in silence, no humming, no divine visitors, just the regular rustle of wind in dry olive branches and the slow, sleepy stirrings of cows waking up in their usual half-graceful way, some stretching, some staggering, one rolling directly onto a watering bowl with a hollow clonk. You sit up in your usual spot by the fig tree, blinking at the golden light slipping through the leaves. Melody, the humming cow, is still here, still serene. But no sound passes her lips today. She grazes like the rest chews, like the rest, and flicks her tail as if nothing out of the ordinary happened yesterday. You wonder if you imagined the whole thing. Historians still argue whether this was a one-time enchantment or just very good cow breathing. You take a walk around the pasture, quietly checking for signs, hoof prints facing backward olive trees, mysteriously leafless, fresh fig thefts that reek of Hermes. But all is normal. The fence holds, the barn hasn't collapsed. No hoof prints go missing halfway across the dirt. Just cows, just mourning, just you. And honestly, that's enough. You finish your rounds. Give Marbles a very necessary head rub to keep her from chasing shadows again and settle under your usual tree for breakfast. Today's spread leftover barley cake, a fig, and a pinch of salt Lisa gave you the last time she visited. She called it storm salt made from water taken from the sea during a lightning storm and dried over thyme branches. You don't know if it really has any powers, but it makes the barley cake taste like a warm day at the edge of the world. You're halfway through the fig when you hear it hoofbeats, not your cows. Faster, lighter, you stand. A rider crests the ridge at the far end of the field, stirring up little clouds of dust behind her. She wears a green cloak, too long for the weather, and carries a satchel strapped tightly across her back. Her horse, short-legged Shaggy, and very determined trots directly up to the edge of the field and halts with practiced drama. She dismounts. You approach slowly, hand raised. "Can I help you?" "I was told," she says, pulling a folded piece of parchment from her satchel. "You're the one who dealt with the river god, who hates cow water." You blink. "Inokos." She nods. He's sulking again. Claims someone sent frogs upstream as a message. You glance toward the watering trough. There have been a few more frogs lately. "I didn't send them," you say, honestly. The rider squints at you. "Are you sure?" You gesture to Salad, who is chewing a shoe. "I don't exactly command amphibians." She exhales. "Fine. Still, the elders say he won't stop flooding our reed beds unless the cow whisperer comes to speak to him personally." You stare. "They call me what cow whisperer," she says flatly. "You've got a reputation." You glance back toward your herd. One of the calves has decided to nap in the feed trough. Reputation indeed. You rub your temple. "All right, I'll come talk to him." She nods, then glances at your cows. They always this expressive. You nod. "That one sings." She narrows her eyes. "Which one?" "Only on Tuesdays." She squints harder. You decide not to explain. You follow her back up the path toward the stream bend, where Inokos apparently waits in one of his usual puddle forms, sulking and threatening localized flooding. The talk goes as expected. Inokos is swirling dramatically in a shallow pool, declaring that no proper stream should be subject to bovine contaminants, while you try to explain the cows are not targeting him with frogs. Eventually, you offer to reroute the watering trough and drop a few thyme bundles in his stream as an apology. He grumbles but agrees. Crisis averted. Again. By the time you return to the pasture, the sun is lower, casting golden streaks over the field. Melody greets you with a soft, low moo. Salad licks your hand. Marbles is somehow stuck inside the fence again. You exhale, shake your head fondly, and help her out. And in the fading light, you realize something. You're no longer just watching cows. You're responsible for them. You know their patterns, their moods, their mischief. You know which fig trees are best, which fence post is weakest, and when to expect thunder gods throwing paperwork. And strange as it is, this world of slow feet, warm sun, and gentle mooing, it suits you even if the cows sometimes hum, especially if they hum. Evening has become your favorite time, not just for the golden light or the breeze that finally starts pulling heat out of the dirt, not even for the way the cows lie down in groups, curling up like ancient oversized cats. No, it's something else. It's the pause, the exhale after the slow chaos of the day. You find yourself walking the perimeter fence again, not out of duty really, but out of habit. A check-in, a small loop of movement to settle your own body. There's something reassuring in the way the fence posts cast long, familiar shadows, how the dust crunches under your sandals, how the frogs begin to chorus just as the sky deepens from peach to lavender. You pause at the far edge of the pasture, where the fig tree bends at an angle you've always meant to fix, but never will. From here, you can see the entire field. Cows, barn, bucket pile, that strange altar Hermes made out of flat stones and cow bones, now used exclusively as a sunbathing spot for salad. You never meant for any of this to feel like home, but here it is. You turn back toward the herd and begin your slow stroll. Philomena is already down for the night. Marbles is standing completely still in the middle of the path, probably trying to remember what she was doing. Melody is humming again, just once, soft, like an old tune caught in the throat of the wind. It's not loud enough to start a chorus, not like before, but it's there. A single note, resonant, full, warm. You stop walking. She lifts her head and looks at you. You smile, welcome back. She doesn't respond, of course, she's a cow, but you could swear something flickers behind those eyes, something half divine, half bovine, as if she's carrying some quiet, celestial joke that no one else would understand. You pat her side as you pass, and she returns to grazing like nothing happened. As you reach the barn, you notice something new, a small bundle of herbs tied to one of the posts. You didn't place it there, and it's not your usual village bundle either. The leaves are darker, with a faint shimmer to their edges. Attached is a scrap of parchment, tied with a thread that glows faintly in the dark. You untie it, unfold it, and read the single word, thanks. No signature, no symbols, but you know the handwriting, Apollo. Historians still argue whether this was a farewell, a gift, or simply proof that gods do in fact feel guilty now and then. You tuck the note into your belt and leave the herbs where they are. Whatever they are, the cows seem content. That's what matters. You finish your circuit and return to your spot beneath the olive tree, where your half-full water skin rests beside a bundle of barley cake. You take a sip, tear off a piece, and settle in. The stars arrive slowly tonight, one by one, like they've forgotten how to shine until reminded. You find a few old favorites in the sky, Orion's belt, the lazy curl of the Pleiades, that one constellation Hermes insists is actually a goat doing a cartwheel. You lie back and close your eyes for a moment, then footsteps. Soft, quick, then a rustle. You open your eyes, and see Lysa emerging from the tree line, carrying another basket. She smiles shyly. Evening, you sit up. You've got impeccable timing. She sets the basket down beside you. Had extra bread, fig leaf wrapped again, and a little pine honey. Thought the cows might be bored of barley. You gesture to the field. I think they'd eat rocks if I salted them. She sits beside you, not quite close, but not far either. Together, you watch the cows for a while. Melody moves slowly across the field. Philomena snores softly. Marbles has managed to climb onto a low crate and is just standing there as if proud of her elevation. After a while, Lysa says, "You know, when we first heard you were staying, we thought you were a bit strange." You grin. "I am a bit strange. Now." She shrugs. "You're still strange, but reliable. That lands heavier than it should, not in a bad way." You nod slowly. "I think I needed to be needed." She looks over. "They need you." You glance at the herd. "Yeah, I know." She stands. "I'll come by again soon." You nod. "I'll save you some milk." She grins, then disappears into the trees like a breeze wearing sandals. And you lie back again, listening to the faint rustle of leaves and the sound of cows settling in. No grand quests, no shining temples, no fate-threatening trials, just this field, this night, this strange, gentle life you never expected. And somewhere very faintly, melody hums again. The days are quieter now. Not dull, never dull, but softened, like the chaos has been wrapped in wool and told to keep its voice down. You wake earlier than you used to, not because you must, but because you want to see the sunrise ripple across the field, touching the backs of drowsy cows like some ancient blessing. Your body knows the rhythm by now. Wake, stretch, count cows twice. Just to be sure, refill troughs, offer greetings. Fix whatever the night's weather has loosened. You don't write it down. You don't need to. The work lives in your bones. Today, the wind smells like coming rain. Not stormy, just wet. You glance toward the hills, watch the clouds lounging there, like lazy sheep, and consider how soon you'll need to gather the herd into shelter. Salad has already taken it upon herself to lie in the softest mud she can find. She now resembles a misshapen loaf of bread. Marbles is headbutting a fence post, again determined to solve a puzzle that doesn't exist. You shake your head and smile. This too is part of the rhythm. As you finish restacking the last bundle of hay inside the leaning barn, you hear something odd aflutter. Not the flutter of wings or parchment or clothes, something musical. You step outside. The sound gets clearer, a kind of melodic trill, no words, but unmistakably a song. You follow it to the fig tree, and there, perched casually on one of its crooked branches, is a lyre. No Apollo, no dramatic sunbeam, just the instrument itself resting against the bark, like it wandered off and decided to nap. You pick it up. It hums under your fingers. The wood is warm, not warm from sun, but from use, from being. Its strings glow faintly in the shade, and when you strum it, a few low, gentle notes float out, then dissolve like fog. A note is tucked beneath the instrument. It reads, "For melody." And you don't even have to read the signature. You look toward the herd. Melody is standing still in the center of the pasture, not grazing, not moving, just listening. You walk toward her, slowly cradling the lyre in both hands. When you reach her, you stop. She turns her head just slightly, ears twitching, and lets out a soft, low hum. You pluck a single note. She responds one tone, nearly matching yours. You play another, so does she. Historians still argue whether this marked the beginning of interspecies music or the most elaborate godly prank in cow history. But to you, it doesn't feel like a joke. It feels like communion. You and Melody stand there for minutes, maybe longer, exchanging notes. No pattern, no pressure, just presence. A quiet conversation in sound. When it ends, she nudges your shoulder, then returns to the herd like nothing happened. You look down at the lyre. It's humming again, very softly, almost like it's breathing. That evening, you sit beneath the olive tree and try playing it again. Not a performance, not even a full tune, just sounds, gentle, curious sounds. The cows don't react much except for one calf who seems determined to moo every time you strike a C note. You keep going. As the stars rise, the field grows still. Lysa arrives late, bringing fresh herbs and a little honey bread. She sits beside you, resting her head on your shoulder without asking. You keep playing. She doesn't speak. The cows sleep. You have never felt more certain of where you are meant to be. Not a palace, not a battlefield, not even a temple, just here in a field with a cow named Melody and a lyre that glows when it hears her hum. By now, the pasture has its own language, not one spoken in words or carved into stone tablets, but something subtler. You understand the difference between the "I'm hungry" moo and the "someone's sitting on my spot" bellow. You've learned the rhythm of marbles pre-headbutt, wind up the precise speed at which Philomena approves of being brushed, and exactly how much fig to offer salad before she tries to trade you a rock in return. So when Melody hums 3 notes, soft rising, then flat, you recognize it as new, not just a repetition of the last few evenings, not a sleepy echo of Apollo's lyre. Something different, intentional, like a prompt. You answer with a note from the lyre, then another, then without fully meaning to, you're playing along. It's not a song, not yet. It's more like sculpting air. Melody hums, you strum, and the other cows gather quietly, settling around you in a lazy semicircle like temple worshippers who just happen to chew cud between verses. You play. She hums. The wind moves through the trees as if trying not to interrupt. You don't know how long it lasts. Eventually, the sun brushes against the horizon and pours gold across the field. You stop playing. Melody lets out a breath that sounds suspiciously like relief. One of the calves topples over mid-snore. The moment ends without fanfare, but it lingers. Later, as you're filling the last trough with water and watching the reflections wobble in the dusk light, you hear someone approaching again barefoot, steps this time. It's Lisa. She's not carrying bread today, just a folded cloth bundle under one arm. Brought you something, she says simply. You wipe your hands on your tunic. Is it goat related? She laughs. For once, no. She kneels by the tree and unwraps the cloth. Inside is a small hand-carved stool, rough wood, sanded edges, a few shaky floral patterns etched into the seat, clearly done by someone with more enthusiasm than skill. It's for your performances, she says. You blink. You made this. Traded a jar of honey to my neighbor. He's retired, likes carving weird little chairs. You grin. This is the perfect amount of weird. She shrugs. Figured your knees needed a break. You set the stool down and give it a test sit. It creaks but holds. From your new vantage point, you can see the whole field, the barn leaning like it's thinking about a nap, the soft shadows of cows in the fading light, the shimmer of Apollo's gifted lyre resting against the tree. Lysa sits cross-legged beside you. You've turned this place into something. You nod. I don't think I meant to. Doesn't matter. You did. The two of you sit quietly for a moment. Melody lets out one hum, just a small one, and then curls into a patch of grass that still smells faintly of thyme and wild mint. You glance at Lysa. They follow me now. The cows. You nod. She smirks. Sounds like a cult. Maybe it is. She leans back, arms crossed behind her head. At least yours isn't loud. Yet, night falls gently over the pasture. No divine visitors, no scrolls or messengers or dramatic exiles. Just stars blinking on one by one, like someone up there is lighting candles to match the mood. You don't play the lyre tonight. You don't have to. The field is quiet, whole, and when you rise, brush off your tunic, and carry the stool into the barn, you feel something shift, not like a sudden revelation, but a door softly closing. You're not waiting anymore. You're not in someone else's punishment. You're in your own life, and it fits. The next day begins with fog. Not a thick, spooky fog, just a quiet one, soft and low hanging around the pasture like a sleepy scarf. The kind that turns every breath into a little cloud and muffles hooves until even the loudest cow movements sound like whispered secrets. You rise early again, not because anything's wrong, but because mornings like this don't wait. The world feels folded in on itself, still deciding how to unfold. You do your rounds in silence, counting cows by shape and presence more than by sight. Philomena gives a muffled moo from the direction of the feed barrels. Marbles emerges from the barn, covered in cobwebs, and what looks like half a fig leaf in her ear. You gently remove it. She thanks you with a sneeze. And Melody, she already awake, standing at the top of a low rise in the pasture, facing nothing in particular, just breathing. A slow, low hum vibrates through the air like a foghorn tuned for sleepwalkers. You watch her from a distance, not wanting to interrupt whatever divine cow business she's conducting. Historians still argue whether Melody's dawn rituals were part of a larger sacred system or just one very focused cow with exceptional lung control. You return to your favorite tree with a warm stone in hand, ready to press it into the joint of the fence gate to fix that annoying creak. As you work, a sound cuts through the fog. Not hoofbeats, not cowbells, not humming. A voice. You pause, strain to hear. It's faint, male, familiar. You stand scanning the tree line. Then there he is. Apollo, no sunbeam, no glowing entrance. Just a tall figure in traveler's robes, dust on his sandals, a satchel slung lazily over one shoulder. His lyre is strapped across his back. He walks with the air of someone both purposeful and slightly lost, like a nobleman pretending to enjoy camping. You cross your arms. You're late. He stops just short of the olive tree and offers a sheepish half smile. I got caught up. Festival in Delos. Someone invoked me by accident and wouldn't stop singing. You raise an eyebrow. Let me guess, terrible pitch, like a goat coughing. You grin and gesture to the field. Well, welcome back. No one's exploded, no one's turned into a shrub, and we have at least one cow with suspicious musical talent. He looks toward Melody, who's still standing in the fog, humming softly to herself. He lets out a low whistle. She's still doing it. She's gotten better. Apollo nods clearly, impressed. I missed this place. You tilt your head. Didn't think you'd admit that. He shrugs. I also didn't think I'd learn fence repair, but here we are. You sit down beneath the tree, and he joins you unstrapping his lyre with practiced grace. He holds it like it weighs more than it used to, like it carries meaning now, not just melody. I brought something, he says, pulling a scroll from his satchel. You eye it. Please don't be divine paperwork. He smirks. It's music. You blink. For the cows, for melody. He unrolls the parchment and lays it across his lap. The notation is neat, the ink fresh, the title scrawled in larger letters, at the top pastoral no. One in honor of the humming cow. You stare. You wrote a symphony for her, a short one, more like a lullaby. He plucks a few strings. Want to hear it? You nod, and he begins to play. The tune is light, rolling gentle. It starts with low notes, rooted earthy, like hoofbeats in soft ground, then rises slowly like fog lifting over hills. It weaves around itself, echoing that low hum melody offers on her clearest days. It's not grand, not showy. It's peaceful. By the time he finishes, the fog has lifted almost entirely, revealing the herd sprawled across the pasture like they've been listening too. Melody walks towards you, not quickly, not urgently, just intentionally. She stops in front of Apollo and lowers her head. He lowers his lyre. Thank you, he says softly. She closes her eyes and hums once, low and steady. He nods. I'll write a second one. You lean back against the tree, stunned, delighted, amused, and oddly moved. Is this your redemption arc, you ask? Apollo laughs. Hardly, but maybe it's part of it. He glances around. You've done well here. I've had help. I know, he says, looking toward the herd. They're better company than most of Olympus. You raise a brow. Don't let Hermes hear that. He snorts. Hermes would agree. You sit in silence for a while longer, watching the morning unfold over familiar hills. The light is clear now. The day is beginning. Apollo stands, stretches, and slings the lyre back over his shoulder. I won't stay long. You nod. Didn't think you would. But I'll visit, he adds. You smile. Bring feed next time. Done. And just like that, he walks off back through the trees, back toward the world of temples and oaths and glowing golden chariots. But as he disappears from view, you notice something tucked into the grass where he sat. A parchment scrap still warm. You pick it up. 2 words keep playing. You fold the note, place it in your satchel, and walk back toward the barn. Melody follows you. The fog is gone, but the stillness remains. It rains the next day. Not a storm, not a booming wrath of the gods, thunder-hurling tantrum, but a soft, consistent drizzle that begins before dawn and continues with the quiet stubbornness of someone politely refusing to leave a party. You wake to the scent of wet earth and mossy wood. The roof of the barn creaks gently above you, its leaks surprisingly well behaved, pooling in predictable places. Outside, the world is hushed and silver. You step into the pasture, wrapped in your usual cloak, now heavier with dampness. The cows don't seem to mind the rain. They never do. Marbles, in fact, is spinning in slow circles, tongue out, trying to catch raindrops, like some kind of enchanted weather vane. Philomena has hunkered down beneath the olive tree, snorting occasionally at falling droplets as if they're interrupting her thoughts. And Melody, she's standing in the center of the field, perfectly still, letting the rain soak her completely. Her ears twitch only slightly. Her eyes are half closed. You could swear she's meditating. You leave her be. Instead, you focus on small things, tightening a rope that's loosened near the east gate, repacking the hay inside the barn, setting out the salted fig bread Lysa left, you tucked in waxed cloth. You eat it slowly while the rain drums on the roof. Everything tastes better when the world is quiet. As midday nears, the pasture is misty at the edges. The rain's turned to a soft sprinkle, now just enough to soak the tips of your hair to leave droplets clinging to your lashes. You stand by the gate, arms crossed, breathing in the smell of water, thyme, and cow. Then a sound, a new sound. It starts like a flutter, like wind through a harp string, and builds into a long, slow whistle, high, uncertain, beautiful in a way that doesn't feel entirely from here. You turn toward Melody. She's humming again. But not just a tone, not just that familiar low vibration. She's harmonizing with herself, rising and falling, one pitch, then another, then back again, shaping sound as if she's trying to speak through it. You step forward slowly, not wanting to break the moment. She lifts her head. Her eyes are closed. Rain trails down her face like tears that mean nothing at all, just water finding its path. You pull Apollo's lyre from its place in the barn and hold it carefully in your hands. The wood is damp, but warm as always. You pluck a single note. Melody shifts. You play another, and she responds. Call and answer, note and breath. You follow each other's cues, one leading, one echoing, trading places. The music stretches, bends. Nothing loud, nothing bold, just a song that belongs entirely to this wet green moment. The rest of the herd gathers around, not close, just near enough to listen. You finish the song, or maybe the rain finishes it for you. You can't tell. Either way, the notes fade, and Melody lowers her head. You bow your own, and somewhere deep inside you, something unwinds. Historians still argue whether Melody was blessed with divine song or if the divine simply learned to listen to her. You return the lyre to its resting place and give Melody a final pat on the head. She accepts it with the casual dignity of a high priestess who who's just hosted a sacred rite. The rain finally stops in the early evening. The clouds unravel. A few scraps of blue peek through like torn fabric. Sunlight, soft and shy, returns in time to dry the rocks and make the wet grass shine like polished glass. You walk the pasture slowly, double-checking everything out of habit more than worry. The fences are holding. The trough is full. The cows are predictably sleeping like they've been awake for a week. Back under your fig tree, you find something surprising, a folded piece of parchment tucked into the crook of the roots. It isn't from Apollo. The ink is messier, the parchment faintly damp, but the handwriting is unmistakable. Hermes, you open the note, knew she had it in her. P.S. Tell Marbles to stop trying to bite the thunder. You smile. The wind picks up and carries the smell of wet bark, warm soil, and something else, something lighter, like music that hasn't been written yet. You pocket the note, sit down on the stool Lysa gave you, and watch the sky turn gold behind the hills. You don't play the lyre tonight. Melody does all the singing. The next morning, you're greeted not by cows, or rain, or a god dramatically reciting his own name, but by a scroll. It's wedged into the feed bin, wrapped in purple silk, and sealed with a wax stamp shaped like a very smug-looking goose. You sigh. Only one god uses geese for official stationery. You break the seal and unroll it. The writing is elegant looping and sprinkled liberally with flourishes. You squint and begin to read aloud to the cowherd who is technically still on divine assignment. You pause. The cows gather around sensing drama. You keep reading. By order of the High Concord of Ongoing Petty Evaluation, HCOPE, you are hereby summoned to Olympus for a performance review. You blink. Philomena lets out a judgmental moo. The scroll continues. Please present yourself within 3 days, bearing proof of productivity, general cow mood, and the lyre if it's still in one piece. We will be evaluating your moral growth, divine usefulness, and musical taste. Bring snacks. Signed, Themis, Goddess of Order. Also, regrettably, the one stuck managing this nonsense. P.S. Please bathe before arrival. Last time you smelled like celery and moss. You roll the scroll back up. Well, you mutter nothing like an unsolicited divine audit to start the week. Historians still argue whether this was a formal evaluation or an excuse to get free cheese. You glance toward the barn. The lyre rests where you left it. Apollo's music still rings faintly when you touch the strings. Melody hums from the far end of the field, apparently unconcerned by celestial bureaucracy. The cows, however, are watching you. All of them, ears forward, tails still. You sigh. All right. Cow Council, I need to go to Olympus. Marbles steps forward and licks your elbow in what might be solidarity. Lysa arrives just after lunch basket in hand and raises a brow when you tell her. Let me guess, she says. Goose seal. You nod. She groans. Ugh. Themis. She once fined my cousin for excessively informal tunic folds. You share a simple meal beneath the fig tree, honeyed barley dried pears, and a soft cheese that might be illegal in 3 city-states. You try not to think about divine audiences or the possibility of being magically unhired. Lysa hands you a small bundle before she leaves. Fig cake for bribes. You raise an eyebrow. Don't look at me like that, she says. You're going to need it. The rest of the day is spent preparing. You brush the cows, all of them, even Salad, who protests loudly, and Marbles, who headbutts the brush like it insulted her lineage. You clean out the barn as best you can, sweep the path. Leave a note in case Apollo stops by. You polish the lyre just a little, and then as twilight rolls in, you sit beneath the olive tree, the scroll tucked in your belt, your satchel packed with cheese music and mild anxiety. You glance out at the herd. They're calm, resting, dreaming maybe. You walk over to Melody. She looks at you. You hum once. She hums back. You nod. Wish me luck. She flicks her tail, then returns to chewing. You smile and turn toward the trees. The path is waiting half lit by moonlight soft underfoot. You start walking, and though the stars above Olympus are still a long way off, your steps are steady. Because this time, you're not going to ask for anything. You're going to show them a cow that hums, a lyre that glows, and a mortal who somehow turned a divine punishment into a pasture full of peace. Olympus looks different than you remember. Less gold, more marble, fewer trumpets, more paperwork. The clouds feel thinner somehow, like even the air here has been asked to file a report before drifting too far. You step onto the polished steps of the main hall with your satchel slung across your shoulder and a few strands of cow hair still clinging stubbornly to your tunic. You pat them off mostly. No use pretending you're something you're not. You pass statues and mosaics that all feature familiar faces in dramatically heroic poses. You wonder if any of them have ever had to clean mud out of a cow's ear with a fig leaf. A nymph ushers you into a waiting area. Your review begins shortly, she says without meeting your eyes, then hands you a cup of something warm that smells like anxiety and fennel. You sit, you wait, you try not to hum. The lyre hums for you anyway, just faintly from inside your bag. Then a door opens. You are led into a wide chamber round high-ceilinged, full of very official-looking gods seated in a semicircle on elevated thrones. At the center sits Themis, herself perfectly upright, her eyes covered with a silk blindfold, scales resting in one hand, a very judgmental quill in the other. The floor beneath you is glass. Clouds drift lazily below. You wonder briefly if the cows would like this view. State your name. Themis says, not looking up. You do. State your assignment. Herding Apollo's cows, you reply. Plus, musical development, cow enrichment, divine detour, minor prophetic moo management. A few gods snicker. Themis sighs. We will now review your performance. From the corner, someone coughs. Hermes raises his hand sheepishly. I just want to say his cow fence is better than the one I left. You didn't leave a fence, Themis replies without turning. You left an idea of a fence and a very confusing mural of a goat. Exactly, Hermes says proudly. Apollo, seated nearby and dressed like he just walked off the cover of a sun-themed poetry anthology, lifts his lyre and adds, His technique is actually quite refined now. Melody the cow, not the concept, responds to fifth intervals. That's not relevant, Themis says, but you notice her quill pauses slightly above the parchment. Athena leans forward. Did you engage in any acts of divine mischief, false prophecy, or accidental creation of musical cults? You open your mouth, then pause. Define musical cult. Another murmur from the panel. Dionysus, who appears to be half asleep, mutters, "If the cows are happy and no one's turned into a fig tree, I say let him stay." Artemis speaks next. He has kept them well, taught them calm. Even Apollo seems improved. You glance at Apollo. He shrugs. I think in metaphors now. It's very unsettling. Zeus, who's been quiet so far, finally speaks. And the cow. The humming one. You reach into your satchel, gently remove the lyre, and pluck a single note. It rings out, soft, pure, then it responds. The lyre hums back. A low, rolling harmony fills the chamber, not loud, not showy, just warm, like the breath of a herd settling into sleep. The sound ripples up the marble walls, floats into the ceiling, and fades. Silence follows. Historians still argue whether Olympus paused that day out of reverence or sheer confusion. Themis clears her throat. Final question. Do you wish to continue this assignment? You don't hesitate. Yes, even though it was a punishment. You smile. It stopped feeling like one. She nods once. Very well. She stamps a seal onto the parchment with a soft thud. Your term is hereby extended indefinitely. A few of the gods applaud, quietly, like they're not sure if they're allowed to. Hermes gives you a thumbs up. Apollo mouths fig cake. You bow slightly, tuck the lyre away, and begin to turn. But Themis speaks one more time. Before you go, a gift. She gestures to the side where a figure steps forward, an older man, mortal, cloaked in olive green, his beard braided with thyme and laurel. He carries a small satchel, a walking stick, and a map that looks older than time. This is Iphos, she says. He knows pastures like you know cows. You blink. I have a co-worker. Iphos grunts. More of a pasture consultant. I'll be around if you need fence help or frog removal. You nod, stunned but oddly pleased. Now, Themis says, turning back to her parchment, please leave before Hermes tries to adopt another cow. Too late. Hermes chirps from the corner. You exit the chamber with Iphos in tow, walking down the great marble steps of Olympus. The sky is clear. The wind smells like warm earth and fig leaves. You think of melody, of Lysa, of marbles and salad, and that one calf that sneezes like a thunderclap. And you smile because you're going home. You return to the pasture just as dusk is brushing the hills in lavender and gold. The walk from Olympus feels shorter somehow. Maybe it's because you didn't rush, or maybe it's because the path no longer feels like a place between destinations. It feels like part of the story now. You know the bends, the olive groves, the rock with the faint shape of a sleeping goat carved into its side. Hermes insists it's abstract art. You pass all of it with a lightness in your step. And then finally, your hilltop. Home. The cows see you before you see them. Philomena lets out a sharp moo just once, like she's letting the others know it's showtime. Marbles begins her usual celebratory gallop, which includes tripping over a bucket and landing in a patch of thyme. Salad trots a few paces and immediately gets distracted by a beetle. And Melody, she's waiting at the center of the pasture, head high, humming. You smile so wide it hurts. You don't run. You don't need to. You walk calmly into the field, letting the low sounds of greeting wash over you, hooves on dirt, cows breathing the soft creak of your old fence catching the wind just right. As you reach Melody, she lowers her head. You place your hand gently on her neck. She hums again one note, perfectly still. You hum back. Just the one. That's enough. Historians still argue whether this was a greeting, a blessing, or an unusually musical mood. You spend the evening checking everything, even though you know it's all fine. The fence posts are still solid. The barn hasn't collapsed. Someone, probably Lisa, left a bundle of herbs near the gate. A note is tucked beneath it. Welcome home. The cows missed you. So did I. You tuck the note into your pocket, heart thudding. Iphos appears just after sundown. He doesn't knock. He just strolls in from the eastern path with his walking stick and a pail full of polished stones. These are for drainage, he grumbles, not really explaining. Fields a bit heavy near the fig tree. You help him place them, because that's what you do now, fix things, improve things, care. Later, you sit under the tree. The one Lisa's stool still rests beside. Iphos settles nearby, carving a little cow from olive wood while you strum the lyre. It feels different under your fingers now. Not just divine, familiar. You play a few gentle notes. Melody answers. Then another cow joins in. A calf hums a few tones like it's just learning how. The wind hums along too, catching the sound and carrying it across the pasture like a lullaby made of breath and light. Iphos doesn't react much, just keeps carving, but you catch the way his foot taps gently in rhythm. You've got something here, he mutters. A rhythm. You nod. A herd. No, he says, looking up. A life. You don't answer. You don't need to. Instead, you rise slowly, walk through the herd, and check one last thing, an old bucket that leaks if it rains too hard. You tilt it, patch it with a bit of cloth and wax, and set it back with a quiet sense of closure. You turn back and look across the field. Cows sleeping, stars rising, Melody standing guard, steady as the moon. You lie down in the grass, arms behind your head, and breathe. No divine explosions, no dramatic punishments, no confusing scrolls sealed with poultry. Just peace. You hear hoofsteps behind you. Lisa appears at your side and drops a warm bundle of fig cake into your lap without a word. Then she lies down too close, but not too close. Together you watch the stars blink into place, like a divine orchestra tuning up very slowly. You hum. She hums back. And somewhere deep in the field, Melody answers. The next few days pass in that slow, dreamlike rhythm you've grown to love. The cows fall back into their pattern, as do you. Morning sorting, midday repairs, evening songs. Even Iphos settles in muttering half-complaints as he adjusts gate angles and teaches one of the calves how not to chew on hinges. Lysa brings bread herbs, and once, for no particular reason, a set of carved wooden spoons shaped like musical notes. You ask why. She shrugs. Felt right. Even Melody seems more relaxed. Her hums are less frequent now, but deeper, fuller, like she's not just making sounds anymore, but listening to the spaces between them. On the third night after your return, something changes. It begins with silence, not the usual peaceful hush of a field at rest, but a stillness that feels watchful. You're outside the barn oiling a squeaky door hinge with the olive wax when the air seems to pause. Even the frogs in the trough fall quiet. Then, out of the shadows, a figure appears. Not a god this time, a girl. Young, barefoot hair braided with wildflowers, eyes like storm clouds. She walks right into your pasture, calm as anything, and stands near Melody, who doesn't move. You set down your tools and walk over slowly. Can I help you? She looks at you with something ancient in her gaze. I heard the cow that sings, she says. I wanted to listen. You blink. Where did you come from? She shrugs. The in-between, the edge of things, vague, suspiciously mythic. Are you a nymph? You ask gently. She smiles, which doesn't answer anything at all. May I stay the night? She asks. You glance at Melody, who rather unhelpfully offers no reaction whatsoever, then at the girl again. She's not dangerous, not cold, just still. You nod. All right. There's space in the barn. She shakes her head. I'll stay in the field. You set out a spare blanket near the olive tree and leave a piece of fig cake beside it, just in case. You don't press for answers. You've learned not to. Visitors come and go in this world, some with scrolls, some with thunder, some with nothing but a quiet request and a gaze like river stones. That night you play the lyre, slowly, no tune, just scattered notes like fireflies in the dark. The girl sits cross-legged in the grass, hands on her knees, eyes closed. Melody begins to hum, but not alone. The girl joins her, a single note, high, clear, effortless. The harmony is unreal. You freeze mid-strum, not because it's loud or divine or strange, but because it's true. Two voices, one bovine, one not rising together as if they've known each other for lifetimes. The cows lift their heads. Even salad. You listen. The hum fades. The girl opens her eyes. Thank you, she says, then curls up in the grass and sleeps like she belongs there. Historians still argue whether this marked the arrival of a minor muse or simply the world leaning closer to hear a song. You don't sleep much that night. You sit beside the barn with your cloak around your shoulders, the lyre in your lap, watching stars shift slowly overhead like cattle grazing in the sky. At dawn, the girl is gone. No footsteps, no trace. Just the blanket folded neatly and a sprig of thyme placed delicately on top. You walk the field slowly. Everything's where it should be. Marbles is chasing a bird. Philomena is napping on her back again. Melody is standing still in the golden light, humming a soft goodbye. You wonder who the girl was. A nymph, a muse, a dream, or maybe just a listener. You hum once. Melody answers, the wind stirs, and another day begins. You've started keeping a journal, nothing grand, just a few worn pages stitched together, tucked between feed charts and old scrolls. Each evening, after the herd settles and the sun curls behind the hills like a sleepy cat, you sit under the fig tree and scribble. It's mostly observations, how Marbles managed to get her head stuck in a bucket again, which wildflowers are blooming along the fence, the exact pitch of Melody's evening hum slightly lower than usual tonight, which probably means rain tomorrow. But lately, your entries have turned softer. You find yourself writing things like, "The light looked like honey across Philomena's back," or "Melody hummed before sleep, and the wind stopped to listen." And once, without quite meaning to, you wrote, "I think I love it here." You didn't cross it out. This evening, Lysa arrives just as the sky is starting to shift from blue to peach. She's carrying a bundle wrapped in cloth and a smirk that says she's up to something. She hands you the bundle. "Happy Not a Divine Punishment Anniversary." You raise an eyebrow. "That's a holiday now." "It is, if I say so." You unwrap the cloth to reveal a beautifully carved wooden sign. It reads, "Melody's Field, established in divine error, maintained in harmony." You laugh. You really truly laugh. "This is perfect." She shrugs, pleased. "You've earned it." You set the sign just outside the barn, near the path where travelers accidental or otherwise might pass, and wonder what kind of place dares to name itself after a humming cow. Later, after Lysa heads home and the stars begin their nightly rollout, you sit on your stool, lyre in hand, and begin to play. This time, the music isn't just for Melody, it's for the whole field. It's for Salad, who somehow managed to wedge herself into a crate again. For Marbles, now proudly wearing a wreath of dandelions she found and ate halfway through. For Philomena, who insists on sleeping in exactly the same patch of grass every night, regardless of whether someone else is in it. And it's for yourself, because somewhere between the lyre and the laughter and the long walks through morning fog, you stopped being the exile. You became the keeper. The music tonight is slow and light, like water falling gently through a sieve. You don't rush. There's no rush anymore. The world will be here in the morning. Melody hums once. You follow her pitch. Then another voice joins in. Aphos from his usual rock-tapping rhythm on an overturned feed bin. Then just maybe you hear something else, from the wind, from the trees, the faintest echo of a girl's voice. One clean note stretched thin by distance, but still holding. It's not loud. It's not even clear, but it's there. The music wraps around you like a second cloak. The night deepens. The cows begin to doze. One calf tries to hum and sneezes instead, earning a sleepy grunt from Philomena. You lower the lyre. The field exhales. You write a single sentence in your journal before bed. This was always the story. The final day arrives quietly. Not that you knew it would be the final day, not in any dramatic thunderclap sort of way. There was no vision in the night sky, no Hermes showing up riding a goose, no whisper of fate tucked inside a fig leaf, just a feeling. It's in the air, the way the clouds drift lower soft as a blanket, the way the olive trees sway slower than usual, the way Melody stands perfectly still at the center of the field, her hum tuned to something just beneath the skin of the earth. You rise early, not because you have to, but because you want to see every minute of this. You do your rounds, feed, fence, check Marbles' head for bucket marks. None today small victories. You fix a bent gate hinge and rearrange some straw that keeps trying to collapse like a lazy sculpture. Then you pause and listen. Everything's right. Even Ifo, sitting on his usual stump, senses it. He nods once, feels like a season's ending. You nod back, or starting, could be both. You walk the pasture slowly. The herd follows at a casual distance, trailing you like oversized dozy shadows. Salad brings you a rock. It's heart-shaped. You accept it with the solemnity it deserves. Midday, Lysa arrives. She doesn't bring bread this time, just herself, a quiet smile in a small cloth bundle. For your bag, she says. You open it. Inside a carved wooden token shaped like a lyre with a cow etched in its center. On the back, in her careful, blocky handwriting, you made it matter. You swallow. Thank you. She sits beside you beneath the fig tree. You don't talk much after that. Just sit, watch, listen. Melody hums once and the wind responds like it's humming back. Evening falls gently. One of those golden fades where the world feels dipped in honey and every sound is soft enough to sleep in. The herd settles in their usual places, Philomena in her spot. Marbles halfway into a crate again, the calf with the sneezing problem curled beside Salad like a comma next to a sentence. You strum the lyre, not a song, not even a tune, just sound. Melody lifts her head, hums, then stops. The silence that follows isn't empty. It's full of every laugh, every hoofbeat, every hum and note and creaky fence gate. You close your eyes. Historians still argue whether this was a farewell, a graduation, or just one very peaceful night. You open your eyes again and see something glinting in the grass. It's the scroll, the purple one, but it's blank now. No writing, no orders, no divine threats, just empty parchment and a feather tied to it with gold thread. You understand. It's over. You're free. But you're not leaving. You place the scroll on the shelf inside the barn beside your journal and the carved sign Lysa made. You tuck the token into your belt. Then you walk back into the pasture where Melody stands beneath the stars, still as a statue, eyes bright. You raise your hand. She steps forward and hums. Just once, you bow and sit and breathe. Wind down 300 words. And now here you are. The air is quiet, and the stars above this pasture shine like slow thoughts drifting across a dream. The cows are still. Melody is curled into the grass, her breathing slow and steady, like waves brushing the shore of some ancient memory. You lie back in the grass, the scent of time and warm earth surrounding you like a blanket. You feel the soil beneath your fingertips, solid and soft. You hear the distant murmur of frogs, the faint rustle of leaves, the last fading hum of the lyre as it rests beside you. There's nothing left to fix tonight. No scrolls, no gods, no strange girls appearing out of fog. Just you, breathing. The sky above is vast and slow. The stars blink like old friends keeping watch, and the wind moves gently through the field a lullaby with no words, no melody, no need to explain itself. You're not waiting anymore. You're not wandering. You're home. And as you drift so slowly, so softly towards sleep, let the hum of this quiet field carry you. Let the rhythm of hooves and breath and old fig trees lull you deeper. Let the soft memory of a singing cow and a golden lyre hold you. There's nothing more to do, no one else to be. Just this moment, just this peace. Let yourself sink, let your thoughts quiet. Let the night carry you one gentle breath at a time. You made it. Sleep well. Hello, everyone. Tonight we're heading back to ancient Greece, but not to fight any battles, wrestle monsters, or deliver oracles. No, tonight you're going to help the goddess Athena assemble a bench from scratch, with no divine instruction manual, and definitely no help from Zeus, because he thinks furniture is beneath him, literally. You'll be working beside the goddess of wisdom as she grapples with the most daunting challenge of her immortal life, building something that doesn't fall over when sat upon. And yes, spoiler alert, you probably won't survive this if you're expecting normal craftsmanship. The joinery alone will cause actual philosophers to weep. But for tonight, that's perfect, because we're here not to build a chair, we're here to relax into one. Hey, if you're loving this content, I'd really appreciate it if you could give the video a quick like and hit that subscribe button. Tell me where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. So it starts like this. You're standing at the edge of the great olive grove, behind Athena's temple, surrounded by chirping cicadas and the soft golden glow of late afternoon. The breeze smells like crushed thyme and dry wood. A nearby bench creaks loudly and then collapses completely under the weight of a ceremonial amphora full of nothing but air and hubris. Athena stares at the broken wood. You stare at Athena. She doesn't blink. Unacceptable, she says. You nod slowly, edging away from the debris. She kneels beside the splintered bench with the same expression she uses when judging the logic of entire armies. No structural crossbar. Mortise joints are uneven. These dowels are decorative. She's muttering to herself, now tugging at the remains. What mortal fool dares build without braces? And then she says the fateful words, I'll build a better one. Now, to be clear, Athena has forged weapons. She's constructed armor that sings. But woodworking, that's traditionally Hephaestus's domain, or possibly a mortal's. But Athena doesn't ask for help. She just decides things should exist, and then wills them into being. So naturally, you're enlisted to help. You follow her through the grove, past a stack of olive branches and discarded temple offerings. Someone left a honey cake shaped like a turtle and arrive at a flat patch of sunlit ground where she's decided her workshop will be. There is no shade, no tools, just dirt, divine ambition, and a goddess who has never heard of sandpaper. She draws a sketch in the dirt with a stick. It looks suspiciously like a goat. It's a bench, she says. You nod. Of course it is. She gathers some discarded wood, olive cypress, and one suspiciously purple plank that might be sacred to Dionysus, and begins sorting by texture. There must be symmetry, she says, aligning two short planks that are definitely not the same size. You gently point that out. She frowns. Asymmetrical symmetry, then. You don't argue. Next comes the question of tools. Athena has a bronze spear, a battle axe, and a comb. She considers each one thoughtfully. I can probably forge something useful, she says. A mallet, perhaps. This leads to a short detour in which she melts bronze over a small hearth and creates a hammer that's heavier than most goats. You hold it with both hands. It vibrates with what might be wisdom or rage. Hard to say. Athena tests it on a nearby log. The log splits instantly. She nods, satisfied. From this point, construction begins in earnest. She measures each plank using her own forearm as a guide. This results in standardized lengths that vary by at least a handspan. You help her lash together the base with olive fiber cord. It's not sturdy, but it's starting to resemble a bench, kind of, if you squint. Athena steps back, admiring her work like a general reviewing a freshly trained battalion. I think it needs something, she says. You suggest a backrest. She scoffs. Weak mortals lean. The wise remain upright. You decide not to push the issue. She adds one more plank across the top, slightly too long, which causes the whole structure to tilt like a boat caught mid-wave. She doesn't mind. There, she says, brushing her hands together. Simple, elegant, functionally perfect. Then she sits, the bench, and immediately groans like an ancient sea monster. She freezes, you freeze. It does not collapse, not yet. She stands. You both stare at the bench. It's leaning, definitely wobbling, but it's still standing. Acceptable, she says. You exhale. This is the beginning of furniture, of obsession, of a goddess who will over the coming days reinvent chairs, side tables, hammocks, and the first vaguely decorative shelf without ever once reading a scroll on load-bearing angles. And it all starts with a lopsided bench in an olive grove, a bronze mallet, and a goddess who refuses to ask for help. You wake the next morning to the rhythmic thunk, thunk, thunk of a bronze mallet meeting wood. Athena is already at it. She's sweating, glowing really, radiant in that divinely determined way that says I could outlast time itself if I must. She also wearing her battle helmet, which is new for woodworking. You find her squinting at the bench from yesterday, now shored up with an extra beam that came from an old temple donation box. She turns to you with a look of absolute clarity. The gods sit in shame, she declares. You raise an eyebrow. No one has proper posture, she continues. Apollo slouches, Hera perches, Dionysus lounges like he's perpetually mid-decline. You nod slowly. So, furniture redesign. Revolution, she corrects. And with that, she gestures to an open scroll, now pinned beneath a large rock. It's a list of complaints she's compiled about thrones, stools, ceremonial benches, even those weird tripod things oracles sit on. Underlined 3 times. No back support. So with a firm nod, she begins sketching. This time, she tries drawing on actual parchment. Unfortunately, she uses her spear tip, which tears through almost immediately. She growls, then flips it over and draws directly on the table with charcoal. The gods of clean surfaces weep silently. Historians still argue whether this was the birth of blueprinting or just divine graffiti. You lean in. It's something. A seat with a tilted back, two thick legs, and a carved owl on each side. Also, inexplicably, a drawer. Where does this go, you ask, tapping the drawer. For scrolls, she replies, or emergency olives. Makes sense. Next comes the materials hunt. You're sent to collect wood, not just any wood, of course. Sacred straight, no wormholes, and smells faintly of wisdom. You return with a bundle of fig and olive planks. She approves, mostly. You get to work side by side. She slices the wood with a hand-forged blade, murmuring ancient geometry the whole time. You sand until your arms ache, using a chunk of limestone someone once used to carve their name and immediately regret it. Piece by piece, the chair begins to take shape. She insists on testing each segment individually. When the backrest doesn't hold up to her leaning backward, with full goddess weight, she declares it a teachable failure. You hammer. She remeasures. You both hold your breath every time a leg is attached. And finally, it stands. A chair, not perfect. One leg is slightly shorter than the others. The owl carvings look mildly surprised, and the drawer sticks, but it stands. She nods, then immediately frowns. No mortal will understand this. You ask what she means. It needs context, a symbol, a display. You suggest writing a scroll explaining the chair. She scoffs and expect people to read it. Fair point. Instead, she insists the gods try it themselves. Cue the great divine seating experiment. By mid-afternoon, you're watching as Apollo, all sunlight and smugness, carefully lowers himself onto the chair. He shifts, he adjusts, he leans back, he sighs. This is surprisingly reasonable, he says. Athena beams. Hera declines the invitation, claiming her existing throne was blessed by 7 priestesses and cannot be outdone by amateur carpentry. Dionysus doesn't even make it to the chair before toppling sideways into a bush. Too many straight lines, he declares, mouthful of grapes. Still, the experiment is declared a tentative success, especially by Artemis, who tries to sneak the chair back to her forest camp until Hermes gently points out the owl carvings are unmistakably Athena's. The chair is returned, somewhat chewed. Athena sighs. She sits in it herself, and then very slowly she does something unprecedented. She reclines, not dramatically, not like she's giving up, but like she's thinking. You realize she's invented a new concept. Thinking furniture. A chair not just for sitting, but for pondering, for weighing the consequences of war justice and possibly table height ratios. And just like that, the seed is planted. Athena leans back. You watch the sun shift through the olive leaves, and furniture on Mount Olympus will never be the same. Later that same day, after the first successful reclining test and one unfortunate drawer-related splinter, Athena announces that the chair is only the beginning. You brace yourself. She stands in the middle of the grove, arms crossed, brow furrowed, staring at a flat patch of sun-warmed stone like it just insulted her city-state. We'll need more pieces, she declares. You ask for what exactly? A complete set. You pause. Of furniture. Yes, she says, as if this should be obvious. A chair is but one element of a strategically optimized domestic environment. You blink. You mean a room. No, she says, already drawing something new in the dirt with the tip of her sandal. I mean a system. Interlocking components, coordinated surfaces, functional harmony. You peer down at her sketch. It looks suspiciously like a table, with drawers and cubbies and something labeled scroll nesting architecture. Welcome to the dawn of the workbench. Athena sends you to gather more wood this time, demanding specific cuts and widths. She refers to everything in terms of cubits and ratios, despite the fact that you are and always have been measuring things with string and hopeful guesses. You try to point out that the plank she's using for the table leg is curved like a crescent moon. It's aesthetic, she says. You're not sure that's true. She forges another mallet, this one lighter, and calls it the precision tapper. You're pretty sure it's just a glorified spoon. Historians still argue whether Athena's tool innovations were revolutionary or just rebranded cookware. As the sun reaches its peak, the air smells like olive wood, sun-warmed dust, and ambition. The bench starts taking shape. Two sturdy legs, one oddly short, a central board with a carved channel running the length of it for olive pits and secrets, 3 drawers that don't fully align, and a shelf underneath with a built-in dowel for scroll storage. You admit it looks impressive. Unstable, but impressive. Athena squints at the result. It needs texture. You misunderstand and bring her sandpaper. She means carvings. So you spend the rest of the afternoon watching a goddess gouge decorative patterns into the wood using a stylus meant for engraving divine inscriptions. You suggest maybe a vine motif. She counter-suggests owls. A lot of owls. By the time she's done, the bench looks like it was visited by a flock of moderately confused birds. Each owl has slightly different eyes. One seems to be judging you personally. Next, she tries to oil the wood. You offer olive oil. She shakes her head and produces a mysterious amber bottle labeled Sun Essence. Use sparingly. She doesn't use it sparingly. The bench begins to shimmer, faintly glowing at the edges, like a divine artifact or an over-polished fruit cart. She steps back and nods approvingly. You test the bench. It creaks. You sit cautiously on the edge. It does not collapse. Progress. Then just as you're about to pack up the tools, a rustle comes from the trees. It's Hephaestus. He's wearing a smith's apron and a long-suffering expression. He glances at the table, then at Athena, then at you. Did you use my saw? He asks. You freeze. Athena doesn't blink. I improved it, she says. It now adjusts to the temperament of the wood. Hephaestus sighs. You mean it broke? It resisted inspiration. He walks over, raps his knuckles against the table, and winces. Legs uneven. It's compensating for terrain slope, she replies instantly. He mutters something about divine logic, and then reluctantly sets down a small chisel from his apron. Use this, he says, for the joints, if you're going to keep building. He doesn't say don't, but it's implied, and just like that, you now have the blessing and the skepticism of the god of craftsmanship. Athena takes the chisel and twirls it once in her fingers, like it's a new spear. Then she places it gently into a drawer, the one that doesn't stick much. The sun is beginning to set when you both sit back on the uneven bench, feet dusty, hands splintered, staring at your creation. Not quite a table, not quite a throne, but undeniably a beginning. You lean back. The bench holds. Athena sighs. The gods will want one, she mutters. You nod. You'll take commissions. She smirks. I'll take tribute. The cicadas begin their nighttime hum, and a breeze drifts through the grove, rustling olive leaves and unfinished blueprints. You've helped forge the first Olympian workbench, functionally overcomplicated, aesthetically confusing, but somehow real. The next morning, you're greeted by something deeply unsettling: silence. No mallet strikes, no divine muttering, no owl-themed chiseling, just bird song and the faint rustle of leaves. You panic slightly. Did Athena give up? Did she vanish in a puff of creative embarrassment? Did Hephaestus revoke her tool privileges? You find her sitting cross-legged beside the bench, staring at it, not glaring, not scowling, thinking. You approach quietly, clutching a half-burned fig pastry like a peace offering. She waves it off. There's a flaw, she says. You look at the bench. Besides the tilt. Yes, she says, but not the structural tilt, the conceptual one. You blink. I'm going to need more scrolls. She gestures to the bench like it's betrayed her. It's functional, it's decorative, but it's not philosophically ergonomic. You nod slowly. Of course, that old problem. She stands abruptly and begins pacing. We need balance, a piece that speaks not just to the spine, but to the soul. You quietly take a bite of the fig pastry. It is not helpful. Athena suddenly stops. We must create something that moves with the user. You pause mid-chew, like a rocking chair. She looks at you like you've just solved Pythagoras. Exactly. Historians still argue whether Athena invented rocking chairs or merely gave divine legitimacy to the act of fidgeting. She immediately sketches out a plan, a curved base gently sloped back broad armrests for scrolls, elbows, or emotional burdens. She wants it to feel like thought in motion. You ask, won't a rocking chair be a bit casual for Olympus? She smiles. Wisdom doesn't slouch, but it may sway. And just like that, you're on another divine quest for wood. She insists the runners, the curved bottom parts, be made from a special olive branch, once blessed during a harvest ritual, which means a long morning hike through the hills, with Athena muttering, too knotted, too brittle, and once. This one feels smug. Eventually, you find the right tree. Athena taps its trunk gently. We'll take only what's needed. She slices two thick, elegant curves from a low-hanging bough. They gleam in the sun, their natural shape, almost perfect. The rest of the chair comes together in fits and starts. The seat is wide. The legs are slightly uneven, but she solves that by adjusting the curves. The back is high and features another owl carving this one actually kind of charming, possibly smiling. The real trouble comes with the armrests. She wants them to feel like the beginning of a question. You do not ask what that means. Eventually, you attach two gently sloped boards. She hums in approval. Then comes the inaugural test. Athena sits down. Gently, the chair shifts, rocks. Her eyes widen slightly. She rocks again. You both freeze. A breeze passes through the grove. She rocks once more, then closes her eyes and leans back ever so slightly. You're witnessing a miracle, a chair, she whispers, that listens. You exhale and creaks a little. She nods solemnly, like old wisdom. It's not long before the others arrive. Hermes is first materializing in a blur of wings and curiosity. He tries the chair, declares it better than stealing someone else's, and immediately asks if it folds. Apollo shows up next, golden as ever, and plucks a few notes on his lyre while rocking. He declares it a composition enhancer. Dionysus appears last, holding a goblet and 3 grapes he's already dropped. He sits too hard. The chair lurches. Everyone holds their breath. It recovers. Dionysus beams. This one's alive, Athena mutters. It's just balanced, but you can tell she's pleased. By evening, the chair has a name, the seat of reflection, which sounds very noble until you overhear Hermes calling it the sway throne. You watch as Athena carefully inscribes her initials beneath the seat. Then, without warning, she picks up the chair, carries it to the grove's edge, and places it in a sun-dappled patch beside a burbling spring. There she says, a place for thinking, and maybe, just maybe, for stillness. You nod, or naps. She allows the corner of her mouth to lift barely. Wisdom naps. The sun dips low, the light stretching golden across the uneven stone. The owl on the backrest catches the light and almost winks. And somewhere between the soft creaking of wood and the hush of a breeze through time, leaves you realize she's not just building furniture, she's building peace, one divine, slightly wobbly piece at a time. The next project is not your idea. You suggest a small stool. Athena insists on a throne. You are regrettably overruled. Not for me, she says, holding up a finger like she's solving a logic puzzle no one else asked for. It's for public use. You squint at her. A throne for public use. Yes, a democratic seat. Anyone may sit upon it to make decisions, hold counsel, or contemplate justice. You nod slowly. So, a chair. No, she says firmly, a throne of thought. Historians still argue whether this was the birth of democratic seating or a failed art installation. The build begins at once. You gather the wood cedar this time, sacred and fragrant, and Athena starts designing. She draws her plans on papyrus, which she accidentally slices in half with her engraving knife twice. The design is ambitious. It includes a high back carved with scales of justice, armrests shaped like outstretched hands, a footrest for balance and symbolic grounding, and a tiny drawer labeled for laws or snacks. Athena is completely serious about every detail. You do the measuring. She does the cutting. The cedar smells like incense and overachievement. She insists the backrest be shaped like an arch. You suggest that might make sitting difficult. She replies, so does ruling. You let it go. Halfway through, Hermes drops by again. He peers over your shoulder and says, looks more like a boat. Athena throws a chisel at him. He catches it, shrugs, and sits on a nearby stool made from yesterday's leftovers. You know, he says, if you added wheels, you could steer your decisions. Athena stares at him like he's grown a second set of wings. No, she says. This chair is immovable. He nods, oddly impressed. Heavy wisdom. I like it. You spend hours carving the hands for the armrests. They're meant to symbolize the support of the people, but one looks suspiciously like it's trying to steal a grape. You smooth that one over. The seat itself is wider than average. Athena insists all body types must fit comfortably. You applaud this until she orders you to recarve the entire base because it doesn't welcome introspection. The result after a full day of sweat dust and metaphysical metaphors is truly something. The throne of thought gleams in the olive light. It is heavy, solid, unmoving, covered in symbols that mean everything and possibly nothing. Athena stares at it in silence. Then she sits, back straight, hands on the carved palms, feet on the symbolic grounding platform. She closes her eyes. You wait. 10 seconds pass. Then she opens her eyes again and says, "We need better cushions." You blink. No throne should encourage rash decisions, she explains. Discomfort leads to haste. You agree. Reluctantly. She disappears into the temple and returns with exactly 3 embroidered cushions. Each features one of the following: an owl, a laurel wreath, a loaf of bread for reasons that remain unclear. She arranges them with military precision. Then she gestures to you. Sit. You hesitate. I'm mortal. Mortals make decisions. You sit, and surprisingly, it feels nice, sturdy, slightly warm. Not magical exactly, but weighted, like the chair is paying attention, like your thoughts are being gently sorted and filed by invisible scribes. You tell her so. She nods. Justice requires the right posture. You lean back. The owl cushion squeaks faintly, probably intentional. Later that evening, a small crowd gathers. Mostly temple attendants, a few curious locals, and one goat that definitely isn't supposed to be here. Athena clears her throat and announces, "This is a throne for no one, and therefore for everyone." The goat bleats appreciatively. A priest volunteers to try it. He sits, adjusts, and promptly falls asleep. Dionysus arrives shortly after and throws grapes at him. Still, the point is made. The seat becomes a symbol, a neutral place for advice, community council, and occasionally excellent naps. Athena watches from the edge of the grove, arms crossed, eyes gleaming. I'm beginning to see a theme, you say. She arches an eyebrow. Your furniture all thinks. She shrugs. Shouldn't all furniture? You smile, rubbing a splinter from your thumb. Most mortals just want a place to sit. Then let them sit wisely. You look around the grove. One rocking chair, one tilting bench, one democratic throne, and one goddess who refuses to build anything without soul. By now, you've accepted that furniture is no longer just furniture, it's philosophy, and you somehow are a full-time assistant in what might be the first metaphysical carpentry guild in existence, run entirely by one goddess, several owls, and an increasingly confused goat that keeps showing up uninvited. Today, the project is a table, not a dining table, not a war table. A table for pondering. Athena explains kneeling to sketch on a sun-bleached tile with a twig. It must be round, no sharp corners. Corners create hierarchy. You glance at her diagram. That's a pizza. She frowns. It's a democracy of surfaces. You nod. A pizza. Historians still argue whether this was the first democratic round table or just lunch gone conceptual. You gather planks from the cedar stash only to be told that cedar thinks too loudly. You swap it for olive. Then you're told olive is smug. Finally, you settle on fig wood, which is apparently neutral in temperament and ideal for quiet revelations. The table legs are tricky. Athena wants 3 to avoid symmetry. You try to point out that 3-legged tables wobble. She replies, good. Wobbling forces awareness. After 30 minutes of precise sanding and gentle cursing, the wobble is reduced to an intentional, philosophical jiggle. Athena beams. Perfect. The table's surface is engraved with patterns meant to stimulate contemplation, concentric circles, branching vines. One extremely confused owl, and at your suggestion, a spiral for staring into when decisions feel too big. As you work, she talks aloud. I want mortals to gather around it, to question, to share olives, to ask, what do we build next? You raise an eyebrow, a nap bench. She hums clearly, considering it. Then comes the finishing touch. She sprinkles powdered marble over the surface and buffs it with a cloth until it gleams faintly like the moon caught in soft daylight. It should reflect thought, she says, wiping marble dust from her palms. And snack crumbs. As you both step back to admire your handiwork, Hermes materializes with a mouthful of bread and says, this one looks like it grants riddles. Athena doesn't look up. It doesn't. Hermes touches the table. Are you sure? He waits. Nothing happens. Maybe it's just shy. He vanishes in a blur of sandals and ego. You sit cross-legged beside the table, exhausted but quietly proud. It's not perfect. One leg still has a wobble you couldn't sand out, but it's real, sturdy, and kind of beautiful in that lopsided, accidentally brilliant way that most deep thoughts are. Athena brings out a small pitcher of water and a bowl of dates. You eat in silence, passing things across the table's reflective surface, like philosophers sharing metaphors. Then, without warning, a voice calls from the trees. It's Pallas, not a goddess, not a muse, just a mortal. A girl from the village, barely grown, with quick hands and quicker questions. She approaches shyly, eyes flicking between the table and Athena. I heard you're building things, she says. Could I watch? Athena gestures to the ground. You can do more than that. And just like that, Pallas joins the team. She's small, fast, and unreasonably good at balancing long planks across her shoulders. Within the hour, she's created a makeshift tool rack from a fallen olive branch and a few cords of braided fiber. You watch Athena watching her, not judging, learning. The 3 of you sit around the new table. It's sunset. The light is soft. The breeze smells like fig leaves and wisdom waiting to happen. And for the first time, Athena doesn't sketch the next project. She waits. She listens. Pallas asks, what's it for? Athena tilts her head. To think. And if we don't want to, Athena shrugs. Then you sit. and do nothing until you do. And so you sit, not working, not rushing, just letting the day settle around you like dust in a quiet temple, because sometimes even a goddess needs to pause, even a builder needs stillness, and even a table, when built well enough, can hold the weight of silence. The next morning, you wake up with sawdust in your hair and philosophical questions in your head. Namely, how did a minor bench repair spiral into the creation of a slowly growing divine furniture empire? And also, where did Pallas learn to tie knots that strong? She's already at the workshop when you arrive, braiding cords and humming tunelessly. Athena is nearby, staring at the round table with the air of someone about to either bless it or dismantle it completely. I've decided, she announces, we need a storage solution. You blink. A cabinet. No, she replies, a vessel of intentional containment. Historians still argue whether this was the first cabinet or a philosophical trap with shelves. Pallas mutters, so, a box, but under her breath, because she's wise like that. Athena draws a tall rectangle in the dirt. Then she adds doors, then drawers, then confusingly one angled ramp on the side. It will hold scrolls, she explains, and tools, and unresolved ideas. You suggest a label system. She glares at you. The building begins. This time, Athena insists the wood must come from a laurel tree symbol of knowledge and victory. You suggest olive would match the rest of the workshop, but she replies, that's aesthetics. This is intention. So off you go, you and Pallas, into the hills in search of fallen laurel branches that aren't already claimed by poets or overly dramatic oracles. You return with 3 long planks, one shorter than the others. Pallas calls it the overachiever. It becomes the baseboard. Construction is complex. Athena wants hidden hinges. You have no hinges. She compromises by using strips of bronze and 2 cleverly bent nails. She carves grooves for the drawers with the tip of her spear and lines them with linen scented with thyme. Because of course she does. At one point she utters a mild curse when a drawer jams. You suggest sanding. She mutters something about mortals being too attached to predictability. By sunset, the cabinet stands. Rough, angular, tall enough to be intimidating if it weren't covered in owl motifs. Athena opens the first drawer. It sticks. She jams it open. Inside, she places a single olive pit. For beginnings, she says. Next drawer, a folded scroll. For things not yet built. The last drawer, a small coiled piece of bronze wire. For fixing mistakes, you ask where the ramp leads. To the floor, she says, as if that explains anything. Pallas tries sliding a scroll down it. It lands softly in a basket. You realize it's a filing system. You're both kind of impressed. Hermes drops in mid-afternoon to deliver a letter and a sarcastic critique. Nice bookshelf, he says. Athena frowns. It's not a shelf. It's an idea vault. He raises his hands. Just saying, if you add a wine rack, boom, multifunctional. She stares at him. He grins. And somehow, before you can blink, he's perched on top of the cabinet legs, dangling, holding a scroll he definitely didn't ask to borrow. You're building a temple of thought, he says. Athena considers that. then slowly nods. Perhaps. You spend the rest of the evening sanding edges. Pallas hums while polishing the drawer pulls with a bit of olive oil and fabric. You catch Athena watching her again quietly. No critique, just watching. Later, you label each drawer not with words, but with tiny carved symbols, an open eye, a spiral, and a single flame. Pallas adds one more, an abstract owl with absurdly long wings. Just for fun, she says. And the cabinet accepts it. It creaks once, settles, and waits. By moonrise, you all gather around the pondering table again. No project for now. Just 3 pairs of dusty feet, 3 mismatched cups of water, and 1 increasingly smug goat eyeing the cabinet like it's planning to move in. You exhale. Athena speaks. Tomorrow, she says we build something useless. You and Pallas look at each other. Useless. What could she possibly mean? But she doesn't elaborate. She leans back in her rocking chair and lets the night answer for her. The next day begins with Athena announcing in full seriousness, "We will now create a piece of furniture with no function." You pause mid-stretch, like art. "No," she says, already sketching, like a provocation. Historians still argue whether this was her first abstract piece or just divine boredom in wood form. You and Pallas exchange a silent look, half curiosity, half worry. Athena continues drawing increasingly strange shapes into the dust with the butt of her mallet. A tall, narrow structure, 3 legs, 1 spiral, a single dangling shelf. No flat surfaces, nothing that looks remotely like it could hold a plate scroll or cup. It must serve no clear purpose, she says, and yet it must feel like it should. Pallas mutters. She's inventing modern art, you ask. What do we call it? Athena considers. A statement piece. You start gathering materials with the quiet dread of someone who knows they are about to saw a perfectly good laurel board into a useless wedge. The base is made from 3 uneven planks, each joined at angles that defy geometry and perhaps several laws of physics. 1 leg is made from an olive branch that bends slightly in the middle. Pallas calls it the shrug. You cut a diagonal support beam. It doesn't support anything, but it looks like it should. Athena nods with quiet satisfaction. That's the essence of suggestion. The shelf, if it can be called that, is suspended by braided cords and hangs like a hammock for objects that don't exist. Athena stands back and gestures. It invites interpretation. You suggest maybe it invites stubbed toes. She smiles mysteriously. Exactly. The 3 of you spend the rest of the afternoon sanding, carving, and distressing the wood in very specific ways. Athena scratches tiny lines into the frame, then rubs them away with a cloth soaked in olive ash. Pallas sprinkles flour on the surface. You stare at her. It's for texture, she says. I read it somewhere. Somewhere turns out to be the back of a stale bread loaf. Hermes visits again. Of course he does. He circles the structure 3 times, pokes one of the cords, and tilts his head. What is it? He asks. Athena doesn't blink. That's not the right question. He raises both eyebrows, clearly impressed and confused. I love it, he says, and then leaves. An hour later, Dionysus arrives. Drinks in hand, peers at the piece, and uses it as a towel rack. Athena says nothing, just watches him. After he leaves, she adds a note to the base. Perception is not possession. Later, one of the temple priests visits and stares at the piece for a full 10 minutes before saying, I feel judged by it. Mission accomplished. That night, as the stars unfold across the sky and the fig trees cast soft, reaching shadows, the three of you sit beside the statement piece. Pallas brings a small candle and places it on the suspended shelf. It tips. The candle wobbles. It does not fall. Everyone exhales. You say we've made something no one understands. Athena leans back. Then we've made something true. The piece doesn't creak. It doesn't glow. It doesn't do anything. And somehow, that feels like an enormous success. Pallas rests her head on the pondering table. You lean against the side of the rocking chair. Athena watches the flame flicker in the gentle night breeze. And just before sleep pulls you under, she murmurs, Tomorrow we make something for joy. The sun rises lazily, as if even Helios himself has decided to take it slow today. Athena is already waiting by the grove, not with blueprints or a chisel, but with a fig in one hand and a wide, rare smile on her face. We're making a toy, she says. You blink. A toy? Something with no burden of thought, no divine symbolism, just joy. You nearly drop your satchel. Pallas grins. Finally, historians still argue whether this moment marked a turning point in divine leisure or if Athena simply needed a break from metaphysical joinery. Athena pulls out a scroll, not a design, just a list. On it are words like slide wheel bounce and curiously gentle tilt mechanism. You ask what she has in mind. A piece you can sit on, or ride, or maybe spin. You squint. A rocking horse. She tilts her head. A rocking creature. Let's keep it open. And so begins your lightest build yet. You select the wood together soft cypress for the body fig, for flexibility olive branches, for the curved rockers. Athena sketches a basic form, 4 legs, 1 neck, vague idea of a tail, but refuses to define the creature. It will be what it becomes, she says. Pallas names it Clompers almost immediately. You don't ask why, you just commit. Construction is loud, laughter-filled, and for once relatively unburdened by cosmic consequence. Pallas carves the creature's ears. You chisel a grinning mouth. Athena designs a saddle that is far too complex for its purpose, complete with adjustable padding and decorative spirals. You test the base. It rocks gently. The breeze picks up and the wooden tail flutters. Athena hums to herself. You add a handlebar shaped like a lightning bolt. Pallas paints eyes using crushed berries and charcoal dust. One eye looks sleepy, the other mildly bewildered. Fitting. By mid-afternoon, Clompers is done. You all stand in a solemn circle around it, admiring the slightly off-kilter, lovingly absurd creation. It has no purpose, no deeper function, but it wobbles with enthusiasm. Athena gestures toward it. Pallas. The girl climbs aboard. Clompers rocks forward, then back, Forward again, she bursts into giggles. Athena smiles, not her usual tight, proud smirk, but something warmer, looser. A sound escapes her soft, quick gone in a moment. A laugh. You sit on a nearby stump and let yourself feel the weightlessness of the moment. No debating symmetry, no divine critique of wobble physics. Just a girl on a strange wooden creature rocking back and forth under the shade of olive trees. Then Hermes appears. Of course he does. He stares, tilts his head. What in Olympus is that? Athena replies. It's for joy. Hermes climbs aboard without asking. Clompers creaks under the weight of divine boots and chaotic energy. He rocks once, twice. Does it have a name? He asks halfway through a bounce. Pallas grins. Clompers. He nods solemnly. I accept this. Later, Dionysus shows up, wine jug in hand. He refuses to ride Clompers, but insists on blessing it with a sip of sacred vintage. For laughter, he says, sprinkling a few drops onto the saddle, and soft landings. As night falls, Clompers rests under the fig tree, watching the stars with its sleepy, charcoal eyes. You add a tiny blanket across its back. Athena doesn't stop you. That evening, no one builds. No one plans. No one overthinks a single line. Instead, you sit around the pondering table, passing around slices of honeyed bread and reliving each ridiculous moment of construction. Pallas mimics Hermes' ride. Athena admits she considered adding a scroll compartment to Clomper's tail, but resisted. You ask her why. She shrugs. Because not everything needs to carry something. The fire crackles, the air cools, and for one perfect evening, everything you've made, every bench, every cabinet, every baffling statement piece, feels like it was leading to this. To laughter, to lightness, to Clompers. The morning after Clompers is completed, the grove feels different. Not louder, not busier, just fuller, like something soft and essential has clicked into place. Athena arrives with sawdust still in her braid, carrying a scroll titled Tomorrow's Comfort. You don't even ask. You just take a seat at the round table, roll up your sleeves, and wait for the next revelation. We're building a bed, she says simply. You blink, like, to sleep in. She nods. Even wisdom must rest. Pallas raises her hand. Do gods sleep? Athena hesitates for a beat. We pause. Historians still argue whether Athena's pause was divine rest meditation or just sheer exhaustion disguised as philosophy. The blueprints are simple at first glance. A sturdy frame, a raised platform, no carvings this time. But the more Athena describes it, the more you realize she's not building a bed. She's building the bed. A place for dreams, but also for ideas to wander. A space for recovery, for listening to the wind between thoughts. It must hold the weight of a mortal mind, she says, and also survive a thunderstorm indoors, just in case. You don't ask. She chooses fig wood again, yielding but faithful, and you and Pallas begin cutting the planks with practiced rhythm. By now, the sounds of construction are familiar music, scrape hammer, mutter, occasional goat bleat. The bed comes together surprisingly quickly. A rectangular frame with low rails wide enough for rolling dreams and secret notebooks. Athena insists on spacing the slats for ventilation of heavy thoughts. Pallas weaves a mat from reeds and linen scraps, laying it across the frame like a gift. You add a headrest, just a carved board, angled slightly to catch moonlight or early morning regrets. The mattress is a divine experiment. Athena gathers wool from temple offerings, feathers from passing geese, and something called moon dust stuffing, which may or may not be crushed chamomile in speculation. It smells faintly of clean parchment and lavender. As you assemble it, Athena carefully stitches a cover embroidered with one small curled owl and a pattern of looping vines. No sharp corners, no edges to startle the weary. You all take turns lying on it. Pallas curls up and hums softly. It feels like an exhale. You lie back and immediately forget what day it is. Athena sits at the foot, watching the branches sway above, a place to pause. That's all this is. By afternoon, word spreads. The priest returns, still slightly offended by the statement piece, and insists on trying the bed for divine resonance testing. He falls asleep in 4 minutes. Hermes lounges on it sideways and critiques the firmness while snacking on stolen dates. It's good, he says, but it could use cup holders. Athena ignores him. Dionysus ties a vine around one of the posts, declaring it symbolically claimed. Then he sings a lullaby to no one in particular and wanders off, wine sloshing. Even Artemis stops by briefly, hovering near the tree line, like she might vanish at any moment. She touches the edge of the bed, raises an eyebrow, and says it doesn't demand anything. Athena nods. Exactly. Artemis leaves a pine branch beside the headrest and disappears into the woods. That evening, none of you speak much. You gather around the bed under starlight, not to use it, just to be near it. You feel its stillness, like a steady heartbeat beside the fire. Pallas lights a small lamp and sets it on the corner rail. It casts a soft golden circle across the linen and feathers. You whisper, "Should we move it inside?" Athena shakes her head. Let it breathe, and so it stays. Outdoors, sacred, slightly uneven, absolutely perfect. You lie back and watch the stars blink one by one. Above you, the branches don't move. The wind holds its breath, and you realize something simple, something true. For all the building, all the carving, all the sanding and second guessing, sometimes the most divine thing you can make is rest. The next morning, there's dew on the bed frame. Pallas gently wipes it away with the corner of her sleeve, while you stoke a small cooking fire nearby. Athena sits cross-legged on the ground, watching the sun climb the horizon with the air of someone preparing for another battle, only this time the opponent is clutter. We've made beds, chairs, benches, she says. We've pondered and rocked and even bounced. She gestures to Clompers, who is now being used by a squirrel as a sunbathing platform. But what we lack, she continues, is containment. Graceful, dignified, horizontal containment. You squint. You mean a chest? She nods solemnly. Yes, but more. Historians still argue whether this next creation was a chest, a shrine, or Athena's earliest attempt at personal storage branding. Athena unfurls a scroll filled with tidy diagrams, lines, angles, annotated notes in divine shorthand. It's a box with a lid and small inner compartments. She points to one drawing. This section is for sacred scraps, bits of failed plans, broken drawer knobs, leftover thread. All important. You and Palace glance at each other. You've seen her quietly pocket bent nails and oddly shaped wood chips all week. Turns out she's been saving useful mistakes. Athena declares it the chest of worthy leftovers. Construction begins after breakfast. You gather wood that's been passed over in other projects. Short lengths, offcuts, slightly burned, scraps, even a plank that smells faintly of honey for some reason no one can explain. Palace takes charge of the layout sketching compartments on the workbench with a bit of charcoal and incredible confidence for someone still under 15. Athena nods approvingly. You help cut panels, noticing how the tools move more easily now. It's not just skill, it's memory. Every saw stroke carries the rhythm of the last 10 projects. The frame comes together quickly. Compact, rectangular, simple on the outside. But inside a puzzle, tiny drawers, nested boxes, a false bottom, Athena insists, for dramatic effect. Even a flip-up compartment labeled regret to revisit later. You carve each drawer pull with a unique symbol, a leaf, a spiral, a lightning bolt, a piece of toast. Palace insists on the toast. For comfort, she says. The lid is heavy and solid. Athena engraves it with a single word, if, no explanation. She won't give one either. Later, you oil the chest together. Soft cloth, circular motions, careful not to warp the hinges. It gleams in the afternoon sun, part tool, part treasure, part unfinished thought. Hermes arrives as you're setting it beneath the pondering table. He taps the lid. What's in it? Athena smiles faintly. Everything that didn't work, and still mattered. He nods for once, not cracking a joke. That's clever. Then he immediately adds a broken sandal strap to one of the compartments and vanishes again. You look over the chest, already half filled with fragments, shavings from Clomper's saddle, one lopsided drawer, pull a scroll scrap that just says rotate differently, and a rock shaped like a bean. Palace tucks a small feather inside and whispers, in case we need to remember lightness. As night falls, the chest of worthy leftovers sits quietly beneath the table, catching starlight in its carved grooves. You all gather around it, no grand speeches, no divine declarations, just quiet, softness, knowing that what doesn't serve now might someday. Athena leans back and says, we've earned a lull. You nod. No projects tomorrow. She raises one eyebrow. You've learned not to trust that eyebrow. Still, for now, you believe her, and the grove rests. The promised lull lasts exactly until mid-morning. You're sipping watered-down wine, watching a beetle try to climb Clomper's leg, when Athena announces from somewhere behind you, we're building a shelf. You close your eyes. Of course we are. She steps into view with a plank under one arm and a determined gleam in her eye, but not just any shelf, a floating one. Palace perks up from her seat in the grass. Floating like levitating, no. Athena replies, floating like suspended, light, barely touching the wall, the illusion of levitation. You sigh. For books, she considers. Not exactly. Historians still argue whether this was the origin of the floating shelf or just Athena's dislike of visible brackets. She sets the plank down reverently. It's long, smooth, and bleached from sun exposure driftwood, maybe, or something close to it. Pallas runs a hand along it. This one feels calm. Athena nods, perfect for resting thoughts without weighing them down. You go to fetch tools. Today's construction is quieter than usual. No arguments, no divine declarations. Just 3 people and occasionally 1 goat working in rhythm. Athena wants the shelf mounted not on a wall, too obvious, but between 2 olive trees. Nature provides the frame, she explains. We simply offer the pause. You anchor the shelf using braided cords, undyed, hand-woven, surprisingly sturdy. Pallas ties decorative knots along the sides, shaping them like tiny spirals. Athena adds a thin rim to keep objects from sliding off. It must hold what might slip away, she says. By midday, it's finished, a soft curve of wood suspended between trees, barely swaying in the breeze. Understated, balanced, an invitation. You place the first item, a half-written scroll. Pallas adds a smooth stone from the riverbank. Athena, after a long pause, places a small cracked olive pit in the center. It feels complete. Then Hermes arrives. He eyes the shelf, tilts his head, and squints. Is it storage or a shrine? Athena shrugs. Does it matter? He grins. I'm adding this. He pulls a tiny folded note from his sash and tucks it beneath the scroll. You do not ask what it says. By afternoon, others wander in. A temple attendant places a sprig of lavender. One of the village children brings a clay bead. Dionysus shows up and balances a grape on the very edge, watching it sway dangerously before catching it in his mouth and walking off humming. The shelf doesn't groan. It doesn't shift. It simply holds. You all sit beneath it for a while. No one speaks. The sun filters through the olive leaves. The shelf casts a faint curved shadow across the grass. Athena breaks the silence. Sometimes we need a place to place things. You nod, even the invisible things. She smiles, especially those. That evening, as the sky turns the color of fig skin and the first stars peek out overhead, you sit beneath the floating shelf once more. Pallas rests her head on your shoulder. Athena leans against the tree. The shelf remains still. It holds everything and asks for nothing. The grove has changed, not dramatically, no thunderbolts or celestial banners, but in a quieter, slower way, like a room that remembers your footsteps, like a home. Today, Athena doesn't begin with a speech. Instead, she stands in the middle of the grove, turns in a slow circle and says, "We need a door." You glance around. To what? She smiles. To possibility. Pallas groans playfully. That's not a room. Athena shrugs. It will be, eventually. Historians still argue whether this door ever led anywhere, or whether it was always meant to stand alone, inviting thoughts to walk through it. You build the frame first, tall, narrow, and completely unattached to any walls. Just two sturdy posts planted in the grass supporting a single intricately carved slab of olive wood that swings smoothly on quiet hinges. A door, yes, but it leads nowhere. Yet. Athena carves symbols across its surface, spirals, keyholes, winding paths, eyes closed in thought. You and Pallas take turns sanding the edges, rounding each corner until it feels more like a welcome than a barrier. There's no latch, no knob, just a gentle push space where a hand might rest if one were curious enough to enter whatever it might become. Pallas calls it the door to someday. Athena doesn't disagree. Hermes arrives mid-construction as usual and walks through the empty frame 6 times in a row, switching directions each time. Does this mean I've arrived? He asks on the last pass. Athena replies, only if you expected not to. Dionysus attempts to lean against the door casually, misjudges, and nearly tumbles through it. It's a metaphor he declares lying flat in the grass. You and Pallas laugh until your sides hurt. Later, Artemis returns. She doesn't speak. She simply steps through the frame, pauses, looks back at you all, and nods once before vanishing into the trees. The day softens. You plant 2 flowering herbs, thyme and sage, at the base of the doorposts, not for any symbolic reason. They just smell nice when brushed. Athena sits beside the door as the sun tilts toward evening. It doesn't need to open, she says. It only needs to be. You nod, because you understand now. A door isn't always about going somewhere. Sometimes it's about recognizing where you already are. That night, you place a small oil lamp beside the threshold. Pallas adds a pebble she found shaped like a crescent moon. Athena watches the shadows stretch across the grass and says nothing. The door creaks once in the wind. Not loud, just enough to say, still here. You lie back, eyes on the stars, and think about all the places you haven't been yet, and how many of them might begin right here with a breath, a laugh, and a single standing door in the middle of a grove. The next morning dawns with a faint breeze and the gentle thump of Pallas trying to chase the goat away from Clompers again. Athena is already drawing in the dirt. Not a chair, not a shelf, something new. We need a mirror, she says. You squint to look at ourselves. She shakes her head to reflect without judgment. You sit down beside her, watching her lines take shape. A tall standing mirror framed in wood, backed with bronze or polished obsidian. Not for vanity, for truth. Historians still argue whether this was Athena's only mirror or whether she simply preferred reflection in metaphorical forms. Pallas seems skeptical, but mirrors can lie. Athena nods. So can memory, but at least this one won't talk. She gestures to you both. Let's find the frame. The wood has to be gentle, but strong. You settle on cypress again, its pale tone almost silvery in the morning light. It feels fitting, calming. The frame is tall, arched like a doorway, echoing the freestanding door from yesterday. You carve small symbols along the outer edge, open eyes, wavy lines, a hand resting palm up. Athena directs each stroke with quiet intensity. At one point, you pause and ask, Who is this for? She doesn't look up. Everyone. Pallas suggests a hidden drawer in the back. For thoughts you're not ready to see yet. Athena blinks, surprised, then nods. Yes, that. You hollow a space in the base barely large enough to hold a folded scrap of papyrus or a memory someone's not ready to unfold. The back panel slides into place with a soft click. The mirror itself is trickier. Athena retrieves a slab of darkened bronze from a temple storeroom, polished, aged, quietly glowing. She rubs it with olive oil, murmuring something under her breath you can't quite hear. When she's finished, the surface reflects not sharply, but softly. The image wavers, slow, warm, honest. No sharp lines, no harsh truths, just presence. You lift it into the frame together, breath-held muscles tensed, and it settles with a quiet thunk. The mirror of gentle seeing, you're the first to look. What you see isn't just your face. It's the hands you've used to build the dust in your hair, the small amused fatigue in your eyes. Not beautiful, not pitiful, just real. Pallas looks next. She stares silently for a long time, then murmurs, I look like someone I haven't met yet. Athena doesn't look at all. She places the mirror at the grove's edge near the door to nowhere under a canopy of vines. It catches the dappled sunlight, refracting the green of the leaves, the flicker of candlelight from last night's oil lamp, the curl of Clompers's tail. Hermes shows up and glances in briefly. Ah, he says. A truth trap. Athena replies, only if you're running. Dionysus refuses to look. He claims mirrors dilute the wine of the soul. No one knows what that means. Artemis returns late in the day silently. She stands before the mirror for nearly a full hour. She leaves a sprig of mint in the hidden drawer. You don't ask. That night, the mirror glows faintly in the moonlight. You swear it's not magic, just well-placed polish and shadow. Pallas drapes a thin cloth over it, like tucking in a companion. Athena says softly, some things should sleep too. You lie down beside the rocking chair, listening to the gentle creak of branches, the wind through the floating shelf, and the whisper of your own breath. And maybe, just maybe, the mirror is reflecting your dreams now, too. The grove greets the morning with its usual chorus, bird-song breeze, and the faint musical clatter of Pallas dropping a bowl. Athena arrives holding nothing. No scroll, no wood, no divine schematics, just a small fig in one hand, which she bites into thoughtfully before declaring, today we build a stool. You wait, and wait, then ask just a stool. She chews, swallows, yes, a very ordinary stool. You blink. No metaphors, not today. Historians still argue whether this stool marked a creative cooldown or was the most radical idea yet to build without layers. It's strange how this simplicity feels more complex than the throne's mirrors and pondering tables. No compartments, no owl carvings, just 3 legs and a seat. Athena chooses plain olive wood, not sacred, not symbolic, just available. Pallas raises an eyebrow, but doesn't argue. The construction is quiet, calm. You shape the seat, Circular, smooth-edged, just wide enough for one person or a particularly ambitious cat. Pallas sands the legs, humming a little tune that has no melody but somehow fits the day. Athena fits the pieces together herself. No magic, no divine shortcuts, just a mallet, a few dowels, and stubborn craftsmanship. She tests it. It wobbles once. She adjusts it. Wobbles again. Another adjustment. Then stillness. Perfect. She sits, cross-legged on a stool not built for lounging or leaning. Upright, centered. I built it, she says softly, because I needed somewhere to just be. You understand. So does Pallas. Hermes arrives, sees the stool, and says, "That's it." Athena nods. He circles it, sniffs, taps the seat, then sits. He doesn't joke, he just sits. Dionysus bother with a visit today. You suspect he'd find it too responsible. Later, a priest wanders through the grove. He eyes the stool warily, then asks, "Is it safe to sit?" You nod. He tries it, and for once doesn't fall asleep or declare divine insight. He just sits. That evening, the stool becomes a quiet focal point, not the grand throne, not the rocking chair, not the pondering table, just there. You all take turns, one by one, no speeches, no laughter, just breath. Athena places the stool beneath the floating shelf when the light fades, not for storage, not for symbolism, just for stillness. Later, you catch her sitting on it again, sharpening a chisel by starlight eyes, calm. You think even gods need something solid under them sometimes. And as the fire dims and the grove exhales into night, you realize sometimes the most extraordinary gift you can build is a place for nothing. This time, it's Pallas who speaks first. "I want to make something soft," she says, running her fingers through a pile of offcuts and shavings. "Something you don't have to sit right on, something that forgives you when you flop." Athena raises an eyebrow, curious. "A cushion," Pallas shakes her head. "Bigger." You smile. "A daybed," Pallas grins. "A nest." Athena tilts her head. "Elaborate. It's not a chair, not a bed. It's a place to curl up sideways, read a scroll, throw your legs over the side, maybe nap, maybe not. You don't arrive with purpose, you just land there." Historians still argue whether this marked the invention of lounge furniture or simply a mortal child asking the gods for softness. And so you build a nest, not with sticks, Athena nixes that immediately, but with curved olive wood panels arranged in a gentle bowl shape. The back curves around like an embrace. The base is low to the ground, wide and forgiving. Pallas handles. The stuffing wool reads, feathers, bits of leftover fabric from temple robes. One perfectly clean goat hair, she insists it's symbolic, and something she refers to as dream fluff, which turns out to be shredded scroll margins with no writing on them. Athena oversees the stitching of the main cushion. It's large, almost cloud-like. She embroiders a single tiny spiral in the center and says nothing when you ask what it means. Assembly is slow, methodical, and kind of joyful. You and Pallas toss the cushion into the frame. It poofs satisfyingly. Athena tests it first. She sits, pauses, then leans, slides sideways, closes her eyes, and lets out a breath you're not sure she meant anyone to hear. You and Pallas take turns flopping dramatically into it afterward. It sways slightly, like a cradle that remembers how to rock. Hermes shows up just in time to dive into the nest full force. The cushion absorbs him with a gentle thump and a muffled, "This is dangerous, I might never leave." Athena mutters, "You say that about the fig tree, too." Later, Dionysus visits and naps in it, without permission, goblet balanced precariously on the rim. A scroll rolls off his lap unread. You tuck it into the cushion folds for later. The nest becomes a fixture immediately. It's the first piece people don't ask permission to use. They just curl into it. You find it occupied more often than not. A temple scribe drapes herself across it with 3 unfinished poems. 2 children crawl in with a toy lyre and fall asleep. Even the goat tries it briefly before Athena shoos it out with the gentlest possible glare. That night the nest glows softly in the firelight. Not literally, though it might as well. You and Pallas sit nearby nibbling on roasted barley cakes and watching Athena lie in the nest, head turned to the stars. "This wasn't my idea," she murmurs. You smile. Maybe that's the point. She closes her eyes, and the nest seems to hum with the rhythm of breath of rest of mortal weight sinking into something that doesn't ask questions. No angles, no purpose, just softness. You wake to find Athena already awake, crouched beside the floating shelf, tracing her finger along the edge, like she's trying to remember a dream. "I want to build something secret," she says, without looking up. Pallas, still curled in the nest, murmurs, "Isn't everything you build a little bit secret?" Athena smiles. "No, this one should hide things, disappear into the grove, be present but invisible." You sit up, rubbing your eyes. A hiding place. She nods, but not for valuables, for thoughts that need to rest alone. Historians still argue whether this was a philosophical box, a divine diary, or simply a goddess needing a place to whisper things too loud for her own mind. The design is quiet, no fanfare, a simple wooden cube, no larger than a basket with smooth sides. No handles, and a lid that fits just imperfectly enough to suggest it's meant to be opened, but only when needed. You use olive wood again, old, sturdy, familiar. Athena chooses the branches herself, this time selecting ones that have grown sideways or twisted unexpectedly. They've already learned how to bend. Pallas suggests burying the box halfway underground, so only those who kneel low enough will find it. Athena agrees, and for the first time in days, she lets someone else do the carving. You. She hands you the chisel and steps back. No instructions, just trust. You carve slowly, cautiously. The surface remains plain, but along the lid, you trace the faint outline of a closed eye nestled in a spiral. Pallas lines the inside with soft fabric frayed temple offerings mostly. Old prayer cloths worn thin, but still full of quiet. Athena places the box beneath a wild fig bush at the edge of the grove, half buried, dappled in leaf shadow. She kneels beside it, runs a hand over the lid, then opens it just once, to place a single slip of papyrus inside. Folded, unmarked, she closes it, sits back, says nothing. You sit beside her. Pallas brings warm barley tea in small clay cups. No one speaks for a long time. The box is not grand, not beautiful. It is gentle, private. It asks nothing, offers nothing but space. Later, Hermes arrives, peeks at the fig bush, and sniffs the air like a fox. There's a secret here, Athena replies. It's not yours. He grins and retreats without pushing. That more than anything proves the point. As night falls, you sit by the secret box once more, not guarding it, just near it, like it might someday contain something you haven't quite said yet. And maybe, just maybe, it already does. You spend the morning watching leaves fall, not dramatically, just the occasional flicker of gold through olive branches drifting down like a sigh you forgot you were holding. Athena arrives barefoot, carrying a coil of rope and a smirk. We're building something vertical today, she says. Pallas groans softly from the nest. We just built a box that hides. Can't we have a day of lying horizontally and pretending time doesn't exist? Athena grins. You'll like this one. It swings. You sit up. A swing, a platform swing, she clarifies, wide enough for more than one, maybe even clompers. Historians still argue whether this was Athena embracing whimsy or inventing outdoor therapy under the olive trees. The design is simple, but the purpose is not. It's for not going anywhere, she says, but still moving. You gather the wood, 2 strong planks from an old laurel beam that once served as a temple lintel. Pallas grumbles, but secretly hums as she sands the surface. You carve the edges round, soft enough for bare knees. Pallas adds a light cushion stitched from leftover linens and a bit of stuffing stolen from the nest corner. She embroiders a barely there vine along the edge. The ropes are thick braided from old offerings and fresh fibers. You measure, then remeasure, then hold your breath as Athena ties the knots herself, precise, swift, and poetic somehow. The branch you choose is strong. It's the one where Hermes once dangled upside down on a dare. Now it becomes the spine for something gentler. Lifting the swing into place takes all 3 of you. There's a moment of silence as it creaks for the first time, testing its weight. Then it sways, gently, a breath caught in motion. Pallas hops on first legs, crossed, grinning like she just discovered a new moon. You sit beside her. It shifts, holds rocks. Athena watches, arms folded, and finally joins you. The 3 of you sway back and forth in a rhythm older than speech, a kind of trust between tree rope weight and wind. Hermes returns. Of course, he doesn't ask to join. He just hops on the back like a lazy shadow, nearly tips the whole thing sideways, then rights it with a laugh. This is dangerous, he says, gripping the ropes. You might start thinking new thoughts. Athena replies, That's the point. Dionysus drapes a vine across the ropes, ties a tiny grape cluster in the center, and declares it a blessing of motion with no destination. You rock, forward, back, forward again. The sounds of the grove soften, the leaves whisper, the wind settles into the rhythm you've set. Later, the swing becomes a meeting place, not for plans, not for decisions, just for being. People sit in it sideways, lie across it reading, close their eyes, and forget what they came here to do. Athena adds a single inscription under the seat, carved so only someone lying down would see it. Stillness doesn't have to be still. That night you fall asleep beneath it, watching it sway slowly in the moonlight. Back and forth and back again. The next morning arrives with mist rising between the olive trees, soft and silver, like the grove itself is yawning after a long, thoughtful dream. Athena appears with a single piece of chalk and draws a spiral on the flat stone near the swing, one slow circle at a time. You and Pallas glance at each other. No words. You've learned to wait. Finally, Athena straightens, dusts her hands, and says, "We need somewhere to listen." To what Pallas asks, brushing dew off the nest cushion. Athena replies, "To what we've missed while doing everything else." You nod slowly, like a listening post. Athena smiles faintly, more like a seat with no forward-facing reason. Historians still argue whether this invention resembled a bench, a pulpit, or a particularly introspective rock. The build begins with the seat itself rounded low, slightly tilted backward. Not a chair, not a bench, a perch. You shape the legs from fig wood, softened with oil and thyme. The seat is a slab of olive heartwood, so old that even the grain seems to whisper. Athena insists on placing it not in the middle of the grove, but facing a thicket of vines where nothing particularly important ever seems to happen. It faces away, she says. On purpose. Pallas furrows her brow. Won't that be boring? That's the point, Athena answers. Sometimes silence has the best things to say. You build the seat low enough that knees rise slightly, pushing the body into a posture of pause. You widen the back just enough to lean, not recline, just settle. There are no arms, no carvings, no scroll compartment. You oil the wood in silence cloth, moving in circles, as if coaxing out whatever's hiding in the grain. When it's done, you carry it together out to the edge of the grove. You place it near the fig bush that guards the secret box facing nothing, or maybe everything. You sit in it first. The world shifts slightly, not forward, not urgent, just wide. The sounds are different here. Leaves brushing, a distant owl calling in daylight, the tiny scratch of beetle legs across bark. Pallas sits next, saying nothing for once. Hermes arrives, sees where it's facing, and says, "There's nothing over there." Athena replies, "Exactly." He blinks. Then, to everyone's shock, he sits, just for a moment, then leaves, no comment. Dionysus comes later, tries to turn the seat toward the grove, and is immediately met with an almost imperceptible headshake from Athena. He sighs, shrugs, and leaves a grape on the seat instead. You place a tiny sign nearby etched into a smooth stone. This seat does not perform. That evening, no one talks much, not even by the fire. The seat remains at the edge, holding space, holding silence. You catch Athena watching it, not proudly, but quietly, like someone who's learning too. And as the wind picks up and the first stars blink down, you realize it isn't about what you look at. It's about how long you're willing to sit with what doesn't speak back. The air is heavier this morning, not hot, just full, like the grove has decided to press gently on your shoulders, reminding you that rest and work have always been old friends. Athena is already sharpening a chisel when you arrive. She doesn't look up. We're making a ladder. Pallas, halfway through her second fig, raises an eyebrow, to where Athena finally glances up. That's what we're going to find out. You sit slowly. Are we building a tower? No, she says, smiling just a little, just a way up. Historians still argue whether this ladder was symbolic functional or simply Athena getting curious about tree canopies. Construction begins with silence. The rungs come first, 10 of them, each a different wood, each salvaged from prior builds. A piece from the pondering table, one from Clompers, even a slightly warped scrap from the statement piece. Athena calls it a ladder of everything we've already done. You sand them smooth, number them not with digits, but with symbols burned into the sides, an eye, a fig, a curled hand, a spiral. Pallas carves the side rails from 2 long cypress limbs chosen for their natural bow. The whole thing curves gently, as though it already wants to lean into the sky. You assemble it in the clearing. Athena holds it steady, while you and Pallas lash the base into place, nestled between 2 sturdy roots of the tallest olive tree. It rises at a gentle angle, resting against a branch, just high enough to vanish behind the lowest leaves. You test it first, 1 rung at a time. The wood feels warm under your hands. It doesn't creak. It just accepts you. At the top, you find a small hollow between branches. Room enough for 1, maybe 2 if they're friendly. You don't shout down. You just sit and breathe. The sounds of the grove shift. Up here, the wind is clearer, sharper, but still kind. You hear a bee, the flutter of wings. The ladder moves faintly with your weight, but not enough to worry you. Pallas climbs up next. She laughs softly. It's like sitting inside a thought. Athena joins you last, surprising no one. The 3 of you perch in the branches, knees drawn in sharing a fig, and watching nothing in particular. The grove below moves without you. Clompers rocks lazily. The swing sways in an empty arc. Why a ladder, you ask? Athena shrugs. We build all these things on the ground. I wanted to see what happens when we don't. Hermes appears at the base, eyes the ladder, and calls up. Does it end anywhere? Athena answers, no. He grins. Perfect. He doesn't climb, just walks away, already whistling. Later, you descend rung by rung. The sun is lowering. The light shifts into that familiar golden stretch of almost evening. Pallas places a small woven mat under the base for bare feet that need to think before climbing. You nod. Dionysus visits briefly, eyes the ladder, and mutters, I don't do heights. But he leaves a small cup of wine at the bottom just in case someone gets thirsty up there. That night, the ladder stands quiet. No destination, no prophecy, just a place to rise, to look down with new perspective, and maybe to come back changed. You wake with sap on your elbow and a fig leaf stuck to your cheek. Somewhere in the grove, Clompers lets out a creaky whinny, like even he knows it's been a long, long week of building oddities. Athena greets you with a small clay pot and a single word, light. You blink, you mean like a torch. No, she says, unwrapping a scrap of linen to reveal a handful of waxy shavings and tiny dried herbs. A lamp, one that remembers. Pallas, still climbing down from the ladder, with bed hair and a book in hand, perks up, remembers what Athena smiles. The moments we forget to record. Historians still argue whether this lamp was a tribute to forgotten histories or simply Athena's soft spot for cozy lighting. Construction is slow, thoughtful. You begin with the base shaped like a shallow bowl carved from driftwood, smoothed by time. Athena coats it with resin for durability and shine. The stand is a single spiraled olive branch, peeled and polished, twined with dried lavender and a strip of copper wire. It doesn't conduct anything. It just glows a little when the light hits it. At the top, a simple oil basin, cradled in a frame of brass that Hermes borrowed from a temple hinge. You don't ask from where or how. Pallas works on the wick-weaving fibers from old offerings and dipped beeswax with just a hint of crushed myrrh. When it burns, it smells like sleep and softened parchment. But the real wonder is what Athena calls the memory globe. It's a hollowed fig seed, dried sealed and hung from a hook just beneath the flame. When the lamp burns, the heat rises and spins the globe ever so slightly. If you stare long enough, she says you'll remember something you thought you'd lost. You test it first. The flame flickers. The globe turns. And suddenly you remember the first chair you ever made. Wobbly, uneven, but steady enough to hold your father's tired back. You don't say anything, you just breathe. Pallas lights it next. She blinks, slowly smiles, and says, I remembered a blue ribbon I lost when I was 5. It smelled like oranges. Athena doesn't light it herself. She simply places it near the edge of the grove, between the door to nowhere and the secret box. As dusk approaches, the lamp glows softly. Not bright, not bold, just enough to say, I'm here. Hermes arrives with a scroll under one arm. He pauses, stares into the flame, and quietly sets the scroll beside the lamp before vanishing again. No jokes, no drama, just a soft exit. Even Dionysus is subdued today. He places a single grape beside the base and whispers something in a language no one recognizes. Later that night, people come by one at a time. They don't sit, they don't talk. They just stand near the lamp eyes on the flame, remembering things they didn't know they'd forgotten. Pallas adds a tiny wooden tag on the stand carved with the words, for the fragments that matter anyway. And the lamp flickers in agreement. As the stars rise and the grove hums with the sound of soft breath and distant crickets, you lie back in the nest, watching the glow dance against the leaves. Not blinding, not guiding, just present. A small, steady light for the things we carry in silence. The lamp still glows when you wake a sleepy ember against the first rays of sunlight. Pallas is already seated nearby, cradling a mug of something warm, staring at the little memory globe as it turns. Athena arrives with a bundle of willow reeds tucked in under her arm. No hammers today, she says, setting them down. We're weaving. You blink. A basket. She shakes her head. A wall. You glance around the grove, which is decidedly wall-less. To keep something out, to invite something in, she replies. Historians still argue whether this wall was an act of protection inclusion or simply an experiment in boundary without division. You don't argue, you just start soaking the reeds. The design is unusual, not a flat barrier, but a soft arc, open-ended and curved like a crescent. No door, no hinges. Just a gentle enclosure formed from braided reeds and vines, tall enough to lean against, low enough to see over. Athena sketches the base pattern in the soil, overlapping loops. No sharp corners, everything connected. Pallas braids reeds with quiet intensity, fingers flying. You follow her lead, tucking in bits of lavender and mint as you go. Occasionally, she pauses to inspect a segment, then nods satisfied. The structure rises slowly. You anchor the ends with olive stakes, carving little spirals into the tops. Not decoration, just familiar movement. As the weave takes shape, it begins to feel safe. Not in a fortress way, in a you could cry here and not apologize way. Athena adds 2 branches bent into arches, crossing them at the center and tying them with a strip of cloth from her sash. No divine light, no incantation, just cloth. She steps back, brushing reed dust from her tunic. It's not for protection, she says softly. It's for gathering. You don't ask what she means. You already know. Hermes appears, peeks through the woven gaps and says, "Looks like somewhere a secret might nap." He doesn't stay. Dionysus shows up with a basket of grapes, sets it in the center of the ark and murmurs, "For the offerings that never made it to the altar." People drift in. A scribe lays a broken quill on the grass. A healer leaves a bundle of dried yarrow. A child sneaks in, curls up, and falls asleep against the wall's inner curve. No one speaks, no one directs. It's just understood. Athena sits on the ground, at the outer edge, sharpening a twig to a point. We forget she says that even boundaries can be gentle. You sit beside her. The wall hums softly in the breeze, not literally, but it feels like it should. Later, Pallas ties a tiny tag near the arch's top. Not a fence, a frame. The fireflies come early that evening, dancing through the reeds, glowing softly in the gaps. The memory lamp flickers nearby, and for a brief, beautiful moment, the whole grove feels like one large inhale. You lie back in the nest, listening to the reed wall rustle like a lullaby written in rust and leaves. Not guarding, not dividing, just holding space. You wake to drizzle, not a storm. Just the soft, persistent tap of rain through olive leaves, the kind that turns soil into stories and makes every wood surface smell more like itself. Athena stands beneath the floating shelf, cloak damp, but eyes bright. Today, she says we build a roof. Pallas curled in the nest with a fig half chewed and forgotten lifts her head. Finally, you laugh over what Athena just gestures, wide, sweeping, divine. Everything. Historians still argue whether this roof was literal shelter, poetic metaphor, or Athena's admission that rain does in fact fall on everyone equally. The plan is to build it near the memory lamp, and the seat that faces away, an open-sided structure, more canopy than house, more pause than point. The wood is simple olive beams, for the base cypress slats for the top, all coated in a thin layer of beeswax and fig resin to shed water but still smell like sun when dry. You lash the beams together one quiet knot at a time, your fingers now as fluent in rope as they are in chisel and mallet. Pallas decorates the inner rim with braided reed cords. So the ceiling tells a story, she says, even when you're lying under it, saying nothing. Athena adds small, curved pieces of bronze beneath the slats. They don't support anything. They just catch the light and ring softly when the rain hits just right. When you finish, you all sit beneath it. No chairs, no benches, just packed dirt, a woven mat, and the flickering lamp nearby. The rain continues, gentle as breath. You don't talk, not at first. Then Pallas says, I thought roofs were supposed to feel heavier. Athena replies, not this one. It becomes the center of the grove in the least demanding way. People gather beneath it with full hands and heavy thoughts. Some sit in silence, others hum. One scribe reads aloud to no one, her voice soft enough to seem like part of the breeze. Hermes visits, lies on his back, with one foot against a post and murmurs, you built a temple that forgot to preach. Dionysus hangs a small bell from one corner. It rings once every so often, irregular and honest like memory. By afternoon the rain has stopped, but no one moves. The roof holds space, not as a shield, as a hush. Athena kneels and smooths the dirt beneath her palm. We don't always need walls, she says, but we do need ceilings, even ones that let light through. Later, you carve a small word into the beam above the memory lamp. Pallas leans over your shoulder, reading aloud, here is stillness that stays dry. And for once, Hermes doesn't make a joke. That night, fireflies blink beneath the canopy, like shy thoughts finding courage. The scent of wet earth drifts into the nest, and you sleep easily, because somewhere in the grove you've built a pause, a shelter for breath, a roof for silence. The morning after the rain smells like olive wood and damp moss. You stretch bones crackling gently and find Athena balancing a small flat stone on top of a stump. She tilts her head, steps back, and mutters, too vertical. You approach. Are we sculpting? She squints at the stone. We're stacking. Pallas appears behind you, a half-eaten barley cake in hand, like rocks. Athena nods. Exactly like rocks. Historians still argue whether this was a tribute to Cairn's altars or Athena's desire to arrange chaos one pebble at a time. The plan isn't written down. There are no measurements. You just start collecting stones from the edge of the grove, bits of broken ceramic from past temple repairs, a shard of driftwood polished by time. Each item has to earn its place. You test balance texture weight. If it teeters, it goes to the reject pile. Pallas insists that the rejects are just waiting for their own tower and begins a smaller one beside yours. Athena builds slowly, deliberately. Every piece she adds seems to tell a small story, a sliver of roof tile burned in a lightning storm, a chunk of sandstone etched with a half letter, a polished nutshell. You copy her style at first, then abandon it halfway through and go full improvisation. Yours leans, but doesn't fall. Palace builds 3 separate stacks and connects them with twine and dried flowers, declaring it structural poetry. Hermes drops by to add a flat coin on top of Palace's tallest stack. It wobbles. Athena lets it stay. At no point does anyone say, "We're done." The towers just stop growing, not from lack of material, but because they've started humming in their own way. Not audibly, of course, just in the way that balanced things seem to radiate their own quiet truth. Later, people pass by and instinctively place things at the base: an olive pit, a folded note, a seed pod. Not offerings, just acknowledgments. Dionysus brings a smooth purple stone the size of a fig and tucks it beneath the tallest stack without comment. Artemis visits in silence. She doesn't add anything. She simply places her hand on the side of one tower and stands still for a full minute before vanishing again. You sit nearby as the shadows stretch across the grove. The towers catch the light in soft, uneven ways. Athena finally speaks. Balance isn't a goal, it's a moment. You nod, and then the wind comes. She smiles. Exactly, no one worries about them falling. If they do, you'll rebuild them, maybe differently, maybe better, or maybe just again. That night you sit by the towers in the hush between laughter and sleep. The lamp flickers gently nearby. The swing creaks once unprovoked, and you breathe. Because sometimes building something that doesn't do anything is exactly what you need most. You wake to find Athena sitting cross-legged on the swing, turning a spoon over in her hand like it's a scroll she hasn't quite decided how to read. She looks up as you approach. We've built places to sit, places to dream, places to store, to swing, to hide. You nod. What's next? She grins. Now we make a tray. Pallas nearby, and brushing olive leaves from her tunic, laughs. A tray like for snacks. Athena shrugs. Or for tools, or scrolls, or whatever you're not ready to hold yet. Historians still argue whether this tray was a domestic flourish or a philosophical object, a symbol of carrying without clinging. Construction begins with a wide slab of cypress left over from the roof build. Its sturdy light, slightly bowed from weather, perfect for a thing meant to hold other things, but not forever. You trace the shape, rounded corners, shallow lip, soft angles. The kind of tray you can slide onto a lap without knocking knees or attracting too much attention. Athena carves a spiral in the center deep enough to feel, but shallow enough not to catch crumbs or ink spills. Pallas adds handles, not carved, but looped soft leather straps, affixed with brass tacks Hermes found in an abandoned idea. You oil the whole thing with care, and the grain glows in the sunlight, showing off patterns that look almost like waves, or maybe memory lines. Then comes the first test: what will the tray carry? Athena places a half-unspooled thread, a fig leaf, and a tiny wooden owl. Pallas adds a crumpled drawing and a coin with one edge worn smooth. You set down a warm cup of barley tea and a scroll tied shut with blue twine. It feels like an offering, or a thought in transit. You carry it from the swing to the pondering table. No ceremony, no speech, just movement. That's the magic. It's not a vessel, it's a moment. Later that day, the tray gets passed from hand to hand. A temple scribe uses it to carry pigment jars. A child sets a pile of pebble animals on it, like a parade. Dionysus briefly fills it with grapes, then forgets and uses it as a hat before Athena confiscates it. Hermes, ever the minimalist, places only a feather on it and walks away whistling. You find the tray left on the seat that faces away, empty. Athena finds it next and fills it again. It keeps happening, carried, emptied, refilled like breath. By evening, someone's added a note to the underside, carved in tiny sideways letters. Not everything has to stay with you. You smile, because whoever wrote that understood. The tray is not a tool of burden. It's a permission slip to hold gently and to let go. That night after the grove quiets, you set the tray beside the memory lamp, empty, waiting, ready for tomorrow's thoughts. Or none at all. The grove wakes slowly today. Even the birds seem to whisper their songs instead of declaring them. Clompers doesn't bother to protest his morning walk. Pallas snoozes, face down in the nest, one sock on one sock, nowhere to be found. Athena is already sitting near the edge of the grove, drawing long, looping shapes into the dirt with a stick. You join her. She looks up. It's time to build a path. You glance around to where she gestures vaguely, from wherever you are to wherever you weren't yet. Pallas stirs. That's either the wisest or the most useless sentence I've heard all week. Athena smiles. Yes. Historians still argue whether this path was meant to guide to wander or simply to give restless feet something honest to do. You start by gathering flat stones, not perfect ones, the kind that wobble just slightly until you press them into the earth with the weight of decision. You lay the first one near the seat that faces away, then another near the tray, another under the swing. The pattern isn't a line, it's a constellation, winding, looping, almost lazy in its commitment to direction. Pallas adds soft markers, a bundle of dried thyme, a ribbon half tied to a branch, a carved spiral etched faintly into the third stone. You work quietly. It becomes a kind of walking meditation. Choose a stone, set it down, press it in, step back, repeat. Hermes appears mid-build, walking the half-finished path backwards while balancing a scroll on his head. Is it cheating if I skip a stone? He asks. Athena replies, only if you meant to. He skips one anyway. No one cares. The path grows slowly, not outward, but inward, connecting places that weren't meant to connect. The secret box, the memory lamp, the stool, the ladder, even the spot where Clompers likes to nap under a fig tree gets a stone. Because why not, later, a priest passes through eyes following the trail. He hesitates at each stone like they're offering riddles. He never speaks, just walks, slowly, thoughtfully. Dionysus leaves a grape on every other step. He calls it seeding the journey. You only trip once. Pallas pretends not to notice. That evening, Athena walks the full path barefoot. At each pause, she closes her eyes. Not for drama, just listening. When she finishes, she sits beside the floating shelf and writes a single word in the dirt, between. You watch the path catch the last light of day, stone by stone, like a sentence being whispered in reverse. It's not a road, it's a reminder that you're always in motion, even when standing still. And some paths don't lead to destinations, they become them. The grove is quieter than usual today. No visitors, no interruptions. Even Hermes seems to be elsewhere, possibly bothering a mountain. Athena sits cross-legged near the memory lamp, polishing a small square plank of wood with deliberate strokes. You ease down beside her. She doesn't look up. Today we make a sign. Pallas, emerging from the shelter with twigs in her hair, raises a brow. What does it say? Athena shrugs. We'll know when we write it. Historians still argue whether this sign was meant to mark sacred space, offer directions, or simply acknowledge that something beautiful had happened here. The wood is olive, of course, a flat, rectangular slab, just wider than your handspan. You sand the edges, buff the grain, and oil it gently until it shines like sunlight through a late afternoon thought. Pallas suggests carving a spiral. Athena shakes her head. Not this time. Instead, you each take a turn holding the sign. Not carving, not writing, just holding, letting it warm to your hands, letting the silence speak first. It's not a decision so much as a drift. The letters arrive slowly, with no one saying them out loud. You pick up the chisel and begin. Here we made space for stillness. No signatures, no dates, no divine symbols, just that. Athena nods. Pallas breathes out. You feel something settle, like a cloak you didn't realize you were wearing. Now where to place it. You try 3 different spots. Next to the seat, too quiet. By the swing, too playful. At the grove's entrance, too expected. Eventually, you walk the path backwards, stone by stone, until you find the place between the nest and the ladder, a small patch of earth sunlit and shaded all at once, where sound seems to move more slowly. There, you stake it into the ground, not too deep, just enough to stay. People pass by, see the sign, and do what people do. Some stop and read it twice. Some smile. Some sit nearby without speaking. One scribe copies the phrase into the corner of a scroll, adding only a question mark beside it. Hermes returns just in time to see you straightening it. He reads it aloud, then says too few syllables for a prophecy, just enough for a nap. He lies down on the path and closes his eyes. Athena ties a sprig of rosemary to the top of the sign and murmurs for memory. Dionysus appears at dusk, reads the sign, and uncharacteristically leaves no grapes, no jokes, just a gentle nod. That night the grove breathes deeper. You lie in the nest, listening to the wind brush past the sign like a fingertip trailing across an old name. No proclamation, no altar, just acknowledgement. That here once you built a pause so others might find one. The grove has changed again, not in form, in feeling. It's fuller now, woven with gestures and echoes and silences that know your name. the kind of fullness that doesn't come from building more, but from letting the space speak back. Athena meets you by the secret box with a soft cloth bundle. She opens it carefully, like unwrapping a dream someone else left behind. Inside, a tiny clay bell. "We're building a timekeeper," she says. Pallas peers over your shoulder. "We already built a swing, a seat, a sign. You want a clock now?" Athena shakes her head. "Not time measured, time marked." Historians still argue whether this was a sundial, a ritual object, or simply a way for Athena to say goodbye without saying it out loud. Construction begins with a round slab of marble that Pallas finds buried half in mud. A temple remnant, scorched on one edge. Perfect. You polish it until your arms ache. Then Athena etches 12 shallow indentations around the edge, uneven, imperfect, not matched to any real hour. Instead of numbers, she carves symbols: a fig leaf, a spiral, a goat's hoof print, a curled scroll, a pair of closed eyes. At the center, you plant a thin bronze rod, angled just slightly west, not to follow the sun strictly, but to lean into the afternoon light, like someone reaching toward a story they once knew by heart. The clay bell is hung from a crooked olive branch placed next to the dial. When the wind hits just right, it taps once against the branch. No rhythm, no command, just a whisper: "You're here now." Athena names it the forgetting clock. Pallas raises an eyebrow. "It doesn't tell you when to do anything," Athena explains. "It lets you forget what you thought you had to do. You sit around it for a while, just watching it not change. And somehow that changes you." Visitors approach and pause. Some run their fingers across the carved symbols. One person closes their eyes and stands barefoot in the shadow of the rod for a full hour. Dionysus arrives with no wine today. He just tosses a pebble into the air and says, "Some moments are so long they become places." Hermes tries to interpret the carvings. He gets 5 right. Probably. You don't correct him. That night, you sit near the clock as stars begin their slow, never-finished arc across the sky. The bell rings once without breeze. You don't ask how. Pallas rests her head on your shoulder. "If I forget what time it is, forever would that be so bad?" Athena replies from across the grove. "That's the dream." And you believe her, because here, surrounded by ladders, trays, memory lamps, and signs that don't shout, time doesn't tick. It exhales, and you for once are breathing with it. You wake slowly, not because something stirs you, but because nothing does. The grove is motionless in the best way, like even the air is reclining. Athena's voice comes softly through the trees. "We've built everything except one thing." You sit up, blinking away dream fragments. Which thing? She's standing near the very first build, the door to nowhere, holding a loop of vine in one hand. "A frame," she says. Pallas, dragging her blanket like a cape, mutters, "Didn't we already build a wall?" Athena nods. "This one won't surround. It'll reveal." Historians still argue whether this frame marked the end of the Grove project, or whether Athena simply wanted one last structure that pointed toward nothing and said, "Look." The materials are familiar by now. 2 branches slightly curved, some rope, a strip of linen dyed from leftover fig skin, and olive ash. You lash the branches into a tall oval, too narrow to be a doorway, too abstract to be a mirror. You plant it in the ground, not at the center of the grove, but just off the path, tilted slightly, so it never faces the same thing twice, depending on where you stand. There's nothing inside it, and yet everything is. The frame holds air, light, a fig leaf drifting through. You step back. It looks like an accident or an invitation. Athena ties the linen strip across the top. It reads, "This is what it looked like to pause." You say nothing. You don't need to. The frame doesn't demand attention. It catches it, gently. People pass it and turn back. Some tilt their heads. One person draws it in a sketchbook. Dionysus peers through it and says, "Oh yes, this is what I meant all along. You don't ask what." He wouldn't answer anyway. Hermes walks past, does a double take, and backs up until the frame aligns perfectly with the seat that faces away. "You sneaky genius," he mutters to no one in particular. That night, Athena walks the path once slowly, then stops before the frame. She doesn't speak, just looks. Pallas joins her, then you, and the grove holds its breath with you. Wind rustles gently through the leaves. The lamp flickers near the memory box. The bell rings softly once, and the frame, still and unassuming, does its quiet work, revealing nothing new, just reminding you what's already here. You don't build anything today. No gathering of tools, no sharpening of chisels, no sketches in the dirt. Instead, Athena hands you a scroll. It's blank. Pallas places a single quill beside it, then flops into the swing, letting it rock without rhythm. You wait, but nothing comes. And that's the point. Historians still argue whether this final moment marked the conclusion of the grove's creation or simply the start of what it meant. Athena wanders the path, not following it, so much as brushing past it, like an old melody you remember enough to hum, but not quite sing. The seat that faces away now has a few petals resting in its curve. The ladder stands quietly waiting for new feet. The memory lamp flickers even in daylight, like it knows someone nearby is thinking about something they're not ready to name. You carry the blank scroll around the grove, from the stool to the nest, past the reed wall under the soft roof, across the stones of the path. Each place greets you like an old friend with no questions. You pause by the tray, still empty, still ready. Athena finally speaks. "This one's not for carving," you nod. She means the scroll. It's for noticing. You sit near the forgetting clock, unroll the parchment, and simply rest your hand on it. The ink never touches the page. Pallas joins you, humming a tune without words. Dionysus leaves a single grape at the center of the reed wall and bows theatrically to no one in particular. Hermes, when he appears, doesn't say a word. He simply sets a folded scrap of paper, unreadable, beneath the edge of the frame, then vanishes into the trees. Athena smiles and doesn't ask what was written on it. You all gather beneath the soft roof one last time. No speeches, no laughter, just breath. The fireflies come earlier than usual, blinking lazily around the grove like tiny punctuation marks. The seat that faces away has an olive pit on its surface. Someone sat there and thought, or forgot, or both. Athena presses the scroll into your hands again, and this time you write 3 words. We were here, not to prove, not to teach, just to leave a pause that someone else might step into and breathe. And now, as the grove quiets for the last time, and the moonlight drapes itself over the nest, the swing, the ladder, and the frame, you exhale. The kind of exhale that comes not from exhaustion, but from completion. Around you, everything holds still, not in silence, but in soft conversation with the dark. A low breeze moves through the reeds, through the spaces in the wall curling around the sign, brushing the bell just once. The grove doesn't sleep. Not exactly. It waits. Content in its stillness, unhurried by need, you walk the path one final time. Your steps slower now, not because you're tired, but because you've learned the rhythm of pause. Each stone beneath your feet remembers where you stepped before and where you didn't. You pass the seat, the ladder, the nest, and you realize none of these things needed to be built, but you're glad they were, because in building them, you made space not just for sitting or watching or dreaming, but for being, just as you are, unfinished, unrushed, enough. So now you lie back in the nest. You let your arms relax, your breathing slows, and the grove holds you. The swing sways once, the lamp flickers, and the stars do what stars do best. They remind you that even in stillness, something is always gently moving. Sleep well, you are here, and that is more than enough. Hello, everyone. Tonight we're heading into a rather sticky myth, one involving God's grapes and a rather unfortunate case of divine claustrophobia. Picture it now, a vineyard, glowing in the last light of afternoon, bees wobbling lazily over wild thyme, and a pair of sandals flung dramatically into a fig tree. Because Dionysus, god of wine revelry, and things that often lead to naps in unusual places, has once again misplaced his shoes. You walk through the soft dirt sun, warm on your shoulders, following the trail of grape skins and half-hummed lullabies. There's laughter somewhere up ahead, and it's definitely coming from someone who hasn't been sober since before breakfast. And if you're thinking you'd never get caught in this sort of mess, think again. You probably wouldn't last 5 minutes as a minor forest god in Dionysus's entourage. You'd trip over your own laurel wreath before noon. Hey, if you're loving this content, I'd really appreciate it if you could give the video a quick like and hit that subscribe button. Tell me where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You find him lying on his back in a vineyard that seems more dream than real vines, curling like lazy snakes, olives gleaming nearby, and the very distinct sound of satyrs arguing about who stole the good flute again. Dionysus is barefoot, of course, tunic stained in the color of overripe grapes, one arm flung across his face in what he claims is theatrical exhaustion. He blinks at you. You ever step on a fig and realize it's been a Tuesday for 3 days? He asks, blinking slowly, like he's just invented philosophy. This is not new behavior, even by divine standards, but today feels a little different. There's a certain kind of mischief in the air, not Hermes' zippy kind, not Aphrodite's sultry kind. This is the slow, fermented kind, the kind that starts with an idea no one stops in time. Dionysus. You quickly learn has developed a new theory, a better way to enjoy wine. No more amphorae carried on carts, no more spilling sacred drink down Mount Olympus's unnecessarily steep steps. No, he's thinking inside the jug now, a portable wine experience, self-contained, possibly wearable. You walk with him as he stumbles through the vineyard, muttering about a vessel worthy of Bacchic vision. He's had this idea before you realize. Last time it involved a goat bladder and ended with a minor drought. This time, though, he's inspired. Really inspired. He gestures wildly at a nearby claymaker's hut. Bring me your finest pot. No, your fattest. The potter looks at him like one might regard a squirrel trying to rent a chariot. But divine orders are divine orders. Soon there's a massive vessel taking shape, 1 part amphora, 1 part bathtub, all ambition. Dionysus calls it the personal reserve. You're not sure whether to applaud or call someone responsible. Historians still argue whether the original jug was commissioned as art storage or an accidental flotation device. The potter finishes it, muttering under his breath the whole time. It stands as tall as Dionysus himself, with a lip just wide enough for a god to climb in, and that's exactly what he does. But not yet. First, he insists on filling it. With what you ask, hope, he says dramatically, then adds, and about 40 liters of wine. The nymphs gather to watch. A few start singing. One begins braiding grapevines into a crown. The jug is full. The sun is low. Dionysus strips off his tunic, climbs up the stool, and without hesitation dives into his invention with the grace of a drunken seal. There is a splash, a slosh, and then silence, until a giggle, then a hiccup, then a faint voice from inside the jug. It's kind of cozy. You crouch near the opening, need help getting out. More giggles. I think I live here now. And that, as it turns out, is only the beginning. You crouch there, one hand on the rim of the enormous wine jug, waiting for Dionysus to make any move that suggests he's ready to rejoin the visible world. Nothing happens for a while. A few bubbles rise. A toe appears briefly, then disappears again with a soft splash. You try again. Everything all right in there? A moment passes. Then his voice muffled by clay and liquid joy says, "Do you ever think grapes have dreams?" You blink. Is that a yes or a no? This is going to be a long day. Somewhere behind you, a satyr is playing the same 3 notes on a panpipe over and over again, trying to remember how the rest of the melody goes. He never figures it out. You're stuck in a loop of musical uncertainty and increasingly wine-scented humidity. Dionysus surfaces again, only his eyes visible above the rippling wine. You know he says this might be the greatest thing I've ever invented. He reaches out, grabs the edge of the jug, and attempts to hoist himself up. The jug tilts. The wine sloshes. A nymph squeals and jumps backward. Pallas the goat, not to be confused with Pallas the goddess, chews thoughtfully on a fig leaf and watches the chaos with serene indifference. Historians still argue whether Dionysus intended to stay in the jug or simply couldn't figure out how to exit with dignity. You offer your hand. He grabs it, pulls, and that's when you both realize he's stuck, not wedged exactly, just buoyant and confused. His knees have folded in awkwardly, one foot is lodged under the handle, and the wine has created a kind of cozy suction that resists all heroic effort. Well, he says, voice echoing slightly inside the jug, this is embarrassing. You try to pull again. Nothing. The jug shifts a little but doesn't tip. It's too heavy, too perfectly round, too cursedly designed for self-trapping. Pallas the goat snorts. You glance around. We could drain it. Dionysus gasps. Absolutely not. He has standards. Instead, he starts narrating his experience from inside, turning the situation into a one-god show. Here I am, he intones, cradled by the very spirit I seek to embody, encased in terracotta, floating in vintage regret. You sit beside the jug, watching the sun move lazily across the vineyard sky. Do you want company, you ask eventually. He considers. Only if you bring snacks. You oblige. A few figs, some olives, a chunk of very dry bread that nobody wants but always gets served at these divine gatherings. You leave it on the lip of the jug. A hand reaches up and takes it like an offering to a reverse oracle. And that's how you spend the afternoon beside a god stuck in a wine jug, passing him snacks and listening to him monologue about the philosophical implications of being both wine and drinker, container and contained. The satyrs try to help. One offers a rope, another brings a stick, the third tries to make a pulley system out of vines and their own self-confidence. Nothing works. Eventually, they get bored and start dancing around the jug, chanting "one of us" while clapping offbeat. Dionysus shouts from inside, "You mock what you do not understand." They do not stop. A nearby nymph builds a tiny shrine to the god in a jug. She places a cork at its base and lights a fig-scented candle. You suspect it's going to be a long week. As dusk falls, the air cools. Fireflies blink lazily above the vineyard. The satyrs have moved on to arguing over who can leap farther, and you're still sitting beside the jug, listening to Dionysus hum a tune that sounds suspiciously like a sea shanty, though he's never been on a boat. You ask, "Do you want a blanket?" His voice, soft, now replies, "No, I've got wine." Of course he does. And somewhere deep down, you realize this might actually be going better than most divine plans. By the time morning stretches across the vineyard, like a cat in a sunbeam, Dionysus is still in the jug, not dozing, not meditating, just floating in his self-made crisis, humming to himself in a language that might be ancient Mycenaean or might be gibberish depending on the hour. You arrive with breakfast, a wedge of goat cheese, 2 cracked olives, and a fig that's trying very hard not to be overripe. He accepts it all with the outstretched hand of a mythological room service guest. He says, "I've decided this is my chrysalis phase." You say, "You're sitting in a warm jug of wine." He nods. Transformation requires fermentation. You sit on a flat rock near the jug. There's a light breeze now carrying the scent of thyme and the distant aroma of burning sandalwood from some overachieving mortal altar. A nymph approaches with a scroll. She squints into the jug. Is this the part where we crown him again, or? You shrug. Dionysus replies with a slow swirl of the wine around him. Not yet. I need more time to stew in my choices. Historians still argue whether this moment marks the peak of Dionysian philosophy or simply the longest wine bath in mythological history. Later, a potter arrives to examine his masterpiece/prison. He walks around the jug, tapping it gently with his knuckles. You know, he mutters, I made this for olive oil. Never thought it'd hold a deity. You ask if it's structurally sound. The potter gives you a look. For normal use. Yes, for wine-drenched enlightenment. Who can say? He adds with a mutter, should have charged extra for metaphysical containment. By midday, Dionysus begins to decorate the inside. He uses wine sediment to finger paint tiny scenes on the jug wall. A satyr, a bunch of grapes, a stylized goat with suspiciously dramatic eyelashes. At one point, he scrawls the phrase, "This is not a mistake," just above the waterline. You peek in. It looks like a drunk art cave. I prefer immersive installation. He also begins assigning roles to everyone nearby. You're the official snack bearer. One satyr is named Wine Vibes Coordinator. The nymph with the scroll is promoted to story archivist and immediately begins scribbling, probably making up at least half of it. He asks a passing tortoise to be the high priest of slowness. The tortoise does not respond. There's something oddly endearing about it all. This god who rules over chaos, wine ecstasy, and occasional madness, now completely content to stew in his own creation like a grape-flavored tea bag. Still, people begin to worry. A messenger from Olympus arrives with a scroll and a tired expression. She unrolls it. Message from Zeus. Get out of the jug. Dionysus yells back. Tell Dad I'm exploring my interiority. She sighs, writes something down, and flies off. You spend the evening playing a slow game of Guess That Grape with Dionysus. Too tart, he says, after sniffing one. Too ambitious, he says of another. Finally, he declares one emotionally round. You assume that's a compliment. The satyrs have now tied garlands around the jug and begun charging mortals a single olive pit for a peek inside. Dionysus doesn't mind. He waves graciously from his maroon-tinted domain like a king who's just accepted that his kingdom is a giant bottle, and when night falls again, he leans against the inner wall and murmurs. Do you think I've peaked, you say? This is either your weirdest moment or your most brilliant. He grins. Excellent. That means it's working. The stars blink softly overhead. A nymph dozes against a barrel. Somewhere, someone starts playing a lyre with a tempo that says, yes, I'm improvising, and no, I don't need advice. And you lie back on the grass, listening to the faint slosh of wine and the ramblings of a god who's chosen of all things stillness. Inside a jug, because sometimes the loudest thing a god can do is sit. By sunrise, the vineyard is quiet again, except for the occasional glug from within the jug and the distant sound of a satyr trying to teach himself flute harmony with a bent reed and far too much confidence. You find Dionysus talking to himself, loudly, from inside the jug. So if you pour wine into yourself, and you are wine, does that make you double-wined or self-fermented? You offer him breakfast. He declines. I'm full of ideas. You sit beside the jug and lean against its warm curve. The clay hums faintly, not with magic, but with echo. His voice has been bouncing around in there long enough to develop a soft rhythm like mythological jazz. He starts narrating again. In this sacred chamber of divine drink, I have seen truths. I have met the ghost of my better decisions. We had a brief conversation. She was not impressed. You smirk. Did she have wine? No, he says mournfully, just judgment. Historians still argue whether Dionysus's time in the jug was an act of divine introspection or simply the result of drinking without considering spatial logistics. You peer inside. He's floating on his back now, tracing spirals in the liquid with one finger. Do you think mortals ever just needed an excuse to stop moving? He asks. Like maybe being stuck is just a slower form of transformation. Before you can answer, a group of nymphs arrives carrying laurel leaves and a small mirror. They've decided apparently to host a tiny intervention/beautification ritual. They decorate the jug with vines, flowers, and scribbled prayers. One nymph leans in. Are you meditating, or is this like a creative block? Dionysus shrugs. Both, or neither. It's mostly just damp. Another nymph sets the mirror on the ground, so you can reflect on yourself while reflecting on yourself. He claps. That's very clever. I'll promote you later. Around midday, Hermes finally arrives, wearing one sandal, carrying a scroll, looking suspiciously like someone who just woke up from a nap in a fig tree. He squints at the jug. What is this? You answer, he's stuck. Hermes hums thoughtfully. On purpose, you shrug. He circles the jug like a curious cat. Have you tried wiggling? He calls into the jug. Dionysus replies, This is a sacred rite of stillness, not a wiggling occasion. Hermes nods solemnly. That's what I'd say if I was definitely stuck and trying to look majestic. He produces a corkscrew from his satchel as if that explains anything. It's metaphorical, he says. No one asks what it's a metaphor for. Instead, Hermes sits down next to you and begins drawing little schematics in the dust with a stick of possible extraction angles, pulley diagrams, a tiny doodle of Dionysus with arms dramatically raised like a soggy phoenix. The satyrs have rebranded the jug as the sacred vessel of eternal party pause and are selling commemorative grape leaves pressed with clay stamps. Pallas the goat has somehow learned to balance a juglet of her own on her head. No one taught her, she just figured it out. The day stretches on. A soft breeze rustles the vines. The wine level seems to have dropped slightly, whether from sipping or evaporation, no one knows. Dionysus sighs. You know what I miss? You lean in. What walking? He doesn't say it sadly, more like someone remembering a really good dance. I might get out tomorrow, he says, then adds, but not because I have to. because I want to. That night the stars gather like old friends above the vineyard. The satyrs have fallen asleep in a pile of their own garlands. Hermes is half dozing quill tucked behind his ear, and one nymph is softly singing a lullaby she claims is older than olives. You close your eyes against the side of the jug. Inside, Dionysus whispers, "This might be the most grounded I've ever been." You don't tell him he's technically floating. The sun peeks over the hills like it's trying not to wake anyone too suddenly. The air is still warm, slightly sticky, smelling of crushed thyme, late season grapes, and the faintest trace of someone having tried to bake something last night and definitely burned it. You approach the jug with a fresh olive roll, unsure whether Dionysus is awake or simply wine marinated into a state of mythic hibernation. "Are you conscious?" you call softly. A pause, then a burble, followed by a voice. "I've named the jug." You blink. "What I've named it," he says, rising from the depths like a soggy prophet. "Her name is Amphareta. She has accepted me." Of course, historians still argue whether Amphareta was a metaphor for emotional containment or just Dionysus's tipsy attempt at ceramics-based companionship. A satyr stumbles past, half draped in grapevines, muttering something about artistic boundaries. Another is asleep on a makeshift bench made entirely of discarded amphora lids. Hermes, already up because chaos doesn't sleep, has reappeared with a measuring stick and a smug grin. "I've calculated the interior dimensions," he announces, "and based on divine volume displacement, he should have been able to climb out 3 days ago." You raise an eyebrow. "And why didn't he?" Hermes shrugs. "He's a god. He doesn't do efficient." Inside the jug, Dionysus sighs contentedly. "I could get out any time, you know." "Uh-huh. I'm choosing to stay." "Sure." You sit again beside the jug, placing the olive roll gently at its base. A hand emerges, retrieves it, and disappears with the kind of dramatic flourish one usually reserves for theater curtains and lightning bolts. From inside, this bread is contemplative, a little dry, like time itself. Nearby, a group of nymphs is weaving a long, pointless garland. They plan to circle the jug at least 3 times. One of them pauses. "Do you think he's becoming wine?" You consider this. Maybe he always was. Later, a curious mortal stumbles into the vineyard. He's wearing sandals that were definitely not designed for terrain and carrying a scroll labeled Temple Inspection Dionysian Branch. He spots the jug, takes a step closer, hears singing from within, stops. "What is that?" he asks. You say, without looking up, "A phase." The mortal scribbles something on his scroll, then slowly backs away. In the distance, Dionysus begins chanting something that sounds suspiciously like a wine-themed lullaby. He's inventing verses as he goes. "Oh, Amphareta, vessel of dreams, I float in your silence, wrapped up in beams." You can't help it, you hum along. The jug has developed its own gravity now. Visitors pass by, some stare, some bow. One elderly woman places a sprig of rosemary at its base and whispers, "Been there." Hermes attempts one last extraction technique involving a rope pulley, a small bronze mirror, and a goat bribe. The goat is unimpressed. The rope snaps. Dionysus laughs so hard he nearly sinks. You're enjoying this too much, you tell him. He says, am I, or am I simply embracing the ferment? By nightfall, a soft glow surrounds the jug, not magical, just the way lamplight plays off clay. The garlands rustle gently. A few new symbols have been etched into the jug's side, whether by Dionysus or his adorers, no one knows. You lie back in the grass. Above the sky stretches wide and wine dark, scattered with stars and possibilities. Inside the jug, the god settles once more, whispering into the curve of the vessel, Amphoreta. We begin again tomorrow, and you believe him. Because somehow this odd little ritual of stuckness feels sacred, or, at the very least, comfortably inevitable. Morning arrives the way a good story should, slow, a little crooked, and with absolutely no warning. You wake to the faint sound of humming and the even fainter sound of someone swishing wine in small, slow circles, as if the liquid itself contains answers. Dionysus, still firmly lodged inside Amphoreta, the jug is narrating his thoughts again. Today's theme texture. This wine, he says to no one in particular, tastes like regret and pomegranate seeds. You shuffle over with a mug of barley tea and set it by the jug's base. He doesn't take it. He seems instead to be busy running an informal lecture series inside the jug. You catch snippets. Fermentation is the soul's way of saying, let's wait and see what happens. Did you know ancient Thracians drank from the skulls of their enemies? I prefer terracotta, less judgmental. Historians still argue whether Dionysus developed genuine divine insight during his time in the jug, or if he was just riding the world's slowest hangover spiral. Outside the jug, things have evolved. One satyr has opened a merchandise stand. He's selling tiny clay jug charms, most of which break instantly. Another is performing interpretive dance meant to embody the inside of the jug. It mostly looks like someone tangled in their own scarf. A nearby nymph offers visitors blessings from the jug by lightly splashing them with diluted wine and mumbling poetic nonsense. Hermes has carved a signpost that reads "Stuck 6 days without incident," then scratched it out and replaced it with "stuck," probably on purpose. Inside the jug, Dionysus begins composing what he calls a liquid symphony. You're not sure what that means. Neither is he. There's a lot of sloshing and tapping involved. He insists the jug has acoustics. He's not wrong. At one point, he cups his hands and sings into the wine, creating a chorus of echo and gurgle that somehow harmonizes with the nearby reed flutes. You ask, are you actually trying to get out? A pause. Then maybe. You press. Or is this just another one of your elaborate metaphors? He replies. Isn't life just a series of decorative labels on a very old bottle? That's not helpful. Later, the jug becomes a sort of communal oracle. People kneel by its base and whisper questions. Dionysus answers sometimes. Other times, he just sings back cryptic lines like, "The grapes know when to fall," or "Don't trust a goat with symmetrical horns." One local priest takes notes. Another just walks away deeply unsettled. Meanwhile, you discover someone has made a tiny scroll and left it on the jug's lip. It reads, "If you're stuck, maybe you were supposed to slow down. You don't know who wrote it." Dionysus claims innocence. "Too sincere for me," he says. But you wonder, because there's something oddly calming about the whole ordeal now. No one's rushing, no one's demanding resolutions. The jug just is. And so is he, and somehow so are you. The sun dips again, and someone brings out a lyre. A slow tune fills the vineyard, looping gently like wine legs clinging to the side of a glass. Inside, Dionysus sways with the music. "Tell the stars," he says softly, "they're forgiven. You don't ask for what. And honestly, you're okay not knowing." You wake before sunrise this time, stirred by the soft clink-clink of something tapping the side of Ampharetta. Not urgently, just rhythmically, like someone gently knocking on their own thoughts. You find Dionysus balancing a fig leaf on the surface of the wine. He explains, "I'm teaching it to sail." You nod, because it's too early to argue with metaphors. He flicks the leaf gently. It spins, then bumps into his knee, still working on the wind part. Nearby, a satyr has built what can only be described as a shrine/snack table. It holds exactly 3 items: a pine cone, a peeled pomegranate, and a very confused chicken. The chicken has been named Grape. It pecks once at the jug, then wanders off unimpressed. Historians still argue whether this was a sacred omen or just rural poultry with attitude. The morning fog curls low around the vineyard, wrapping vines and ankles in ghostly threads. You walk the perimeter of the jug, noticing faint new etchings on its clay surface, more wine-drawn doodles, now including what appears to be a goat playing chess with a bunch of grapes. Dionysus is humming again. You pause, listening. It's the same melody from yesterday, but slower now, like it's melted a little overnight. "Are you composing something?" you ask. He tilts his head. "Sort of. It's a song about staying still long enough to hear things you weren't listening for." He calls it the Jug Sonata. A nymph offers to transcribe it. She sits cross-legged near the base of the jug, trying to capture the rhythm of Dionysus swishing the wine as percussion. Hermes, watching all of this from the top of a nearby fig tree, calls down, "You know this is the least efficient divine intervention I've ever seen." Dionysus yells back, "You say that like it's a bad thing. You spend the afternoon making sure no one lights a fire too close to the jug." Someone's latest idea was wine sauna, which feels like a lawsuit waiting to happen. At one point, you catch a mortal trying to toss a coin into the jug for luck. You gently redirect them to the actual fountain 5 feet away. Still, Dionysus considers the idea. "Maybe I should start charging for advice." You smirk. "What advice would you give?" He thinks for a beat. "Always let your grapes rest." Not exactly groundbreaking, but very on brand. The nymphs begin decorating the jug with pressed grape skins and snippets of verse. One writes, "To be stuck is not failure. It's just longer fermentation." Another writes, "In the amphora of life, some gods steep. You can't help but laugh. It's all very ridiculous, and somehow very peaceful. By twilight, Ampharetta gleams in the fading light, warm clay and wine-dark shadows adorned with scribbles and leaves and reverent nonsense. Dionysus leans back and exhales. I think I've aged a little in here. You ask wisdom or wrinkles. He grins. Both, probably. The stars peek out again, shy and blinking. Someone brings a flute. Someone else hums the beginnings of a lullaby. You lie down beside the jug, watching the first fireflies dance lazily near the vines. Inside, Dionysus murmurs, "What if getting stuck was just another kind of rhythm, and in the silence that follows you, think maybe he's right?" The next morning brings clouds, those slow, sleepy ones that drift like they've got nowhere in particular to be. You arrive at the jug to find Dionysus mid-monologue as usual and narrating what appears to be a dream he had about olives organizing a union. They demanded better sunlight and equal rights to the pressing stone, he explains. Honestly, visionary, you offer him a handful of dates. He takes them like communion. They taste reflective. You're not sure what that means, but he chews thoughtfully and begins describing the philosophical implications of sticky fingers. The nymphs have started hosting daily jug talks open to any woodland creature or confused mortal passing through. Today's theme is, what does it mean to float? A satyr stands beside the jug and shouts, "It means don't try to fix everything." Everyone claps. Inside the jug, Dionysus applauds too. "Give that goat a crown, Pallas." The actual goat bleats in approval. She's wearing a laurel wreath now. No one knows where she got it. Historians still argue whether the goat was symbolically crowned as a vessel of Dionysian wisdom or if the satyrs just got bored again. Hermes reappears mid-morning with a scroll and a smug grin. "I've devised a new strategy," he says. You eye him warily. "Does it involve more rope?" He rolls his eyes. "Rope is so yesterday. No, this time. Drama." He unrolls the scroll with a theatrical flourish. On it is written, "The Wine God's Lament," a one-act play in clay cast. Dionysus as himself, Amphitrite as imprisoning metaphor, Hermes as Deus Ex really trying. He insists that performing the play just outside the jug might psych Dionysus into wanting to leave. You read through the lines. It's something. Halfway between sacred tragedy and vineyard-themed soap opera. Hermes begins dramatically rehearsing his lines using a fig as a stand-in for Dionysus. The fig is unimpressed. Inside the jug, Dionysus snorts. "I'll come out when you properly pronounce Ophelia with feeling." Meanwhile, a new visitor arrives, a quiet mortal girl carrying a bundle of grape leaves. She sits near the base of the jug, says nothing, and begins folding the leaves into tiny birds. She doesn't ask questions. She doesn't take notes. She just folds. One, then another, then another. By sunset, there are 21 leaf birds lined up in a little parade facing the jug. The wind picks up, rustling them gently, as if even the air is curious. Dionysus watches, says nothing. Later that night he murmurs, "I think I used to fly," you ask. And now he replies, "Now I float." But floating is just flying with less ambition. You lie back in the grass, fireflies blinking slow Morse code around your ankles. The leaf birds rustle softly. The stars stretch overhead content to stay in their places tonight. And from inside the jug, Dionysus begins softly humming again, a tune you don't know the name of, but feel like you've always known. The sun rises lazily today, as if it too has adopted Dionysus's new lifestyle philosophy move. Slowly sip often, and absolutely do not commit to anything before brunch. You walk the familiar path through the vineyard, your sandals whispering against dew-covered leaves, and find the usual scene waiting like a mythological sitcom that's been gently looping for days. Dionysus is mid-debate with a nymph. The jug is not just a jug, he declares. It is a symbol. The nymph sighs, folding her arms. You said yesterday it was a spa for the soul, and I contain multitudes, Dionysus says, deadpan. Inside Amphoreta, he floats with one knee propped dramatically against the curve of the jug, as if posing for a lost sculpture. You hand him a slice of dried fig, which he accepts solemnly, then immediately drops into the wine. Offerings, he whispers. You make a note not to offer anything sticky again. A scroll arrives sometime mid-morning, delivered by a puff of golden wind that smells vaguely of sandalwood and ego. You unroll it. To Dionysus Amphoreta location, from Mount Olympus Affairs Department, RE Ongoing Containment Summary. Several deities have submitted inquiries regarding your extended stay. Hera has rolled her eyes. Apollo has written a haiku. Zeus demands a time frame. Dionysus reads it and laughs. Tell Dad I'll be out when the grapes stop whispering. You try not to ask if they're actually whispering. Instead, you sit beside the jug while Hermes returns for his second attempt at theatrical extraction. This time, he's brought props, a clay mask, a half-broken lyre, and a basket of fresh pomegranates. I'm staging a tragedy, he says. Dionysus plays the hero, trapped by his own desire, very original. He clears his throat. Act 1, wine. Act 2, realization. Act 3, possibly a dance. You blink. Are there lines? No, Hermes says. Only weeping. He begins the performance. Dionysus, from inside the jug, throws a grape at him. You're off key. Historians still argue whether this failed performance contributed to Dionysus's decision to eventually exit, or Zeus made him double down out of spite. The play dissolves into interpretive flailing. Hermes gives up halfway through Act 2 and starts juggling figs. One hits a nymph. She hisses like a cat and vanishes behind a tree. It's that kind of day. Later you notice Dionysus has started carving tiny marks into the interior clay with his fingernail. Not words, just tallies. A row of lines, a few dots, one curving symbol that looks like a grapevine learning cursive. He explains I'm keeping track of the wine's personality changes. Apparently, it's gone from flirtatious to contemplative. Next, he suspects it will become slightly judgmental, like a librarian who remembers your overdue scrolls. A small crowd of mortals appears just before twilight, led by a wandering poet who insists they have come to hear the whisperings of the jug god. They sit, quietly, patiently. Someone hums. Dionysus doesn't speak. Not this time. He just floats. And somehow that's enough. The fireflies rise with the dusk blinking lazily over fig leaves and half-finished prayers. The leaf birds remain untouched. The jug glows softly in the fading light, and from inside you hear only one word: soon. You wake to silence. No singing from inside the jug. No satyrs arguing about whose turn it is to water the fig tree they collectively forgot they planted. Not even Hermes loudly reciting wine-themed limericks, which honestly is a blessing. Just soft wind through the vines and the low hum of a vineyard that knows exactly how to mind its own business. You wander toward Amphareta and find Dionysus sitting upright inside chin on knees, staring at the sky through the narrow mouth of his clay sanctuary. He doesn't speak right away. You sit beside him, passing a handful of pistachios one by one into the jug. He cracks them absently, letting the shells drop into the wine with a tiny plip each time. Finally, he says, "I think I've been echoing." You glance sideways. Echoing, he nods slowly. Talking so much, I forgot to listen to what the silence was doing. There's a stillness to his voice this morning, not heavy, but quieter, like he's shifted from performance to reflection. Inside Amphareta, the wine is lower now, whether it's evaporation sipping or slow absorption of divine secrets no one really knows. The jug's curved walls glisten with streaks and fingerprints, stories written in sediment. Dionysus drags his finger along the inside, tracing a lazy spiral. I told everyone I was meditating, but I think I was just hiding somewhere that no one could make me be wise. You both sit in that thought for a while. Then he adds, which is probably very wise. The nymphs arrive late today. Some with wreaths, others with baskets of herbs and flatbread. They move more slowly now, as if the rhythm of the jug has softened their usual sparkle. One sits down cross-legged and begins braiding rosemary sprigs into tiny loops. She hums a lullaby that might be from an old temple, or maybe just something her grandmother made up during a thunderstorm. Hermes arrives too, wearing a toga 2 sizes too large and carrying a half-painted scroll. He doesn't say anything either, just lies in the grass, arms behind his head, watching clouds meander like curious turtles. Eventually, someone starts playing a single note on a flute, long and low, again and again, and the vineyard becomes an amphitheater. Dionysus shifts in the jug, his voice finally returning. Do you know what's strange? You raise your eyebrows, he continues. Inside, here sound bounces, it always comes back. But outside, he gestures vaguely, then shrugs. Out there, it just goes. You think about that, about echoes and exits, and what it means to speak into something versus speak into nothing. Historians still argue whether Dionysus's musings were early forms of metaphysics or simply divine wine babble seasoned with poetic flair. A mortal child approaches cautiously, maybe 9 years old, holding a grape cluster in both hands like an offering. She steps up to the jug, places the grapes carefully beside it, and says in a clear, brave voice, "Thank you for making grown-ups slow down." Then she runs back to her parents before anyone can reply. Dionysus silent. Then okay. That was legitimately profound. Even Hermes claps softly. By evening, The jug feels less like a prison and more like a sanctuary. No more attempts to pull him out. No more dramatic plays or corkscrew interventions. Just the jug. A place where a god once got stuck, and in doing so reminded everyone around him how to sit still long enough to hear themselves think. From inside, Dionysus whispers, I used to think movement was power, but stillness might be its own kind of wine. And you smile because now you know he's almost ready. The day begins not with trumpet blasts or dramatic exits, but with a sneeze from inside the jug. Dust. Dionysus explains sniffling. Amphoreta is beginning to molt. You don't question it. You're well past questioning things like jug molting or divine allergies. Instead, you pass him a cloth napkin someone embroidered with tiny grape clusters. He thanks you by humming a few bars of a melody that sounds like something the stars would sing if they were slightly tipsy. Outside the vineyard is in one of those slow golden moods. Light slides between the vines. Bees drift from blossom to blossom like they've forgotten where they were going. Everyone moves quietly now, like the jug has taught them not to rush, not to speak, unless it's useful or at least poetic. Dionysus leans his head back against the curved clay. You know he murmurs, if I'd done this earlier, I'd have missed the whole point. You glance over. Which point? He smiles, soft and lopsided, that sometimes you have to be still long enough to notice how noisy your own head is. A satyr walks by trailing a string of grape stems, like a tail pauses and nods solemnly. Relatable. Dionysus chuckles. Historians still argue whether this period marked a pivotal shift in Dionysian worship, or if it was just an extended nap that accidentally gained theological traction. Mid-morning, something strange happens. Not dramatic, not loud, but strange in a quiet goosebump sort of way. The jug begins to echo less. You don't notice it at first, just a change in how his voice reaches you, softer, closer, as though the clay isn't bouncing his words back anymore. Dionysus notices too. He taps the inner wall, no sound, no return. He tries again, silence, and then he says very softly, I think she's letting go. He means Amphoreta. You don't ask how he knows, you just believe him. A few nymphs gather nearby, sensing something's shifted. They stop decorating, stop weaving, just sit, hands still, watching the jug with wide, thoughtful eyes. Even Hermes, who has been attempting to stack grapes into a pyramid for the last half hour, pauses. The jug hums, low and long, not like it's singing, more like it's breathing out. And then a crack, tiny, hair thin, barely visible, but it spiders across the base of the jug like the world just exhaled a little too hard. Dionysus says nothing. He just floats, and the wine ripples gently around him. A breeze picks up rustling the fig tree, sending 3 dry leaves spinning in lazy circles. You look at him. He looks at you. He smiles and says, not yet, but almost, then leans back and closes his eyes, as though whatever's coming next needs a little more stillness first. The crack in Amphoreta remains quiet and fine, like a single wrinkle on the face of a story that's not quite done. It hasn't spread, hasn't broken anything, but it's there now, like a whisper only the jug and Dionysus can hear. You crouch near it, tracing it lightly with your fingertip. The clay is still warm, still firm, but softer than before, like it's remembering how to be earth again. Inside, Dionysus hums a slow, deep note that vibrates the wine like a tuning fork. He doesn't speak for a long time. You sit with him in that silence. Eventually, he says Ampharetta isn't holding me anymore. She's waiting. You blink. For what? He opens his eyes, glancing upward at the ring of light above. For me to mean it. You don't quite understand, but maybe that's the point. The satyrs have stopped trying to fix things. No more pulleys or ropes or ill-advised trampoline devices. They lounge in the grass, watching clouds, chewing thyme sprigs like contemplative cows. The nymphs, once busy with rituals and scrolls, have taken to sketching leaves, quiet studies, no big metaphors. Just leaves, the way they curl, the way they fall. Hermes, ever the restless one, is actually napping, on his side mouth, slightly open, using a pile of grape skins as a pillow. You've never seen him so still. And somewhere overhead, the sun slides behind a cloud and casts a soft, diffused glow over everything. The vineyard breathes in. You offer Dionysus a sip of honey water. He declines. No more mixing, he says gently. The wine has its own voice now. Historians still argue whether Dionysus actually communed with the spirit of the wine or simply projected himself into whatever he was floating in long enough to start taking advice from it. You glance down at the crack again. It hasn't grown, but something about it feels like an invitation. You ask, "Are you afraid?" He smiles faintly. "Not anymore. Ampharetta taught me patience and how to nap at odd angles." You smirk. Useful skills. He closes his eyes again. "I used to think breaking free meant forcing the world to open, but maybe it means waiting until the world wants you back." A single grape drops from the vine overhead. Plunk. Lands in the jug. Floats. Dionysus doesn't open his eyes, but he murmurs symbolic. You're about to reply when a small boy walks into the vineyard. He's barefoot, dusty, holding a wooden toy horse in one hand and a piece of cheese in the other. He walks straight up to the jug, looks at it, then asks, "Why are you in a cup?" Dionysus grins wide and lazy, because cups are easier to leave than cages. The boy nods solemnly. Makes sense. Then he turns and walks away, trailing toy horse tracks through the dirt. You and Dionysus both watch him go, smiling, without realizing it. The day drifts onward. The wind picks up again, and from inside the jug, the god of wine madness and now patience sighs long and low, then says, "Tomorrow, maybe." And you believe him, because today felt like an ending stretching its fingers, and tomorrow sounds like a beginning starting to whisper. The vineyard wakes slower than usual, as if it too is holding its breath. Even the birds delay their morning chorus, content to rustle softly in the fig trees and sip dew from the grape leaves in contemplative silence. You arrive at the jug and sit before Dionysus without a word. There's nothing to say, really. The air is thick with the kind of anticipation that doesn't need a name. Inside Ampharetta, he floats as usual arms drifting at his sides, curls damp and resting like seaweed across his brow. His eyes are open now, though clear and unclouded, in a way you haven't seen since this all began. "I think the wine's ready," he says. You tilt your head. "To drink." "No," he replies with a grin, "to remember." You blink, unsure if that's metaphor or mischief. It's probably both. He presses his palm against the jug wall. You mirror him your hand to clay. The surface is warm, not just from the sun, but from within, like something old is waking up. A nearby nymph stops mid-step, sensing the shift. One by one, others gather, no fanfare, no hymns, just quiet presence. The satyrs stumble in, still wearing yesterday's flower crowns. Hermes floats down from a low cloud, looking for once entirely unsure what to say. Even the goat palace arrives and sits. Dionysus speaks softly, but it carries "I went into the jug to escape noise." But now, I can hear silence. He closes his eyes and listens. And for a few long moments, so does everyone else. No birds, no flutes, no jokes, just a vineyard, breathing around a god who finally stopped moving long enough to notice that stillness was not the absence of action, but a choice. Historians still argue whether Dionysus's jug retreat was meant to teach followers restraint, or if it was simply the longest wine break in the ancient world. The crack in Amphareta spreads just slightly, a soft line curling across the base like the first thread of morning. The jug groans low and round, not in pain, but in relief. A leaf flutters down from the fig tree and lands at the edge of the jug's opening. Dionysus catches it. He holds it between two fingers and whispers, "Let it be today then." You lean closer. "Are you ready?" you ask. He doesn't answer right away. Instead, he pushes gently against the inner wall with one foot. A ripple, another push. The wine shifts. The crack creaks wider. From outside, it looks like the jug exhales, and then slowly, deliberately, Dionysus begins to rise. Not climb, not scramble, just rise, like the wine itself is lifting him, like Amphareta is offering him up. You reach out, but stop. He doesn't need help now. He is at long last moving with the stillness instead of against it. He breaks the surface. Sunlight kisses his face. His hands catch the edge of the jug. He doesn't smile. He glows. And for just a moment, you swear you can see vines blooming from the clay unfurling in the sun, as if they were waiting too. But Dionysus doesn't climb out. Not yet. He perches there halfway in and halfway out, legs still dangling in the wine, gazing at the horizon. He says leaving is harder when the place that held you became a part of you. You sit beside him, and together you wait, because even exits deserve to be slow. Dionysus sits at the mouth of Amphareta, like he's climbed halfway out of a dream and isn't quite sure whether waking up is worth the effort. His legs still dangle inside the wine toes, gently stirring the last notes of whatever silent melody's been playing in there all these days. The vineyard waits with him. No one speaks. Even Hermes, usually allergic to prolonged quiet, simply leans against a fig tree and watches. You settle onto the grass beside the jug. The clay is cooler now, not cold, just settled like a teacup long after the tea's gone. Do you remember Dionysus says suddenly how they used to store memory in wine? You blink. You mean like flavor? He shakes his head. Emotion, grief, celebration. You'd open a bottle at a funeral and everyone would cry. Same bottle at a wedding, everyone laughing. It soaked up the mood and gave it back. Like it knew. You glance down at Ampharetta. So what's in there now? He runs a hand through his curls. Stillness, reflection, maybe a little foot sweat. You laugh. So does he. The jug creaks again. A few flakes of clay drop from the side, like sleepy petals. Historians still argue whether the jug crumbled from age-divine pressure or simply because it had fulfilled its mythological purpose. One nymph leans in and whispers, "Is he really coming out today?" You shrug. Probably, Hermes adds. Eventually, Pallas the goat snorts, which you interpret as divine skepticism. Dionysus stretches long and slow, like someone remembering how muscles work after a very creative nap. He flexes his fingers, tilts his head toward the sun, blinks like a lizard on a rock. "I forgot how bright the world is," he murmurs. You nod. "It missed you." He raises an eyebrow. "Did it?" A beat. Then he grins. "Good." He shifts again, adjusting his position until one foot rests on the jug's rim. The other still floats in the wine, just barely touching the surface, a balance between here and there. You offer him a towel. He accepts it. Towel draped over one shoulder, he looks more like a swimmer than a god. A swimmer who's just returned from a very slow backstroke through existential soup. The satyrs begin humming a low rhythmic tune, not quite music, more like encouragement in sound form. Dionysus taps the jug's edge like a drum, once, twice, then says softly, "Maybe it's time." You take a breath, but he doesn't move. Not yet. Instead, he dips his fingers into the wine one last time, lifts them to his lips and tastes. He closes his eyes and smiles. It tastes like patience. You say nothing, because really, what else could it taste like? The wind picks up, lifting the edge of the towel. The sky, wide and blue, seems to hold its breath. And then he shifts his weight, plants both feet on the outside of the jug, stands, wobbling slightly, like someone who's spent too long inside and just remembered gravity exists. You offer your hand, but he waves you off. "I need to do this." And with a final, gentle step, he's out. He stands barefoot on the grass, glistening in sunlight and drying wine, a little wrinkled, a little wobbly, and somehow more divine than you've ever seen him. Not in power, but in presence. He doesn't raise his arms. He doesn't declare return. He just breathes, and the vineyard exhales with him. Dionysus takes a single step forward, away from Ampharetta, and the ground seems to notice. Not shake, not tremble, just acknowledge, like even the soil is saying, "Welcome back, but no rush." His footprints leave damp impressions in the grass, each one shaped by the wine that still clings to him, faintly glowing in the morning light. You walk beside him, not ahead, not behind, just near enough that your own pace softens to match his. He moves like someone relearning how to be vertical. Like gravity is a suggestion he's choosing to accept slowly. Behind you, the jug sits still unchanged, and yet transformed. A vessel that was once just clay, then metaphor, now memory. A few nymphs bow, others don't move at all, just smile the way you do when a long-lost friend walks through the door without needing to knock. Hermes lets out a low whistle. Well, look who remembered he has legs. Dionysus grins, stretching his arms toward the sky. I missed the breeze. It's like being kissed by time. Historians still argue whether Dionysus's re-emergence marked the beginning of a quieter phase of worship, or whether it simply meant wine festivals now included mandated nap breaks. A satyr tries to offer him a chalice. He waves it off gently. Later, first I need to feel the grass. So he walks, barefoot, slowly, and with each step the vineyard seems to lean in. Not dramatically, just the way plants do when they're trying to overhear a good story. You follow, watching him pause every few moments to touch things: the bark of a fig tree, the cool rim of a clay pot, a sprig of thyme someone left in a sandal. He whispers something to a ladybug. It lands on his nose, then flies away, as if carrying news to Olympus. Eventually, he stops in a small clearing where someone once tried to build a stone bench and gave up halfway through. The half bench is crooked, mossy, and perfect. He sits, lets the sun hit his face, and says simply, "That's enough for now." You sit beside him. After a while, he reaches into the folds of his robe and pulls out a small, wrinkled scroll. "I wrote things," he murmurs. You raise an eyebrow. He unrolls it carefully. It contains exactly 3 sentences scrawled in wine. Silence tastes like the middle of a poem. Patience grows best in clay. I'm not late. I'm just steeped. You read them, then read them again, then nod. They're terrible, he says brightly. You laugh. They're perfect. The two of you sit like that for a long time. Quiet, but not empty. Even Hermes has stopped fidgeting. He's sketching a little caricature of Dionysus with exaggerated wine curls and one sandal missing. Pallas the goat curls up in the shade as if she too has completed her divine obligation. A breeze carries the faint scent of honey clay and crushed thyme. Dionysus exhales slowly, leaning back on his elbows. Do you know what I really missed? You glance over. He grins. Shadows. You tilt your head. Shadows. They mean I'm somewhere again. You nod. That makes sense. He leans back farther, lets his eyes drift closed, and adds, tomorrow I'll dance again. Tonight, maybe just stargazing. You smile, knowing full well that tonight might stretch into a week. But that's fine. You're in no rush either. The vines sway gently. The wine inside the jug settles for the first time in days. And you finally let yourself rest. Because the god of movement remembered how to still, and the vineyard remembered how to listen. You wake before he does. Dionysus is still sprawled across the half bench, one arm flung dramatically over his eyes, the other resting palm up as though catching dreams. A vine has curled around his ankle overnight, gentle and almost affectionate. The vineyard is in a hush again, but not the kind of hush that feels empty. It's the quiet of things in balance. You rise, stretch, and walk the perimeter of the grove. Ampharetta remains untouched, a little more cracked, a little more revered. Someone's left an offerings beside it, figs, lavender, a single feather, and a short poem written in blackberry juice. You don't read the poem aloud. Some things are meant to stay between gods and jugs. When you return, Dionysus is awake. He's cradling a grape in both hands, like it's fragile truth. I've decided to do nothing today, he says, already smirking. You grin. How is that different from yesterday? He shrugs. Today, it's intentional. He stands slowly brushing fig leaves from his robe. There's wine in his hair, but only a little, a fashionable amount. Hermes appears not with a flourish, but with toast. Literal toast. Burnt on one side, smells like olive oil and impatience. He hands a slice to Dionysus, who takes it reverently. Breakfast of slow champions. The satyrs begin a lazy drumbeat nearby, one beat every 10 seconds. Just enough to remind time it's still ticking even if no one's rushing to catch up. Historians still argue whether this post-jug era marked the emergence of slow Dionysianism, a peaceful sect that prioritized naps poetry and deliberate fruit appreciation. You and Dionysus sit again this time, beneath a fig tree whose fruit is almost ready. He plucks one not to eat, but just to hold. You suspect he'll give it a name soon. He says, before all this, I thought transformation was loud. You wait. He squeezes the fig slightly. But I didn't become anything in there. I just peeled away the noise. You nod, feeling the same peeling begin in yourself. A quiet clarity, like moss growing on the edge of a forgotten fountain. A mortal appears, a farmer, sun-leathered and squinting. He approaches with a basket of early grapes and asks if Dionysus would bless the harvest. Dionysus stands, lifts a single grape, and blows on it gently. Grow well, he whispers. The farmer bows and leaves. That's it, you ask, raising an eyebrow. He stretches again, twisting his spine until it pops. Sometimes, a blessing is just giving a moment more air. The day unfolds like a scroll someone's been too nervous to open. Each hour arrives without ceremony, a breeze, a nap. Someone plays a reed pipe. Someone else sings the first line of a song and forgets the rest. Dionysus dips his feet in a shallow spring and watches his reflection ripple. Do I look wiser? He asks. You consider you look aged like wine. He beams. Perfect. Later, as the sun leans toward the horizon, Dionysus traces circles in the dirt with a stick. You think he's drawing something important. Turns out he's just seeing how long it takes before a beetle wanders into the pattern. When it does, he says, completion, and lies down in the grass. You lie next to him. The sky stretches wide above you, both soft purples and peachy clouds, the kind of light that makes even shadows seem thoughtful. The jug behind you holds still. The vineyard holds still. And for once, you feel no tug to move forward. Because some stories don't need to be hurried. They just need to be held. Morning arrives soft and slow, as if even the sun itself is taking its time to rise. You find Dionysus sitting cross-legged beneath the fig tree arms, wrapped around knees, watching the dappled light dance through the leaves. He hums a tune that sounds like the echo of a lullaby, familiar but just out of reach. You sit beside him. Silence stretches comfortably between you. After a while, Dionysus turns eyes bright with something like wonder. I never realized how loud silence could be. You nod. It's a sound all its own. He smiles. I think I'm learning the language. Nearby, a group of nymphs arranges wildflowers in a loose circle, each bloom carefully chosen not for beauty, but for the stories they carry. Lavender for calm time, for courage, and a sprig of mint for memory. One nymph catches your eye and nods knowingly. You feel the weight of shared understanding without words. Hermes is already busy crafting tiny clay whistles that mimic bird calls. You listen as the first notes ring out, soft, sweet, and a little unsure. Historians still argue whether these whistles were invented as musical instruments, divine communication tools, or elaborate party favors. Dionysus picks up one, blows gently, and laughs when it whistles out a sharp note that sounds suspiciously like a hiccup. The day unfolds with gentle rituals, hands washing in the spring, whispered prayers, carried on the breeze, slow walks along the vineyard rows. At one point, Dionysus traces his fingers through the dirt, drawing spirals and circles, then pauses and adds a dot. Every circle has a center, he muses, and every center is a beginning. You watch as the sun arcs higher, the shadows shrinking and stretching with quiet grace. Later, Dionysus stands and stretches the movement, smooth and deliberate. Ready to leave the fig tree, you ask. He nods slowly. Ready to carry this stillness with me. You rise together, walking back toward Amphitrite. The jug seems less like a prison now, and more like a home, a place where waiting wasn't defeat, but preparation. You pause at its side. He places a hand on the cracked clay. I'm not the same god who climbed in here, he says softly. No, you agree. You're better. He smiles, eyes shining like the first stars. And with that, he turns and walks away. Not fast, not loud, just steady. Because some journeys are about the quiet steps after the storm. And now Dionysus walks with the calm of one who has tasted both wine and stillness and knows which to savor. The vineyard feels different now. The air is lighter, yet somehow richer, like the soil after a gentle rain, full of promise and quiet potential. You walk alongside Dionysus, who moves slowly, savoring each step, the soft crunch of leaves and earth beneath his feet. He stops beneath a fig tree, heavy with fruit, reaches up, and plucks a single ripe fig. The skin is delicate, almost translucent in the sunlight. He holds it reverently, turning it in his hands like a small world. You know, he says, voice low and thoughtful, the best part of being stuck was the waiting. Not because I wanted to be stuck, but because I learned what to wait for. You smile. What was that? He bites into the fig juice running down his chin. For the right moment, the moment when stillness becomes movement again. A gentle breeze carries the scent of thyme and honey, wrapping around you like a soft shawl. Nearby, the nymphs gather wildflowers, weaving them into simple crowns and garlands. Their laughter is light, weaving through the vines like birdsong. Hermes, ever the restless one, darts among them, attempting to balance a garland on his head. He fails spectacularly, earning a fond eye roll from Dionysus. Historians still argue whether this scene was the birth of a new festival or just a particularly slow afternoon. Dionysus chuckles, maybe both. You both settle beneath the fig tree, watching the play of light and shadow as the day stretches lazily ahead. He pulls a small scroll from his robe, one you hadn't seen before. The edges are worn, the ink faded but still legible. It's a list, he says, unfolding it with care. Things I want to remember, you lean in, reading. Patience is a kind of bravery. Silence can speak louder than song. Sometimes being stuck means you're exactly where you need to be. He looks up, eyes soft, with something like peace. You know, he says, I used to think the vine was just a plant. Now I see it's a teacher. You nod, feeling the truth in the words settle between you. The sun dips lower, casting long shadows that stretch across the vineyard like whispered secrets. The jug remains behind quiet and waiting a monument, not to captivity, but to transformation. Dionysus stands brushing fig leaves from his robe. Come, he says. There's a new song to learn, one that starts with stillness and ends with laughter. You follow him into the fading light, footsteps slow and sure, because sometimes the best stories don't rush to their endings, they unfold gently, like the vines themselves, curling toward the sun. You wake to the soft rustle of leaves and the faint murmur of the vineyard settling into its own rhythm. Dionysus is already awake, perched on a low stone wall, hands wrapped around a cup of water that gleams in the early light. He looks up, eyes clear and steady. I think I'm ready for a new adventure. You smile, leaving the jug behind. He nods, leaving yes, but carrying the jug's lessons with me. The morning sun filters through the olive branches, casting dappled shadows that dance like old friends welcoming him back. Nearby, the satyrs are busy crafting wreaths and garlands, their usual chaos tempered by the slow grace of the day. Hermes approaches juggling figs with a practiced hand. Ready to make some noise again, Dionysus laughs softly. In time. For now, let's savor the quiet. Historians still argue whether Dionysus's return marked the start of a quieter reign or just a longer warm-up to the next wild party. You follow him through the vineyard, each step deliberate, as if rediscovering the earth beneath his feet. He stops by a cluster of wild thyme, kneeling to inhale the scent deeply. This right here is magic. You kneel beside him, breathing in the herb's calming fragrance. The day unfolds like a gentle song. Laughter from distant mortals, the soft clink of pottery, and the whispered promises of a season turning. As twilight approaches, Dionysus stands atop a small hill, silhouetted against the amber sky. He raises his arms, and the wind responds, swirling leaves and petals in a quiet celebration. You taught me patience, he says, voice carrying across the fields. Now I teach it in return. You watch as the first stars appear, blinking softly, like fireflies caught in the velvet night. The vineyard hums with life and stillness entwined. And you know the story is not an end, but a beginning, softly whispered on the breeze. The vineyard hums quietly under a sky soft with dusk. You find Dionysus wandering among the vines, fingers trailing over grape clusters, heavy with promise. He moves slowly, savoring the weight and the scent, the anticipation folded into each fruit. He pauses beneath an ancient olive tree, its gnarled limbs reaching skyward like whispered prayers. The wind stirs the leaves, and for a moment everything feels perfectly still and infinite. I never realized how much waiting could hold, he murmurs, like a cup catching light. You sit beside him on a smooth stone, watching shadows deepen and stretch. Nearby, the nymphs prepare a small feast, wild figs, honeycomb, fresh bread. The scent mingles with the earth, warm and inviting. Hermes arrives carrying a lyre strung with silver threads. He plucks a single note, clear and resonant, weaving it through the twilight air. Historians still debate whether this moment sparked the first wine festival or was simply the calm before a particularly wild celebration. Dionysus smiles. Maybe both, maybe all moments hold a bit of wildness and a bit of calm. You breathe in the fading light, the cool air, the scent of earth and fruit, and quiet laughter. The stars begin their slow dance across the night sky, blinking like gentle reminders of stories told and yet to be told. Dionysus leans back, eyes reflecting constellations. This vineyard, he says softly, is not just a place. It's a story, a living one. You nod, knowing the story is yours now, too. And as night settles in, wrapping the world in soft shadow and whispered dreams, you close your eyes and let the vineyard's quiet song carry you gently towards sleep. You wake to the soft murmur of the vineyard settling into night. Dionysus is already awake, sitting beneath the fig tree, hands wrapped around a warm cup, eyes reflecting the flickering fireflies. He looks at you and says, "It's strange. Being free and still feels almost the same." You smile softly. Sometimes freedom is just knowing when to stay. The air is cool, carrying the scent of wild herbs and ripe grapes. The night hums quietly, a lullaby woven from the sounds of leaves and distant hooves. Nearby, the nymphs are arranging wildflowers in simple crowns. Their laughter is light, like the rustle of silk. Hermes reclines on a low stone, strumming a soft tune on his lyre. His usually restless energy is calmed, as if the vineyard itself has taught even the fleet-footed messenger patience. Historians still argue whether this peaceful moment was a pause before the next wild feast or a new tradition born of quiet reflection. Dionysus leans back, eyes closed, letting the music and night wash over him. Maybe it's both. You sit beside him, feeling the cool earth beneath you, the steady pulse of life in the vines. The stars blink overhead, their light soft and steady. And as you breathe in the cool night air, you realize that sometimes the loudest stories are told in silence. The morning dawns with a gentle glow, soft as honey dripping from a comb. You find Dionysus walking slowly along the vineyard path, his footsteps barely disturbing the earth beneath. He pauses to touch a cluster of grapes, fingers tracing their plump curves as if remembering their journey from flower to fruit. You know he says softly, there's poetry in growth, not just in the harvest. You nod, watching sunlight filter through the leaves, painting the ground with shifting patterns. Nearby, a group of nymphs sings quietly, their voices blending with the gentle breeze. The air is filled with the scent of thyme and freshly turned soil. Hermes is tinkering with a small clay vessel, humming a tune that feels like a secret shared between friends. Historians still debate whether this moment marked the beginning of Dionysian renewal or simply another pause in the endless dance of seasons. Dionysus smiles, eyes bright with quiet joy. Maybe it's both. You follow him as he stops beneath the oldest olive tree, its branches heavy with fruit. He leans against the trunk, breathing in the scent of earth and leaves. This vineyard, he says, is a reminder that even gods must grow at their own pace. You sit beside him, letting the stillness settle like a soft cloak around your shoulders. As the sun rises higher, the vineyard comes alive with gentle life, and you know that some stories are best told slowly in the quiet moments between seasons. The afternoon sun drapes the vineyard in a warm golden light, casting long, soft shadows that stretch and yawn like the world itself is settling into a gentle pause. You find Dionysus resting beneath a fig tree, his gaze tracing the slow dance of leaves in the breeze. He turns to you, a slow smile curling at the edges of his mouth. I've been thinking about time. You raise an eyebrow. That sounds serious. He nods thoughtfully. Not the ticking kind. The kind that flows like wine, slow and sweet, and a little unpredictable. Nearby, the nymphs are weaving garlands from wildflowers, their hands moving with patient grace. The scent of lavender and mint drifts softly through the air. Hermes strolls past, humming a tune that seems to carry both mischief and wisdom, his footsteps light against the earth. Historians still debate whether Dionysus's reflections on time influenced the rhythms of ancient festivals, or if they were just divine musings born from too much wine. Dionysus chuckles. Maybe both. You sit beside him, watching as the light shifts through the vineyard, painting everything with a gentle glow. He picks up a fallen leaf, turning it slowly in his hands. Sometimes the moments we remember best are the ones we almost forget. You nod, feeling the truth settle like soft soil beneath your feet. The day fades gently into evening, and as the stars begin to twinkle overhead, you both sit in companionable silence, wrapped in the quiet beauty of now. Dawn arrives quietly, with only the soft whisper of leaves and the gentle rustle of grapevines greeting the morning light. You find Dionysus sitting near Amphitrite, the jug now resting peacefully in the earth, its cracks softened by time and care. He smiles at you, eyes reflecting the first gold of the sun. I think I'm ready to move on. You nod, feeling the weight and lightness of those words all at once. Nearby, the nymphs gather wildflowers and herbs, weaving them into simple crowns. Their laughter is light, carried by the breeze like a secret melody. Hermes stands by, watching with that ever-present mix of curiosity and mischief, as if waiting for the next adventure to unfold. Historians still argue whether Dionysus's departure from Amphitrite marked an end or a beginning in the mythic cycle of transformation. Dionysus rises slowly, stretching limbs that have grown accustomed to stillness and contemplation. He steps forward, touching the earth with reverence and gratitude. You walk beside him through the vineyard, feeling the soft pulse of life beneath your feet. He stops beneath the fig tree, plucks a ripe fruit, and hands it to you. For the journey ahead, you accept it, savoring its sweetness. As the sun climbs higher, casting dappled light over the vines, you both know this is not an ending, but a turning point. The vineyard breathes with you, a living testament to patience, transformation, and the quiet power of being present. And as you walk on, the story continues slowly, softly, like the gentle unfolding of a dream. The vineyard settles into a calm rhythm, bathed in the gentle warmth of late afternoon. You find Dionysus seated on a moss-covered stone, the weight of days spent inside Amphareta softened into a quiet strength. He picks up a handful of soil, letting it sift slowly through his fingers. Everything changes, he muses, but some things stay rooted. Nearby, the nymphs weave delicate garlands, their fingers moving like a soft breeze through the wildflowers. The air is thick with the scent of thyme and honey. Hermes, ever restless, pauses to watch the slow dance of shadows, a rare moment of stillness in his usual whirlwind. Historians still debate whether this period was a peaceful pause or the calm before a joyous storm in Dionysian lore. Dionysus smiles knowingly. Maybe it's both. Maybe it's simply the moment when you remember who you are. You both stand moving through the vineyard as the sun dips low, painting the world in hues of amber and rose. He pauses beneath a gnarled olive tree, resting a hand on its rough bark. "This place has taught me patience," he says softly, "and the beauty of quiet moments." You nod, feeling the truth in his words settle like a soft breeze within you. The stars begin to appear gentle sparks against the deepening blue. And as night embraces the vineyard, you both find comfort in the slow unfolding of time, the whispered stories carried on the wind. The first light of dawn paints the vineyard in soft pastels. You find Dionysus walking among the vines, fingers trailing over the leaves, as if reading a sacred text written in green. He stops beneath a blooming fig tree, eyes lifted to the sky. "There's a rhythm here," he says, "not loud, but persistent. Like a heartbeat, you smile, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath your feet. Nearby nymphs gather wild herbs, their movements slow and deliberate, weaving calm into the air. Hermes arrives balancing a small clay jug filled with fresh spring water. He offers it with a grin. For the journey, historians still argue whether Dionysus's return to the vineyard was a renewal or a ritual of rest. Dionysus accepts the water, taking a slow sip. Maybe it's both. You walk beside him, the vineyard alive with gentle life, soft breezes, distant bird calls, and the quiet whisper of leaves. He pauses by a cluster of wild thyme, inhaling deeply. "Patience," he says, "is the secret song of growth." The sun climbs higher, casting dappled light over the earth. And as you move through the rows of vines, you realize some stories aren't rushed, they're savored. Like a fine wine, unfolding slowly, rich with flavor and memory. You wake to a vineyard, humming softly under a morning sky brushed with pale gold. Dionysus is perched on a low stone wall, tracing lazy circles in the dirt with a twig. He looks up at you, eyes bright with quiet contentment. Stillness has a way of teaching you things. You nod, feeling the weight of those words settle like dew on the leaves. Nearby, the nymphs gather wildflowers, weaving them into simple crowns and garlands, their hands moving with gentle purpose. Hermes, for once calm, strums a soft tune on a lyre, the notes weaving through the warm air like whispered secrets. Historians still debate whether this period marked a new chapter in Dionysian worship or simply a peaceful interlude. Dionysus smiles. Maybe it's both. Maybe peace is its own kind of celebration. You sit beside him beneath the fig tree, watching the slow dance of light and shadow. He picks up a fallen leaf, turning it in his hands. Every moment holds a story. Sometimes you just have to listen. The sun arcs high, the vineyard alive with gentle life. And as evening falls, you both sit in companionable silence, wrapped in the quiet beauty of now. The afternoon settles like soft honey, thick with warmth, and the scent of ripe grapes and wild thyme. Dionysus wanders slowly among the rows of vines, fingertips brushing the leaves as if greeting old friends. He pauses beneath a gnarled olive tree, eyes lifted to the sky. There's a rhythm to this place, not loud or frantic, but steady and sure. You nod, feeling the steady pulse of the earth beneath your feet. Nearby nymphs gather wildflowers, weaving delicate crowns with hands that move, like the wind through the grass. Hermes approaches, carrying a small clay cup filled with fresh spring water. He offers it with a smile for the journey ahead. Historians still debate whether Dionysus's quiet return to the vineyard marked renewal or a sacred rest. Dionysus accepts the water, sipping slowly. Maybe it's both. You walk beside him, the vineyard alive with gentle life, soft breezes, distant bird calls, and the whisper of leaves. He stops by a patch of wild thyme, inhaling deeply. Patience, he says softly, is the secret song of growth. The sun climbs higher, casting dappled light over the earth. And as you move through the vines, you realize some stories aren't rushed, they're savored, like a fine wine unfolding slowly, rich with flavor and memory. The vineyard rests under a sky streaked with soft clouds, the light folding gently over the hills like a whispered promise. You find Dionysus seated beneath a fig tree, hands wrapped around a cup of honeyed water, eyes reflecting the calm of the day. He looks up, a slow smile playing on his lips. There's a beauty in endings that aren't really endings. You nod, feeling the quiet truth of his words settle like a soft breeze. Nearby, the nymphs are weaving garlands, their fingers moving with careful grace. The scent of lavender and thyme fills the air, mingling with the rich earthiness of the vineyard. Hermes lounges nearby, strumming a gentle tune on his lyre, the notes floating like soft petals on the breeze. Historians still argue whether this moment marked a new ritual of transition or simply the close of a peaceful chapter. Dionysus smiles knowingly. Maybe it's both. You sit beside him, watching the slow dance of shadows As the sun dips low, he lifts his cup in a quiet toast to the moments that hold us. You raise an invisible glass in return, and as twilight settles, wrapping the vineyard in soft shadows and whispered dreams, you know, some stories never truly end. They simply turn like the slow unfurling of a vine reaching for the sun. The vineyard breathes softly under a night sky dusted with stars, each one flickering like a gentle reminder of stories told and yet to be told. Dionysus lies beneath the fig tree, eyes closed, face softened by moonlight. You sit beside him, feeling the cool earth and the quiet pulse of life around you. He murmurs, "Sometimes the greatest journey is learning to be still." You nod the words, settling like a warm cloak around your shoulders. Nearby, the nymphs are asleep among the wildflowers, their breaths slow and even. Hermes has finally settled, leaning against a tree, his lyre resting across his knees. The vineyard hums with quiet magic, an ancient song woven from patience, presence, and gentle transformation. Dionysus turns toward you, eyes gleaming with soft light. Thank you for waiting, for listening, for simply being here. You smile, knowing this moment is both an ending and a beginning. The stars blink softly, the night deepens, and the vineyard holds its breath in a lullaby of peace. And as you close your eyes, carried by the soft song of the earth and the promise of dawn, you realize some stories are meant to be whispered gently, slowly, and carried into sleep. Now, as the night settles softly around you, let your breath slow and your thoughts drift like leaves on a quiet stream. Imagine the vineyard bathed in moonlight, where every leaf and vine holds a story whispered by the wind. The gentle hum of life carries you deeper into calm, where time is slow and soft, and the world waits patiently for morning. Feel the cool earth beneath you, steady and sure, grounding you in this moment of rest. The stars above twinkle like distant lullabies, their light a tender embrace. Let each breath be a gentle wave, pulling you further into peace, further away from worry and haste. Dionysus's journey reminds you that even the most restless souls find stillness, and in that stillness there is healing. You are held in the quiet spaces between stories, in the pause between heartbeats, in the gentle unfolding of night. Let your mind drift light as a feather carried by the soft song of the earth and the promise of dawn. Sleep comes gently now, wrapping you in its soothing embrace. Rest well. You are here, you are enough,